Welcome to the War Room. We are going to get you up to speed with everything you need to know for the August OCC that we've got coming up in less than an hour. Ollie, Spooz, and Scout will be bringing you all the action. We also have a special treat for you. Like we did during the last War Room, instead of doing an experts panel, we actually invited one of the experts for a one-on-one interview. So we're going to dive deep with Darkness in just a little bit. Also want to highlight the fact that he recently took a trip to Iceland and 1939 games and brought back a few pictures and videos. So we'll dive into that. But first, let's talk about why we're here today, the OCC. Now, we had 38 players qualify from July. The top 6 on ladder automatically go through, and then the next 32 play in a double elimination bracket until we reach the top 8, and that's what we have for you today. Let's take a look at our 8 participants. So I mentioned previously that 32 player double elimination bracket happened last week, and XY and Artemisia were the 2 qualifiers. So they will be playing against the top 6 on ladder. Let's see how the bracket lines up with these 2 qualifiers. So that is one of the downsides of making it through the qualifiers. You end up being lined up with the #1 player from last season. That is J King on top of the bracket, taking on XY, one of our qualifiers. No in 5 is going head to head with Bubbles on the bottom half of the bracket. Hoi Hoi taking on Artemisia, again Artemisia being that qualifier, and Ari Big Ben taking on Cappuccino in the bottom of the bracket. So stay tuned. We're going to bring you all of this action again in less than an hour. But before we get there, I want to dive in with Darkness, where we talk a little bit about what got him into cards, his history in gaming, and of course that wonderful trip to Iceland. Darkness, welcome to the War Room. Now, normally you're part of the expert panel, but it's nice to finally have you here one-on-one for a little interview. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great today. Thank you for welcoming me here, Crystal.
Awesome. So I know we mentioned we want to talk all about your trip to Iceland. We want to hear about 1939 games. I think we've got a little video as well about your trip over there and some of the fun that you brought with you. But before we get to that, I wanted to take the opportunity to chat with you a little bit one-on-one, just around your, what brought you to cards, what got you into the game, some of your gaming background and stuff like that. I think at this point your name's pretty synonymous with cards in general. What kind of brought you to the game? Was it the World War II thematics? Was it just, the fact it was a card game? What got you into it?
Well, I was playing another CCG before, and of course, I'm a gamer since my early childhood, I believe. I started Hearthstone with the open beta, and I really liked this game. I played this for 2.5 years, completely free to play, because I was a student and I hadn't money to spend on random things. So this was important to me. In the early days, this was possible, even gaining a nice collection in Hearthstone and reaching the legend rank for basically every month. I was grinding Arena a lot for that grind to get the decent collection I need to. And I was a little bit too addicted to Hearthstone. My university wasn't really great. I missed a couple of tests. And when the midterms, not from a year, from the whole university, like the big finals for the first half of my education were coming, I just quit with Hearthstone and prepared for these. After that, I came to Dota 2 because I did it. I passed these big tests and I rewarded myself with a proper gaming PC. Maybe not the smartest idea, but I'm a gamer. So then I played Dota 2, and that is where my name came from. So I saw my brother. He went into Dota 2 a little bit earlier, and he had an amateur team, had a little of tournaments. I wanted that too. So I was playing a lot, and when this team disbanded, I I collected a few of them and made my own team. So if you want to do something, you need to do it yourself. This is one thing I learned there. And there I got my current name. Before that, I had a different or multiple different nicknames. But because my brother and I, we were playing so much Dota semi-competitive together, we were relatively high and on the same level. When we were searching for a match together, most of the time we got into the same team. So we played solo queue, but together. This was a little sneaky, and my brother changed his names like every single week. And one week he had his nickname "Hello Darkness, my old friend." And because we were playing in solo queue together, I named myself Darkness as a joke. So in a game from 10 dudes playing Dota solo queue in one team were Hello Darkness, my old friend, and Darkness. So this is where my name came from. And I really like this time playing together with my brother, having this Dota 2 team build up for fun, and of course being competitive. Since then, my name is Darkness. But when I finished my education, I quit Dota 2 as well. The reason for that was, even if I were the highest rank Immortal in Dota, I met Jarex, the current world champion from Team OG in Hamburg at an ASL 1 major tournament. I had the opportunity to play 1v1 against him. He was just 2 levels ahead of me. He was so much better, and I realized I need either completely focus on my esport career to be able to get money and something out of it, or I could use my 4 out of 5 years university and just finish that, my education, to have a stable job. And I choose that, quit Dota, prepared for my final exam. And because I quit Dota, I had suddenly a lot of free time because I played like 5 or 6 hours per day.
Wow.
And yeah, well, of course, I used I used some time to study, but I had still 2 or 3 hours in the evening. And then I noticed cards. Like one of the former Hearthstone streamer played that card game. I was like, yeah, this looks fun. Let's try it. Let's try it. And it was amazing. You don't have to pay a lot to be able to get a collection. You can collect this free to play by just grinding a couple of hundreds of hours. The community was nice. It was a nice small indie developer studio. Actually listened to the fan base, to the player. Completely different to Hearthstone. While the mechanic and the strategic was very similar to Hearthstone, where I came from. So I felt like home. And this is how I came into cards.
That's awesome. I have so many follow-up questions about that story. But thank you also for sharing where your name comes from. I make it a point to ask everybody where their name comes from because I think it's so interesting and you have so many different stories. So thank you for sharing that. I think that's a really, really funny way to come about that name. And I think that, the Hello Darkness, my old friend thing, at least from running some cards tournaments, I've definitely seen people get paired up against you. And, that line ends up being dropped in chat somewhere or in Discord. So that's awesome that's actually where that came from. So you mentioned you started with Hearthstone before playing cards, and obviously you've had a little bit of an affinity for CCGs. What is it about card games specifically that interests you?
I can't really say that. Well, I'm not interested in the theme. The World War II theme or the Blizzard theme, I'm not interested in that. I'm just interested in the mechanic. In maybe it's like because I like counting things, like a little habit of mine, or I actually like math and
Okay.
that, like thinking about the multiple pairs of possibilities, calculating what's best, what are the best odds here. That is the challenging part I'm interested to.
So a lot of times card games, it's exactly like you said, right? You've got that math, that more analytical side. It's a little bit slower paced. You can calculate things out. Now you went from Hearthstone, a single player, essentially a little bit slower pace game, to go into Dota, which is kind of the opposite in a lot of ways. Kind of what, which do you prefer, or did you find it a big jump to go from one to the other? Or like you said, your kind of background in gaming just made you feel real comfortable in Dota right away?
Um, I I like both. I really like the team aspect because you need to coordinate and to work together in
Mhm.
a team of five to be successful. And if you are, this feels very rewarding being part of this group, being part of this successful group, even if this is just a random victory in the matchmaking. But honestly, it's way harder to organize. I organized my team for 2.5 years, an amateur Dota 2 esport team. Well, maximum semi-professional. But this was so hard because there was always something going on between the
Mhm.
player, and it's very hard to schedule where all five players are able to train and to play tournaments. And there are some troubles between uh, some persons in the team or the team against one, and there are some roster changes because some people are choosing to have a real life and do something else, and you need to find someone new. Like every 2 months or 3 months, I need to look for someone new for the team. This was so exhausting.
Mhm.
Well, definitely rewarding, but you need to put a lot of work and effort into this. This is definitely some part my 6 hours per day for Dota came
Yeah.
from at least 1 hour team organization and stuff. So when I choose to focus on my education, I didn't had enough time to continue this. So this was a reason to change to cards and why I'm currently sticking to cards because I don't have a quarter of my day to fully invest into a team online game.
If only, wouldn't that just be the best? But you talk a lot about your education and, building, like you said, a stable career for yourself. And, you do have a demanding career and you're able to balance, some streaming, tournament play with cards and very high level esports. How do you balance kind of that career aspect as well as everything you do in the card scene?
Well, I have a full-time job and I I'm sometimes I'm joking about being addicted to, but I'm not an addict because I choose to prior prioritize
Mhm.
prioritize my real life, like my relationship and my work over my hobby, like my gaming. So my work comes first. I have a full-time job. Need to be in the office at certain times, and I need to sleep before that. So my day is scheduled after that, and the free time uh I'm having a long-term relationship with my girlfriend. So second, I need to look where when I'm able to meet her, when I'm able to visit her, when she's able to visit me, and then comes my gaming, my streaming content. And when I do have free time, I often play cards, mostly cards, or watching series or playing some other games just to relax. This is my schedule.
Yeah, so it's nice finding a balance between all of that. And I imagine at the same time you spoke of your girlfriend, and I know we've joked about it before. I think I did an interview after you won an event and you had baked her a cake, essentially bribing her, saying, "Hey, I'm gonna play card game today, but it's worth it because here's a cake." So would you say that she's understanding when it comes to, let's say, certain weekends being dedicated to a certain event or a tournament or something like that, you're either playing in or casting or whatever the case may be?
Yes, she's very understanding and supportive because she knows I I really love cards and my hobby, and I'm very happy doing so. So she's into it too and supporting me as well. Well, she's not a gamer. She doesn't really like games and playing this on her own, but she's supportive for me, and I really appreciate that. Of course, it's a thing to find the balance
Mhm.
correctly. So if I'm playing one weekend or one day 8 hours cards, I definitely need to prioritize her on the next day and treat her well. But that's definitely possible because she's open for my hobby, and other like my parents when I was in school, she don't think I'm an addict and I need professional help. So this helps a lot, being open-minded and not being
Mhm.
a gamer. And she sees not only how much I like this, but she sees how ambitious and how successful I am. Like being a cards player, winning tournaments, making some money. Um, this was the point where I changed the opinion of my parents as well. Like I finished my education, got a job, still playing games and winning money with that. My parents needed a long time to understand that, but no, they are supportive as well.
Well, especially when somebody like yourself can be balanced, right? You can finish school, you can start a career, you can have a healthy relationship where that person supports you, you can make a couple bucks on the side doing your hobby. I imagine that all helps kind of people, understand where you're coming from in that direction. You've talked a lot about the tournament scene and esports and Dota and things like that. Have you always been a very competitive person from that side of things, wanting to compete even from your Hearthstone days, making sure you make it to, let's say, Legend every month, things like that? Has it always been a big part of what you do?
Yeah, I'm a very ambitious and competitive person. I think everything I do is competitive for me. If I do something, I want to be the best and I want to be successful. And if I realize I'm not made to do this, I'm not good at it, and I'm not getting better, this is very disappointing for me
Mhm.
and forces me usually to do something else what is more healthy and more rewarding for me.
I also love that you have that vision, though, and the way you explained it is really important because you didn't just say, if I'm not good at this, I don't want to do it. It's if I'm not good and I don't see myself improving in it, because, yeah, you're not always going to start as being the best at anything, but you need to continue to put the effort in and put the work in. What kind of mindset do you have when you're in a situation where you start something new or try something new and you're working at improving at it? What keeps you focused and driven to continue, even if you're not, the best when you start out at a new project, new game, new whatever?
Well, I need to be interested in the game. Is it like the mechanic, what I really like about cards, or the theme, or the atmosphere, or whatever? For example, like starting a Twitch channel, starting a
Mhm.
YouTube channel. Um, First, to do that, I need to be interested, and I'm getting interested quickly. Like I'm able to hype myself, or I'm getting hyped a lot, and I want to try a lot of things and a lot of different things for me. I'm very much like this getting hyped and dreamer personality to have a lot of ideas and to try a lot of things. But most of the time, it's not working very well for me. And um, and I only can find this out when I try it, when I'm getting
Mhm.
invested, when I'm trying my best, when I put effort in this, like energy, power. But I need to get something back. Like if I'm not rewarded by something, I'm losing my interest very fast. So I dropped a lot of things because of that, because it's just not rewarding. So I really need to find something what is interesting for me in the first way, and where I see myself improving and getting better and getting something out of it.
And I think that makes perfect sense, right? If you're going to put the effort in, you want to see the reward back after the fact. Now, you mentioned from the beginning, right, that you're a gamer, and that's where a lot of that passion comes from, and that's where a lot of that excitement comes from the time that you were a child. What first got you into gaming? Do you remember the first game you played, or the first game that really like caught your eye and got you involved? What was that?
Yeah, my my earliest childhood memory with gaming came with my father, because at some day he got an old PC, I think Windows 95 from whoever, and in one room he had that, and this PC had a single game. I don't know the name and I wasn't able to find it, but it was a game where you could choose an airplane and flying around shooting at tanks. Like you could choose between three fighter, and there were like 4 or 5 different tanks, and the graphic were like, yeah, some green rocks. But this was my first memory with my father, and this was very nice playing with my father.
Mhm.
And yeah, since then I like gaming.
That's awesome. And I think so much of that is from that first experience and who introduces us to games and things like that. And I think back in one of my first memories of gaming is very similar. And it was actually the same thing. My father introduced me to a game. And I think back now, and I was like, at the time, my dad was in his, I don't know, late 20s, early 30s as well, like not far from what my age is. So it's like, yeah, you know what? That makes sense that he would also be excited about, especially at that point, newer technology coming out, new computers and things like that. That, yeah, I totally understand why, at the time they were excited about gaming becoming a thing as well in kind of the modern PC, in the modern world. So let's shift gears a little bit and talk about this famous trip to Iceland now that I've been hearing a load about. So, first off, why Iceland? Was it just to visit 1939, or did you have ulterior motives as to why you wanted to go to Iceland?
Well, actually, there are several reasons, but the main reason is I was top 4 at the last Cards World Championship, and the plan was like the first Cards World Championship, fly the top 4 participants to Iceland to the office so they can play there for the
Mhm.
prize money. But COVID-19 stole this experience from me.
Right.
So I say to myself, okay, let's grab the prize money and fly to Iceland by myself.
Awesome.
This was the main reason. But I was already interested in Iceland as vacation location, because Iceland has a lot of beautiful pictures like
Mhm.
volcanoes, the tectonic plates coming together, geysers, a lot of beautiful pictures. Some other people talked already about they were to Iceland. It was so beautiful, and my girlfriend as well. She was to Iceland once with her mother, and she's told me too that it's beautiful there. And yes, that's it. I just took my prize money from the tournaments I won and booked the vacation with my girlfriend.
That's
And
awesome.
of course, to visit 1939.
Right.
I'm deeply invested into cards with multiple things like being internal tester, being streamer, being tournament player, working together with you and
Mhm.
Miss Ollie a lot. So I just wanted to visit them to get the promised experience uh, they
Yeah.
they uh, they stole from me just
Yeah.
because of this. Mm.
And that's perfect. It's exactly like you said, that experience was taken away from you. So, hey, no problem. I'm going to take my prize money from cards and I'm going to go and I'm going to get that experience back. So, before we get to 1939 specifically, you were told a lot about Iceland. Seems like there's, obviously a lot of beautiful, aspects of nature and things like that. Did the trip kind of meet your expectations? Was it everything you thought it would be from that kind of, exploration perspective?
Well, yeah, it had everything I imagined, even better, like the good things, but it had some depths as well.
Okay.
Um, Maybe start with that. After this is solved, a funny little story. But the day I fly to Iceland, I had to move very early to the airport. I slept like 3 or 4 hours, went into the plane, flew to Iceland, picked up the rented car, grabbed my girlfriend. She had to go there earlier. She wasn't full vaccinated yet. So she spent 5 days in quarantine waiting for me. And well, I got the car, picked her up. We went to the apartment, wasn't ready yet, so we grabbed a snack, sit back into the car, ate something. And when we were there sitting in the parking lot, another driver tried to park his car at the place where our car was standing. So he crashed into us,
No.
damaged the car 2 hours after I picked up this rented car. Oh, after I didn't sleep for I slept 3 hours, was on travel for like 8 or 9 hours, and then that happened. The
Oh
first
no.
arriving day was could only get better after that.
Perfect.
Well, we solved this. This man was very nice. His daughter translated. He gave me his ID and his driver license to make a picture. We tried to contact the support hotline from the company, from the car renting company. Terrible English.
Oh no.
Terrible English. My girlfriend finally understood him, and he said, "Please look in the glove glove cave or
The glove compartment, yeah.
compartment." Yeah. Is there a paper what tells you what to do? No. Okay, sorry, I can't help you.
Oh no.
So we tried the second support hotline of this company, but they weren't speaking English or German or Icelandic, so we couldn't even communicate. I drove back to the airport, told the people there, hey, this happened. Look at the damage. They say, yeah, okay, it's a lot of damage, but it's just a scratch. Yeah, we charge you the minimum amount, and this is around $1,100. What the fuck? What?
What?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
the minimum amount?
That's the minimum amount. Iceland is expensive.
Okay.
Iceland is so expensive. Well, I paid this with my credit card. I got a invoice, a receipt. I met again with the man who caused this damage, and he paid me cash.
Wow.
So this was solved between both of us. No police or companies needed. We just solved this by our own. I'm glad that worked smoothly. But this was the first day, and I was so annoyed.
Yeah.
But it only got better after that.
I was gonna say, at least it got better after that. We do have some pictures of some of your trip, but before we get to that, I just wanted to chat a little bit about visiting 1939 as well. What was that like? Was that what you expected? I know again we're gonna show a video as well a little bit later on. You got to meet a good amount of the team as well. How was the visit there?
The visit was amazing. I'm working a lot with Ollie and casting together, speaking together. I think once or twice a month I'm in contact with Ollie, and we are not only working together, we are more having a friendly relationship.
Mhm.
And I was, well, actually, that kind of friendly relationship. My girlfriend is sometimes a little bit jealous because I spend a lot of time with him. So I was very happy to see him, and of course, the 1939 office, the place where KARDS is made. So I was very, very excited to see them, and they were excited to see me. So this was a very friendly get-togethering. I chatted with them earlier via email, like, hey, I'm available at these days. And they invited me to the office like 4 p.m. after they work to have a beer and a chat. This was amazing. Very, very enjoyable time. I brought some German candy as well. I got some intel, but most of the time we just talked about random things and get to know each other. I really loved this experience. I got a gift. I got a gift from Ren. Wait a second.
You can tell the Darkness is so excited about this as he bolts out of his chair. And then runs by the other way. There we go.
I got a KARDS bag. I'm so excited because early on, the first season winner received a bag like this as well. This is
That's
like
awesome.
a little bag with some gifts in it, like something like this, and some model plane and tank
That's so cool.
in the KARDS theme. And I was so happy about the first bag. I'm wearing this like 2 years every day, and it's very used and start falling apart. I was so happy to get a new one. I was very very excited about that and celebrating this like the next days, and annoying my girlfriend a little bit over that.
It was your favorite part of the trip, and she's just like, "Yeah, you're going to hang out with Ollie some more." Okay.
Yeah, like that.
But that's, I mean, it's like you said, right? You've worked with Ollie a lot. You kind of have come in contact with different people in 1939 through all the work you've done, and doing some of the testing and all that. So to finally meet these people in person has been, quite the experience for you. So I totally get why you're that excited, and get a little bit of swag as well. It definitely helps keep that excitement going. You did share some of the images of your trip, so I figure we can kind of jump into those. I think Mark has them queued up, some of the different sites you had seen. So that's the Blue Lagoon.
Well, the first 3 days, my girlfriend and I, we made a trip, well, did several trips through Iceland to see the nature and a lot of famous things. You will see some places of this. And yeah, this is a Blue Lagoon. It's like a little lake, but it's very warm, like a swimming pool, because there's hot water coming out of the earth. And next to this, there's a big building as well to get this geothermal energy from this hot water and steam. And I think, yeah, that's me.
You can almost see like the steam coming up. It looks like it's nice and warm.
It's nice and warm. And I think this is one of the 25 world wonders, the Blue Lagoon, because the water, as you can see, it's like blue and a little bit like milk, so like white blue. It's amazing. They said it's from silica, the white thing all over the rocks. It's very enjoyable there, and this was very relaxing. And it's just beautiful because the landscape, not only just behind me in that picture, but all over the place for kilometers. These are 800 years old lava rocks. And the whole area is looking like that, like black rocks all over the place. And then you will find a blue lagoon in the middle of that, of nearly nowhere. What is actually very nice and very enjoyable. But well, for this is day one of activities. Something was wrong there. Never mind. And the weather report said, typical for Iceland, rain the whole day. 3 hours without rain, but completely cloudy. We arrived there. 6 hours of sunshine, and we forgot the sunblocker. So as you can see in this picture, I'm starting to get my skin burned. I'm getting a little red there. This was after the car accident. The second thing, I burned myself.
Oh no.
Burned ourselves really badly, like the shoulder and the part of the arms. But
It's like you.
it's better after that.
Are you collecting garbage in the Blue Lagoon at this point?
Well, in the Blue Lagoon, there is an in-pool bar. So you
Wow.
can get drinks, even alcohol, while being in the pool. But not all people are getting the bottles and the glasses back. And they were lying at the side, at the rocks. Yes, I was just collecting them and putting them in the right spaces. And you can see I'm getting even more red.
It's just the progression of how red you are getting.
The
Look at
progression.
you, the upstanding citizen collecting the garbage, keeping the Blue Lagoon clean. We appreciate that.
Yeah, I try to be a nice tourist. They ask tourists all over the place to be nice and collect the trash, etc. So I just did that, respected the speed limit. But later in the 1939 office and at dinner, after that, they explained me only tourists are expecting the speed limit and so everything's down. Well, this is day 2. Well, I'm not looking that bad, but definitely more red than usual. This was a beautiful waterfall. I think this is the waterfall with the most amount of water coming down. It was actually very wet there because the waterfall continues to the right from this picture, and a lot of not steam but aerosol,
like mist.
Mist is coming up there. But again, this was another sunny day. Like the 3 days of our activities were very sunny. This was a very beautiful day. You could even see a little rainbow there. This was a nice experience, but next to the waterfall there was nothing but a gift shop with crazy prices. So
yeah. the tourist trap, if you will.
Tourist trap. And this is day 3. This is the glacier Solheimjökull. I trained this a lot to pronounce this, as it means home of the sun. And the guide was joking because in Iceland it's raining 360 days a year. So we were very lucky seeing this glacier in the sun, because usually it's ironic because it's raining so much and the Icelandic people still name this glacier home of the sun, although it's not sunny there. So this was a lucky day, and this was very, very exciting too. Well, at day 3 I got used to the weather. It was between 8 and 15 degrees Celsius there, and I came from Germany where it was 28.
Mm-hmm.
So the first days I was shaking and driving all day. But it was very sunny there. I put on ski underwear and we climbed the glacier in a little group. This was amazing. And again, you can see a lot of these rocks, these mountains in Iceland. The nature there is just beautiful, and sometimes like a different planet.
Well, like you said, you've seen a little bit of everything because, and I mean, as we take a look at this photo, you've got your lagoon, you've got your glaciers, you've got your waterfalls, you've got your volcanoes. You can really get to everything in a small space.
Exactly. This is day 7, I believe. After Wednesday, with the guys at the 1939 office, at Saturday, I met again with Ollie, where you guys from 983 were producing the OCC. Ollie finally got a free Saturday, not having, not needing to organize the OCC all by himself. And we used this time to make a little trip all over the country to check out the active volcano. I can't pronounce this volcano. This one erupted in April this year after sending hundreds of little earthquakes to Reykjavik and the office of 1939 as well. And this is one mountain next to the volcano. You can't see the eruption, but the frozen lava. This is a black area in the back where a little smoke came out. The lava came down this mountain into this valley and froze, and it's black now. And yeah, this is some fresh earth. And Ollie, my girlfriend, and I had a nice day driving through the country, watching this volcano, getting to the place where the plates, like the North American and the Eurasian plate, come together, and crossing bridge like, hey, we are in Europe now. Now we are on North America, in Europe. Let's have a chat over there in another continent. This was a very fun day.
That's awesome. And I think, oh yeah, we have one more picture from 1939. That's at headquarters.
Yeah, that's a big box in the headquarters. They do have a big room office. I don't know the right terminology, but their office is very pretty. Like, it's a lot of free space, a lot of PCs and technique, but a lot of like vintage things and cards themed things, as well as these wood box looks like coming straight out of 1940, out of the World War. And they have a lot of other things like cards bags. I think there were like hundreds all over the place. And like a steel helmet and more things like that, like posters. Their office is very aesthetic. And this is where we had a German candy challenge, because as a gift, I bought some German candy with me for them to try, to get a nice first impression, because I was so excited. I wanted to have a nice first impression.
For sure. And I think we have a little clip of your German candy challenge here.
The first candy is not, all of that is not sponsored. The first candy is Hanuta.
Hanuta?
Well, most of the people from other countries maybe don't know that, but this is very popular.
Popular.
Well,
This looks like Nutella.
It's not Nutella, different company, but it's the right direction. It's basically some waffles and chocolate cream in between with some pieces of hazelnut.
Okay.
Hanuta. Yeah, Hanuta. This is short for Haselnuss. Tafel. Yeah.
I had some when I was over in Vienna once. They were really good. Like, I feel like from that part of Europe, you guys make really good wafer candies. Wafer cookies, keep at it. Good.
Yeah, there are a lot of similar things, like you maybe know Duplo, which is like a really long stick, basically, of chocolate, and they will say it's a praline, but it's basically like just wafers in between chocolate, and it tastes like hazelnuts as well. So chocolate, hazelnuts, and wafers is like the best combination in Germany.
Yeah, it's really good. But I think this is a trick. You're kind of giving us the nice ones first.
Yeah.
Those looked great. I think the whole video is on your YouTube page. Is that correct?
It will arrive on my YouTube. Maybe it is when this interview is getting live.
Okay.
But it will definitely be at my YouTube channel. Yes.
Awesome. Do you want to tell people where that would be and where they can find you if they haven't found you yet?
You can find me on YouTube and on Twitch at Darkness for Gaming.
Awesome. So you'll be able to find that whole video there. I have one more question for you though, Darkness, because we saw in the Blue Lagoon pictures, for example, that little bun you had going on or the ponytail, and you've got an absolute fresh haircut. What made you decide, hey, it was time for a little trim?
Yeah, actually, I thought about that already 1 year ago. Like, from my childhood, I liked long hair. I wanted to have my hair long, and I fight against my parents to get my hair longer, longer. And as student, I was able to just let it grow and getting a ponytail, very long hair. Well, I liked that, but at some point I was thinking about getting a change, and long hair is not always great because if this bump is too tight, I'm getting a headache. It's not very comfortable, and I had a lot of baby hair, like short hair, not getting into the ponytail, like the front and in the back, and I was looking a little messy. So yeah, I was thinking about a change a lot, and I needed 1 year to be brave enough to do it. But at the end of my vacation, like one week after the Iceland trip, I decided, yeah, let's do it. I called at the barber place, and they said, yeah, come in 1.5 hours. I thought, great. I went there, and when they asked me what to do, I said, yeah, cut my hair, like that, cut it off.
That's great. Well, it looks fantastic. Thank you again for joining us, Darkness, here on the War Room. Is there anything else you want to mention or put that there into the community before we wrap this up?
Well, if you're into cards and playing cards, make sure you're following the cards Discord and maybe the bigger streamer like Spooz, like me, and like 983. They are organizing the tournaments. There are a few more tournaments coming in the next couple of months, but everything leads to the next World Championship in November and December. So this is going to be exciting. Check that out.
And knock on wood that this time around, the top 4 for the World Championships will actually get flown to Iceland and actually play the game in person, COVID permitting. So thank you so much for joining us again, Darkness. And I know you'll be back on the War Room soon, whether that's in another interview or the expert panel. So I will see you again soon in the KARDS universe.
Thank you very much, Krista.
Thank you again, Darkness, for sharing some of those highlights of your trip to Iceland. If you do want to see that Candy video in its entirety and find out exactly which German delicacy that the 1939 crew liked the most, check out the full video on Darkness's YouTube channel. You can find them at Darkness for Gaming. Now, we also have more cards action coming up for you next weekend. On Sunday, we have the top 4 of Cards Open number 8. That is going to be cast by Darkness, Bubbles, and Ollie. Before we get there, though, we have the top 8 of OCC for August. Over to you, Ollie and crew.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another KARDS Officer Club Championship. My name is Olikrummi, and I will be your host today. I am joined by two amazing human beings. It is Spooz and Scout. How are you guys doing?
So I'm doing fine. I'm really excited for the OCC today and to cast it together with you guys. I think it's the first time in this constellation, and pretty excited to see how it works and have a lot of fun with you, hopefully.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's great to be here, be back again, hanging out with you guys. I think it's the first time I'm hanging out with Spooz too on the casting bench, so that could be really fun.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm super happy to see both of you back here with us. Spooz, you went to Italy earlier this summer, right?
Yeah, 1 week. We went to Lago Maggiore and had some really cool weather, and we went there with my girlfriend and 5 friends, and yeah, it was really enjoyable.
Awesome. Did you do anything other fun activities this summer?
I was after that I was 1 week at my parents. They also live at a big lake, and yeah, had some nice weather there too. And we did a lot of nice things like a boat tour. And yeah, next thing on the agenda might be visiting Iceland, like Darkness already did. Yeah, already planned it last year, but then COVID happened, and hopefully can do it this year, and maybe around the World Championship. We'll see.
I mean, we would definitely be happy to have you and to meet you here in the 1939 Games offices if you were to show up. And I mean, for everybody that is kind of thinking about a trip to Iceland, I mean, I do know there is a pandemic. It is a hassle, but we are currently planning to offer some seats in the studio during the World Championship for people that are interested in watching in person. They will be free of charge, but we're going to put it up so that you have to reserve your tickets and that kind of stuff. So just a heads up to anyone that if you are planning a trip to Iceland, then beginning of December might be a good time. But what about you, Scott? How's your summer been?
Summer's been pretty good. Just recently moved to a new house, got a new setup here. It's been real great, super chill. Nothing too exciting really outside of that.
Awesome. Well, summer is almost coming to an end. I can definitely feel it on my end. The office is filling up again. For a lot of people that don't know, Iceland takes the most days off per 100 days anywhere in the world. So the country kind of gets crippled during summer. It's actually crazy. So there have been some delays and snags, but it's super exciting to be back in the thick of things and feeling things pick up again and be back here with another Officer Club tournament. So let's jump into the bracket here and see what is in front of us for today. Starting off with the first match, it's going to be between, well, we're going to be starting off not with the first match in the bracket there, which should be J King versus, what is that? Is that XY? Yeah, XY. XY yeah. But because we haven't been able to get a hold of one of the competitors, we're going to be starting off with the second match in the bracket, which is No In 5 versus Innocent Bubbles. Following that, that's going to be, that's Hoi Hoi versus Artemisia. Yes. And then finally, Ari Big Ben versus Cappuccino to round out the bracket. Guys, what matches are you looking forward to here today? And what are you kind of looking at? We have 5 Chinese players here in the top 8.
Yeah, so I guess the chances are high that a Chinese player might win the whole OCC, but I already took a look at the deck list, and I think J King and Ari are really well prepared for the OCC meta. 7 out of 8 players, for example, are bringing a fast Heinz deck. J King is not, and he's playing a lot of decks that are good against aggressive decks. So I think those 2 players from Team Emo have good chances to win this one.
Yeah. What about you, Scout?
Yeah, honestly, haven't been following the OCCs too much lately. However, I do always look forward to the familiar names. You know, Ari, Hui Hui, J King, Innocent Bubbles. Always excited to see them play. They're, as far as I know, really consistent players, always here and just always bring really exciting matches.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited to see kind of how the tournament meta continues to evolve, because a lot of people have been talking about the ladder meta becoming a little bit stale. So let's see what answers are going to be brought to that here. Now let's look at the players we have in the first match here today, starting with No In 5 coming out of China. Looking at his stats there, he has 4,586 total matches, and out of those, 3,163 are wins and only 1,423 losses, giving him a win rate of 68, almost 69%. He finished the season 4th, meaning that he was automatically qualified to be a part of the top 8 here, as the top 6 are, and his most played nation is Britain. That's an insane win ratio.
Yeah, pretty incredible.
And I mean, let's look at Bubbles here, and I mean, it's funny to see a guy like NoIn5 with 4,600 matches look like a newbie next to Bubbles and his cake.
What is that? Cheesecake? Nice.
I'm not sure. Well, he hails from Wales. Total matches 13,943, 8,418 wins, 5,525 losses, giving him a win rate of 60.37%. Finished the season in 5th, and his most played nation is Germany. Now let's take a look at the decks that these guys are going to be bringing on into this best out of 3 here in the quarterfinals. Why don't you guys talk us through these decks here from NoIn, starting with his Japanese US deck.
Do you guys the scout or should I? Okay, it might be itself. So I'm going to start with the Japan US deck from NoIn, which is a really interesting deck. NoIn is having 3 very interesting decks. First is, as I already said, Japan US Lightning Conquest Fury deck. He's having a lot of Fury units in his deck and Lightning Conquest, Usage, and the supply shipment. And if this works out, it can be a turn, I don't know, turn 3, turn 4 OTK, kill your opponent. I'm really excited to see if he's allowed to bring this deck and how it's working out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the credit curve there, and there are 27 2-cost units. That is absolutely insane. When the biggest unit you're packing is a key 83, you know you got an aggressive deck on your hands there. Super interesting to see how this one is going to go. The next up for NoIn5 here is another deck. Let's take a look at that. That is his Britain and Japan deck. And I believe this is going to be focused on air. Yeah.
A lot of players are bringing Brit Japan air decks, and this is one of it. And yeah, nothing more to say than it's a really good deck at the moment. And yeah, you see it that a lot of players are bringing it, and I think Bubble should do good in maybe banning this deck, because we might see in Bubbles, and he's playing a lot of he's playing decks that are not that great against Brit Air.
All right, and the final deck NoIn5 is bringing for us, it is a Germany-Japan deck there, and that's looking to be kind of a little bit more on the aggro side. It is a fast Heinz deck that we know and love.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, 7 players are bringing a version of Fast Heinz. Very interesting about NoIn's version is that he's playing 4 pursuits. Very interesting. Wow. It can be really bad when you're in a position where you want to fight back and maybe lost control of the front line, and then maybe pursuit is not the best answer to come back to the game here. So we will see if 4 pursuits really pay out.
Well, 4 pursuits, that is definitely, if you try and play a guard against him, it is not going to stick. He's bringing 2 aggro decks, and quickly before we jump on over into Bubbles' decks, Japan aggro versus Germany aggro, which one is better right now?
Japan aggro versus
German Fast Heinz, which is a better aggressive deck at the moment?
I think the big advantage of German aggro is that you have a 1/3 tank that can cover a lot of the Japanese early units. They only have 1 health and 2 attacks, so the Panzer II might survive and 1 attack and gets another trade. And I think Fast Heinz is having a slight advantage there, but not too much, I guess.
All right, well, let's jump on over to what Bubbles is bringing, and well, it looks like his first deck being a US-Japan deck with a whole lot of 1-drops.
Yeah, and also interesting that he's playing Overwhelming Force. I think we've never seen that in an OCC before, or I completely missed it. And he's also having Patton. Yeah, he's game plan is to flood the board early in the game and then bring in the Shermans to redraw his hand. And yeah, just overwhelm your opponent with Calm Before the Storm and Naval Supply Run. And I think that's his game plan here.
Well, see how it goes in implementing that game plan. Next up for Bubbles is going to be a Germany-Japan deck. And this one feels pretty similar to the one we just saw on the No 5 side, the Fast Heinz deck.
Yeah, correctly. It's just another Fast Heinz deck. Bubbles is playing without any pursuits. He's preferring to have Stuk 3F, for example, in it. And yeah, we will see if they face a mirror, which one might be the better one.
All right, and the final deck here for Bubbles is going to be a Japan-Germany deck, another aggro list. And I mean, we might see in this situation, if it happens that Bubbles bans out the Brit deck, and if No 5 bans out Bubbles' less aggro deck, then we might see kind of a mirror matchup like Japan-Germany, Japan-Germany. But this just looks like a very kind of standard Japan aggro, not really playing into that same Fury theme as No 5.
Yeah, Bubbles is relying also on the Faint Retreat, which is a card I haven't seen in a while in a deck. But Bubbles is bringing it again here, and yeah, pretty excited to see which of the Japan-German version might be better.
Well, I mean, an interesting fact about the Faint Retreat card being included in the Japanese aggro decks, Mr. M, who actually won last month's OCC, he brought that in his Japan aggro deck. So maybe it's making a comeback. Who knows? Well, in any case, while we wait for the players to get on into the match, we can say that they have a green light to get on going. So once we know that they are in the match, we can jump on into the action. But we can take a look at the bans while we wait. No 5 getting his Brit Air deck banned out, and Bubbles getting his Germany aggressive Fast Heinz deck being brought out, taken out. Sorry.
Yeah, good choice for Bubbles. I mean, his Japan-German deck is weak against Brit Air, so a logical step for him to ban it here. And Fast Heinz being probably the best deck at the moment in the game, also a logical step for Noin to ban it from Bubbles' side.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you talk about it. I mean, Bubbles banning out the Brit Air because he just doesn't have the tools to deal with it. But you're talking about Fast Heinz being kind of arguably the most powerful deck there. Is there a world in which Bubbles should have banned the Fast Heinz deck from No 5?
Not really, because Bubble also has it in his list, and there's always the chance that he gets a mirror matchup there, and it all depends on whether the starting hand or the better player, and so I think it's way better to just ban Brit Air.
All right. Well, Scout, are you back with us?
Yes.
Awesome. All right, we are about to jump on into the game. It looks like the hand from No 5 got swallowed by Innocent Bubbles. Bubbles is bored, but we'll hopefully get that back up soon.
Bubbles really unfortunate with the starting hand here. In his first try, he did not even find the first drop, and even now, it's looking really terrible. Unfortunately, we cannot see No 5 here. No 5's hand here, but he's having a good start. Bubbles might also already be in trouble here, I guess.
I find it interesting that Bubbles chose to keep the Overwhelming Force. I wonder what his plan is with that card.
Did he keep it?
Yes.
Oh, that is really interesting.
Usually that's a card you might want to get later in the game to like help you finish something off. But really interesting that he picked it so early and wanted to keep it.
Oh, and there's a 1-drop.
Yeah, already putting Bubbles on the back foot there.
Bubbles, I think he may want to probably get a 30-second infantry right now and try to get a patent out. Looks like really unfortunate for Bubbles there. As an aggro deck, you really don't want to have nothing for turn 1.
Absolutely. Oh, man. Look at this.
Ooh.
I mean, there is at least a 2-drop here.
Yeah, a little something out from Bubbles. No one, however, laying on the pressure.
All right. I do have No in 5's hand here. We're just having a little bit of trouble getting it into the broadcast. Actually, he's holding a supply shipment and a lightning conquest in his hand right now. So if he draws a 1-drop unit, we might see a big damage come out from him with the lightning conquest on this next turn.
Knowing with that big tempo play with the bounce infantry,
Yeah.
might be able to close out the game here.
Almost.
no
Yeah,
chance.
that's it. That's it.
Wow.
Wow.
Turn 4. No in 5. Man, did he not waste any time getting into that one.
Holy moly, that was a fast one. As I expected, it can be possible to kill your opponent turn 4, turn 5. He did not even need a Fury unit. On the other hand, Bubbles with a really, really bad starting hand. I mean, he's having, what, 9 cards in it? No, 11 cards that cost 1k, and he did not even find a single one. So that was very, very unfortunate. If he really kept that overwhelming force, that might have been a fold there. I'm not sure why he would do that. But yeah, maybe we can ask him later and find out.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, really, really, really unfortunate starting hand. But that starting hand is looking a little bit better
Oh.
for Bubbles there. That's like the wet dream starting hand of the Japanese aggro.
Yeah, much better this time around. These starting hands, especially in these aggro meters, are incredibly important. I would
but
say
also, yeah, Noin is having the Panzer 2. So if he would have not have that, it would have been a way better position for Bubbles. But having that Panzer 2, as I mentioned earlier, it probably trades into 2 units. So I think, yeah, he finds a Type 93. That is so important because now he's covering the Panzer 2. What is this?
Oh, I just told everybody that we're live.
I think Bubbles and Noin already mentioned. I realized.
Well, I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah, that Type 93 find was really important there. And now we can go with the raiding. Oh, yes. This is looking...
Bubbles turning it around.
It is amazing how much value you get out of the 0 op cost units there on the Japanese side, especially when you find a Type 93 to boost them up. You can have like a few of those 1-1 tanks in your support line, find a Type 93, and all of a sudden you're pushing a whole lot of damage to face without paying anything for it.
Yeah, really brutal when you don't have answers, as we saw earlier in the match before. When you don't have answers against these early aggression units, and then your opponent is finding cards to buff them, you literally can't do anything.
Yeah,
You
and go ahead.
A lot of the answers for these aggro decks too is in the aggro mirrors is to just trade into units, and if you can't really start developing the board and get things to trade, it's just going to snowball super hard, and you don't really have a way to kind of come back from that super easily.
Oh, that is a nice for the Emperor here. He's probably going for the Type 93 and then trade the Panzer 2 into the 15th Cavalry. Or he's trading both frontline units. Can also be an option here. But Type 93 is so annoying when your opponent is having units in the front line and you just cannot reach that unit. Look, now the Panzer 3 is also the Panzer 35T is also having 3 attack. So maybe it would have been better to kill the Type 93 there. Sure, you get 2 more damage to face turn after, but at least that thing is out of the way.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking at a very different situation here for Bubbles, very much finding the upper hand. We'll lose that 35T, though, but shouldn't be the end of the world. He can still pour on the pressure. He can push that recon into the front line. Surprise attack. No real issues here for Bubbles. He's just a happy camper where he's at.
I mean, the Panzer 3 is really frightening there on the one side, and every tank that he's deploying now is having blitz. And he finds the name gun, which is not really helping. So I think he's looking for further answers here with the Panzer 3. But there's a lot of pressure on his side already with Bubbles facing 8 damage here into his 9 health HQ.
I mean, he's threatening 9 damage, right? Because there's no guard unit. He can push that Type 93 up as well.
You're correct. Yeah.
And Noen with quite a massive card advantage here. If he can clear this without taking too much damage, Innocent Bubbles is going to be pretty starved for options to maybe close out the game.
Yeah, Bubbles running a little bit slow on stuff here.
Ooh. That bombing raid.
Ah, that's tough now.
Yeah, Beffelswagen coming out as well, locking up that front line. But Bubbles, I mean, his situation is looking a little bit worse for wear now. If Noen is able to find any blitz units, which he's not. He's not able to deal with that front line.
Ah, he is. His
no.
3 is giving his unit splits. So...
Yeah, he has the Panzer 3 on the board. That'll give unit splits.
Ah, that's true. That's true.
So he can clear the front line if he wants to. He can just play the Stück and the Befehlswagen and clear the front line, or he can even use the Panzer 3. Ooh, this is not looking good for Bubbles.
I mean, it definitely isn't. Just short of the damage that he needed to take down the HQ. But I mean, if he picks up a feigned retreat or something on the next turn here, things might change. Is he packing an Enigma in there?
I believe he is.
Yeah, I think the 2. I think he's having 2, I guess. Take a look.
I think he has 1.
Yeah,
Yes, he
he's
has
having
1
1.
Enigma.
So Enigma or Feint Retreat.
Playing that Type 94, meaning that he can pin that Stug. Threatening lethal if nothing comes out now, but there's a 35T that can kill the front line.
Oh, that's it. Only Spoils of War is the only chance to find removal here, I guess.
I think no one there should have went for
What are the
the
options?
trades.
No, he's not having any blitz, so wow, Bubbles equals the score here.
All right. Well, I mean, we're getting what we want. We're getting an exciting 3-game series here right off the bat between No and 5 and Bubbles. Both have managed to push their aggressive decks just forcibly across the field and decimate their opponent's HQ. Just not enough answers there for No and 5. And I can see already on our second screen here that they are gearing to go into game number 3. The challenge was issued before Bubbles was even out of the game, right? No one was just like, no. I'm gonna win this next one. So
yeah, it's not just the matches that are very fast, also the queuing between the matches. The players just want to see who's going to the next round here.
That's true. And for anybody that hasn't noticed, we are back to doing this completely live. The players are playing live. We were going to have spectator mode, but there were some technical issues, so we are making do with a temporary solution. So we apologize for any technical disruptions, but you guys asked us to do more live stuff again. We're doing more live stuff again, and we couldn't be more excited about it.
Bubbles a little better luck with his US deck this time around, actually getting some 1-drops.
Yeah.
Oh, the honorable death coming in huge there, actually.
Yeah, but no one is having a second Panzer 2 in his hand, and also with a blitz ability can clear the front line now. And Bubbles not with that much of a backup here, having 2 first Marines.
There we go.
Yeah.
But there's the Sherman. Oh, the Sherman was a good top deck there.
Yeah, he's just going to need to make sure he gets that front line back, or else that Sherman isn't going to do too much for him.
I agree, yeah. Also, I think no one is having 2 Befehlswagen in the hand.
Oh, double Sherman. The Sherman train.
So why would no one not move the Panzer 2 to the front line and deploy 2 Befehlswagen here?
Those are 35Ts, right?
Really? I don't think so.
Are they not? I think so. Chinese cards. Chopping grass, roots and grass.
Oh.
All right. I mean, no and 5 here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you are correct. They are Befelswagens. He correctly read that almost perfectly, that he needed to push for the front line there. And somehow he's gotten 4 units into the front line.
Wow. Okay, that's it. There's no way.
Another Sherman.
Oh my god.
Wow!
That calm before the storm, super broken. I mean, holy moly. I mean, this is the best spot where you can have a calm before the storm. Get units to the front line from the Befehlswagen, just spend enough credits to go to the front line, where you cannot even or need to attack phase, and then you just drop calm before the storm and get so much value out of 3k. Oh my god. How will Bubble ever... I think there is no way.
I don't think so either. I mean, he's a few credits off of Seaborn, so he's not going to be able to alleviate the pressure. Even if he does all the training in the world, that's not going to be enough to take out what he needs to from the front line there of No and 5. I think this just might be game, and with that draw, absolutely, it is game.
Well,
Wow.
Nothing you could have done there. Holy moly.
What a deck from No and 5, and what a play. He got, what was that, 5 units in the front line for 1 credit within that turn?
Yeah, pretty insane. 2 Befehlswagen, and in hindsight, it was a good choice to not go to the front line there on turn 3 and deploy both. Just delay it a little bit, stack more units, and then get an even better calm before the storm. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I think that more patient play would work better up against this US deck, because if it were like a German tank mirror, you risk the risk of your opponent having their own beef wagons and really bolstering that front line. But I'm pretty sure he saw that Bubbles didn't really have an easy way to really bolster that front line, and he had a pretty good chance at clearing and taking it back there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was crazy, and there we see the results. No-Win winning with his German and Japanese decks. Bubbles winning with his Japanese aggro deck as well, but not finding that success with the US deck, and unfortunately that means that our champion here from Wales is out. There's no longer a representative for the Dragons in the tournament. So next up, if we take a look at the brackets to see what is coming up next, we'll take a look there. That means that we're going to be moving over to Hoi Hoi versus, I don't have it in front of me. Where is the name? He is versus Artemisia. Artemisia, yeah. Now, Hoi Hoi, we've seen him plenty of times before. He's a staple of the tournament scene. He's won OCCs. He's been here, done that. Artemisia, we're seeing them for the first time. When you take a look at their decks, how are you reading into it? What are they bringing to the table?
I think we take a look at the player profiles first. And in the meantime, I can just open my deck list here, and then we can take a look at this.
Sure. All right. Well, we're starting off with Hoi Hoi. This is I believe this is the most successful Chinese competitive player, not in terms of prize money won, because CCMS has that on lock, I believe. But in terms of most appearances in top 8s and top 4s throughout the history of cards, that is Hoi Hoi. He's played 12,162 matches. He's won 7,880 of those, lost 4,282, giving him a win rate of 64.79%. He finished the season in second, and he's constantly in that top battle on the ladder. His most played nation is Germany. And his opponent, Artemisia. That is a newcomer here in the scene, and oh, that's not the correct one. That is Ari Big Ben with his Terminator face. See, we're doing it live. All right, Artemisia, there we go. Artemisia, well, much like Bubbles' opponent that just knocked him out, is a newcomer here and has just around 5,000 matches. 3,000 of those have been wins, 2,030 have been losses, a win rate around 60%. He finished that season in 16th place, but then battled through the pre-qualifiers to make it into the top 8. So he's coming warmed up into this tournament, fresh off the tournament meta. Most played nation is going to be Germany, and I am always excited to see new players in the tournament scene. Now let's jump on over into the decks that these guys are bringing, starting with Hoihoi's decks. It's going to be a German-Japanese deck. What are we looking at here, Spooz? This looks to be a Fast Heinz aggro deck. Is there anything special about this one?
I have not seen anything special. I think the only thing that you might want to mention is that he's playing Leopold. A lot of the other players are not playing it, but instead of that, it's just the standard Fast Heinz deck.
All right. Next up here for Hoihoi is going to be his second deck. That is a Britain deck, and
Yeah.
I think this one is interesting to me. This one is a little bit different to what I've seen so far, bringing in that carpet bombing and to the last man for board clear.
Yeah, definitely a lot of AoE in this deck. A lot more turtley, kind of playing the long game. I think he's got some Torres in here, Desperate Measures, and order damage boosters like Imperial Decree. Quite a few strong guards as well. Looks like he's really trying to kind of stomp out that aggro meta with a little anti-meta in the form of AoE.
Yeah, it looks like the Japan-France resistance deck, but with Britain ally. But I'm not really sure what is the benefit of playing Britain there over France, where you have the resistance cards to annoy your opponent additionally to all the removal and all the healing. But yeah, I think Hui is having a plan here, and pretty excited to see if it works out against this very aggressive meta that we have at the moment.
Yeah, I'm still like kind of looking through this deck list and trying to figure it out exactly. This is what I love about the OCCs. This is what I love about the Opens. Is that's where I feel like we get to see these really smart techie type decks like this one. But the last deck that Hoihoi is going to be bringing for us this time around is going to be his Britain Japanese deck, and this is Brit Air, if I'm not mistaken.
Quite similar to Bubbles' British Air deck, I believe. It's pretty much an aggro deck in a way, with a little control options as well. A little bit of pin, a little bit of AoE. Can kind of hold its own pretty well against these Fast Heinz decks that we see a lot of.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how that does, or if it gets through. Brit Air, definitely a popular deck, has always been extremely popular in the Chinese community as well. But let's swap over to Artemisia and see what decks they are going to be bringing to the table here. Artemisia starting us off with a Germany-Japan deck. This is a Fast Heinz deck as well. Is there anything? I mean, I noticed there was a Leopold in the Fast Heinz deck here from Hoihoi, but no such thing here from Artemisia.
No, this is also just the standard Fast Heinz with Stux 3 in it. The main difference between Fast Heinz decks is basically if people are playing Stux 3 in it or not. Or is it Stux 2? Let me see. It's Stux 2. Oh wait, I mixed it up. No, he's not even playing it. But that's the main difference. If you expect the counter matchup, then it's better to have that Stux in your deck, because it's dealing double damage against all the tanks and probably surviving an attack and get the double trade on that end. But yeah, Artemisia is not having it in his version here, if I see correctly.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these slight variations of Fast Heinz do against each other if we do get the mirror matchup. The second deck that Artemisia is bringing for us here, that is another deck that we've gotten quite familiar with, and I think shows plainly that this deck is a strong archetype right now and a very popular one in the Chinese community, and that is Brit Air.
Yeah, nothing more to say. I mean, the Chinese players, when they bring Brit Air, it's basically just the same version. So we saw this deck a few times today.
Yeah.
Looking at it closely, nothing really stands out from the last ones. So
the only thing that I mean, I think he's bringing a couple of Sendais that Hoihoi was not bringing. if I'm not mistaken. But apart from that, pretty much the same.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, I mean, don't fix it.
That's true. That's true. Well, the last deck being brought here by Artemisia is going to be a Soviet Britain deck, and this one is a very popular one on the ladder.
First bit of Soviet representation. A lot of I believe this is a value deck. A lot of.
I mean, this is the one that I've been playing. This is the deck that I've been playing on ladder.
Yeah, and it's really annoying to play against it. I mean, triple confusion, double partisan, 0 factories, then you have the broken 272nd in it. Yeah, I mean, it can be really annoying when you build a board and your opponent's just playing confusion, trade into a unit, and get the Euro factory maybe into and have a unit on his side. I mean, this can be very frustrating.
Yeah, and the amount of pace that you can actually push by even Euro factoring early units on your side. I mean, he's not running the Chaika, but that's what I've been using, and Euro factoring that just to push tempo. So there's so much in here. There's also a version of this deck running around with Italy as an ally. It comes online a little bit later, but after you get past turn 5 or 6, just outvaluing that deck seems practically impossible. So it's going to be really interesting to see if this one gets banned out here from Artemisia, because I don't know a whole lot of people that love seeing a double Joseph Stalin in the enemy support line, going into the next turn. All right, now that we've taken a look at the decks, what are you guys thinking? What bans do you expect, and who do you think is going to take this series?
I think Artemisia is probably going to ban the Japan-Britain Last Rights AoE deck. I think it has a lot of answers against his aggressive decks. And I think Weiwei might ban the Soviet Britain deck, maybe? Because he's playing 3 aggro style decks, or kind of aggro decks, and Soviet Britain has a lot of healing, so his Japan Britain deck also not too good against this. But I see Scout is having a different opinion. You're pretty excited to hear that.
I think he might ban the Fast Heinz deck.
Yeah, I'm never sure
if
you also have a similar deck, because then you have, as I said earlier, the chance of having a mirror there, and they're mostly the better player or the better starting hand wins. But yeah, we will see. Let's take a look.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll find out exactly what the bans will be and how these matches will play out as we return right after this quick break while we get the players situated for the first match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And as a reminder to everybody, give me stuff in chat if you want to enter the giveaways. And remember to follow. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. My name is Olikrummi. With me are Scout and Spooz, and we are insanely excited to jump on into the second game of today. It's going to be between Hoi Hoi and Artemisia. Both players are pretty much ready to go, so they can get the green light to start jumping into the match. But before we jump on into the match, let's talk about the bans. Hoi Hoi getting his Brit Air deck banned out from him, and Artemisia getting his Fast Hides deck banned from under him. Do you guys agree with these bans, or would you like to have seen something different?
I think Scout agrees, because it was what he predicted, and yeah, looks like we're not going to see Fast Hides on Artemisia's side.
Mm-hmm. Was surprised to not see Hoi Hoi's Japan AoE deck banned, but perhaps Artemisia was not worried about that.
Yeah, it looks like. So we're going to see how this goes without France as ally. Yeah, I really wanted to see it, and I hope we are seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, that's still the deck and just so far in this tournament that I'm most interested in. You know, he's rocking the Dina 3, so he has that draw on his one costs. I don't know, it's interesting. It's very interesting.
always nice to see new decks and players being creative in building decks, and also building decks against specific decks, how they work. And yeah, as I said, hopefully we are seeing this one.
It's gonna be interesting. I kind of, looking at, if we make the prediction, what do you think is going to be the first matchup? What's the first deck that either of these bring into battle? I think it's going to be, the German deck here from Hoi Hoi, and I think we're going to see the Soviet deck first game from Artemisia.
Yep.
I believe Artemisia is supposed to have a Britain deck instead of a Japan deck there.
Yeah, the deck. There's a fault with the decks. With the main nations there. They're not really fitting. He's not having a Japan deck, but a Brit air deck.
A British Japan deck, yes.
Oh, then the bands might be wrong as well. Because on the graphic. Let's double check.
Can we take a look at it again?
Yeah.
So Germany's bad. So that might be a thing, because he is playing a fast Heinz deck, but somehow the Japan deck is not really fitting into it. So maybe that is the little fault there.
Yeah, because I think Hoi Hoi banned the Brit Air deck from Artemisia, and Artemisia banned the German fast Heinz deck from Hoi Hoi. I think that's the misunderstanding that we got. Yeah, we got it backwards. So that is the correct thing. So ignore what you see on the screen here. The X's are in the wrong places. There is a Brit Air deck banned from Artemisia, and there is a fast Heinz deck banned from Hoi Hoi. So my prediction was wrong. We're not going to be seeing Hoi Hoi bringing his fast Heinz deck into the first one. He's going to be bringing his Japanese deck as we are into the action. Artemisia starting us off like I predicted with the super value Soviet deck.
Soviet value versus AoE Japan. This could be quite an interesting matchup. I don't think this is a matchup we see a lot on ladder at all.
No, not really. I mean, you don't see that this Japan Britain deck. I think I saw it once, but I was not sure if it was really good. I think it's really just built to counter specific decks. I mean, I think Artemisia is having a good matchup here with all of his healing left in the deck and in his deck. It might be hard to deal enough damage here for Hui Hui.
I was going to say that Artemisia is bringing a deck that has 4 confusions in it to this match, and that's why we messed things up in the ban side. He just played all those confusions on us and Mark, and we were just all over the place. But now we're back. We're back. We've been returned to our rightful owners. But I'm extremely excited to see how this plays out, because I think those Seaforth Highlanders are extremely effective there for the Hoi Hoi side, but they can be so easily countered with a partisan Ural combo if Artemisia draws into that.
If Artemisia does pull his confusions, however, I think he's really not going to get much value at all from him, just because of the type of units Hoi Hoi is running.
Yeah, I think so too. What is he playing that costs 3 or less? That might be worse getting confused here.
Nothing really. Yeah, I think Artemisia's deck is definitely tuned to be against an aggro opponent.
Yeah, absolutely.
These by the swords, however, and these big locked up boards could prove to be a powerful draw card for Artemisia, however.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that he's running by the sword. A lot of these decks are running a 5-year plan instead of by the sword for the guaranteed draw, as you do tend to kind of keep your opponent's board in check with this deck if you play it that way. So interesting to see if there's a different strategy in playing this deck here that is being employed by Artemisia, getting value out of that by the sword, drawing 3 cards.
Yeah, I think the reason why he's not playing 5-year plan is, what was that? It was Heroes of Soviet Union, right? Is that he's not having that much healing in his deck. I mean, he's not having that 1-drop that is healing him for every unit that's dying. I mean, he's having triple honeys and 845th, But also 5-year plan is 5 damage. I mean, and very often what I expected at least, or what I realized that it's very often just too much draw. I mean, very often you don't want to draw 5 cards. Very often you're looking for that 2, 3 options that might help you, and not 5.
Ooh,
Ooh, nice.
pulled a
What?
sheet in with the Ural after taking his key 83.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing with the Partisans Ural combo. It is so powerful. And I mean, yeah, he used it on a 4-drop this time around, but it could be used on anything. So
And for those who didn't notice, when he played the Heroes of the Soviet Union, he got a second 272nd guard in hands, which is that's scary. We might see him drop one now, or maybe the carpet bomb.
Bomb into winter offensive, but yeah, winter offensive not the best option with having a shit in there on board.
I'm not sure
I
I would carpet bomb if I were him.
I
Black
wouldn't.
Watch could be really strong.
I like this line way more. I mean, personally, I would have liked to see him play the first guards there as well. Leave the front line open. You have so much AOE, and you have so much. There's not a lot of pressure that Hoi Hoi can actually push into the front line, because those C4 Highlanders, I mean, they do practically no damage on your turn. So, plop down the first guards, plop down the Black Watch, let him overextend a little bit, give him space on the board, and then punish him with a back-to-back carpet bomb into a winter offensive.
Part of me was hoping he would have played the 272 there, and that would have taken his whole turn, but it would have left the front line open. However, maybe worried that Hoi Hoi would have responded with an RWF Lightning, which I believe he is running, and that would have been very strong tempo play for him.
Yeah, it's a great point. And it's probably one of the most painful things I feel like that can happen to you. You just slam your entire turn on the board. You're just like, boom, deal with it. And then you just get retreated back into hand. It's just, it's like a shovel in the face.
I think Artemisia may be waiting for another Ural Factories here to get the double IS2 out on the board.
All right, there we go. Desperate
The
measures.
mini carpet bombing.
The big clear.
Oh, he's playing it. I did not see it actually.
Ooh.
Powerful winter offensive there. And man, we're really seeing the power of AoE in this match from both players. Both players are really looking around the AoE to clear, at least so far in this match. And it looks like we're going to be going deep into this match. So this is going to become a battle of value and really kind of playing within your means and not overextending. So should be a really, really interesting rest of the game here between Artemisia on the bottom and Hoi Hoi on the top side there.
Ooh.
Oh man.
Oh no.
You Partisans that,
And
you
also,
red banner.
and now who is
get the
discarding?
discard.
Oh my god.
You get the
What's he gonna hit?
heal.
Not awful.
It's such a powerful play. Such a powerful play.
There's a pretty chunky unit in the front line now, however. That's both Partisans used by Artemisia now. So Hoi Hoi may be a little more comfortable throwing out some larger units.
Yeah, I think in the next turn, Artemisia has to drop a 272nd to protect against the to the last man, because then Hoi can not drop it, so because he's risking to have 2 years of Starlings against him, and also Hoi cannot play all of his AOE removal there, because this will have the same effect, and I think that might secure the win there for Artemisia here.
This carpet
Ooh,
bomb
whoa, look at this.
may go
Yeah,
for the double IS2 and then the carpet bomb
Ooh,
to
but
clear the
isn't
way
that
for
risky?
the faith. It is risky. But he,
I
he does
mean-
have the second 2/7 so maybe he's willing to go for it.
Oh, Empire of the Sun there. Well, you don't really want to draw 8 cards if you're Hoi Hoi right now. The naval support, though, I mean, that comes in clutch. It locks the support line here for Artemisia. Actually, no longer, but still a decent turn here from Hoi Hoi.
We're gonna see the carpet bomb come out now, maybe.
Yes.
Also like this, I mean, I don't know if this was, a presence of mind play here from Artemisia, but he made sure that he had space in the support line before he killed that Sendai, so that he wasn't losing his unit to some
Comes to
shenanigans.
the last man, top deck.
Oh! And now, Spooz's call earlier comes into play. I mean, did you just want to leave those 272nd alive on the board to tech against to the last man? Because this is more painful.
I mean, luckily he's having a second one left, and I think Hui did not expect that. So maybe he would have kept his to the last man if he would have known that he has a second one. And that can be tricky to deal with for Hui now. Because
Right.
you don't really want to kill it until you have removal for the 2 users there.
He's finding a lot of direct damage, though.
Yeah, but Artemisia is sitting on 25 health here. So I'm not sure how far he will go with this. Oh man.
How much AoE damage can he do? All right. He can do what, 4?
It's
No,
better that he
it's
clears
more.
it and takes the 1 IS2 hit before it becomes a double IS2. And worst case scenario, actually, it's really good to have that Empire of the Sun now.
Yeah, and I mean, the Kavanishi there baits the attack there from the Joseph Stalin, so he's just going to refill his hand with the Empire of the Sun and get rid of the danger.
Oh my god.
And
That
he
is-
just
that was a
shuffled
very
bunch
big
of
flip.
Wow! He just shuffled kamikaze cards as well, and look, he found 4 of them.
Ooh. Here, that was insanely good for him. And look at Artemisia's hand here. There he
And there
goes.
we go.
Laying on the hurt. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find enough damage to actually close out the game, however.
Yeah, I think Artemisia just healed too much this game. Is he running kicker too? Let me take a look.
I think he is running Kika, yeah.
Yeah, he's running it. So this will be another 4 kamikazes and the 6 damage from kicker.
Oh my god.
Ooh, it will be really close. And he's also having the Empire strikes plus a bomber in hand.
I mean, each point of damage might count at this point. That naval brigade sitting in the hand of Artemisia is so painful because he hasn't been able to utilize it because he has no way to deal damage on the board. And there we go. There is the bloody sickle. Finally, he can get rid of something. Play the Seaforth Highlanders first, please. Got punished.
Ooh.
Got punished.
I think that may have been a misplay. Because you definitely want that in this situation to pretty much just hit the confusion, I would think.
And now 2 Toras, 2 kamikazes, a naval support, an albacore. There's so much control in the hand here from Hoi Hoi. He might be able to just find what he needs to eke this one out.
I think he wants to wait for another damage booster before he starts dropping these orders, however.
Is he having a siren left? He played 1, right?
I think he played 1 and then a Kabanishi. I think he might have one Siren left.
So yeah, I agree. He's probably waiting for that, and then he's going in here to deal the missing 14 damage, but it will be close. He needs to get rid of the naval brigade there to have a chance to go face with the kicker.
Yeah, there we go. Got it. You don't want to play that Rough Lightning. You don't want to give him another surprise attack.
Yeah, Hui, I think he has all the power right now to just take it slow and wait for the cards he needs.
What a great game, guys. There's 6 and 5 cards left in the deck, and both players have played this absolutely fantastic for pretty much the entire duration. And using the confusion on a 1-drop, getting a 2-drop Japanese unit there, finding an okay one, 3 HP at least, but is that going to be enough to swing it for Artemisia?
Probably not. Oh, there's the Kika.
You can throw the Kika out, no problem too, because Artemisia doesn't have any more partisans. No real easy way for him to deal with it. I mean, he can send it back to hand, but just
what was that
again?
What was that Sendai for?
I don't know.
Why not go play kicker and go face here? Set him to 7. Have a chance to get additional kamikazes.
I'm not sure.
What is Soul of Old Japan going to get him? This could be huge. Another Kika.
Oh my goodness.
And the Empire Strikes just, bam, deals with that mobile defense.
Another confusion. Yeah, I think.
Oh. It got extra dark during that carpet bomb.
He turned all the lights here. What?
Oh.
We're coming back. We're coming back. It's fine. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. We'll get it. We'll get to it eventually. The Kika comes out. Tora. And now Lethal is being threatened. He can bounce it back into hand, but is that going to be enough?
He needs to pull a guard. He didn't get the guard. That's going to be it.
Nothing can be done. And Hoi, the veteran, takes game number 1 against Artemisia in an absolute nail biter that emptied pretty much both decks. And just like that, Hoi moves up 1-0 in this series. What a fantastic game, guys.
Yeah, I in the middle of the match, I would not really expect that Hui could win this, but he played it perfectly, and in the end, there was no chance with only 3 cards left in Artemisia's hand to swing that game around. Nothing to play the confusion on and get that value he needs out of it, so really tough for him.
Yeah, I think the downfall of the Soviet deck in that matchup is just how teched it is against like aggro specifically, that it really struggles to find options against these more slow, methodical, turtley decks.
Yeah. But now he might get a lot of value out of his confusions against the Brit Air deck from Hui. That game might go completely different now. If you can get value out of the confusion, maybe get a double trade and play Euro factories on the confused unit. That can be
Hui with the double swordfish at Mulligan. That's
and close air support, yeah.
Oof.
And he found a gladiator. Ooh.
But I mean, you're not that worried if you're Artemisia here. Looking at your hand, because you got 2 confusions, you got 2 Urals. So even if something gets buffed, all that kind of stuff, you just steal it, attack with it, Ural it. You have your turn 5 pretty much all nailed out.
Here, and Artemisia is also having the Rough Lightning, which is also very good against buff units. You can just bounce them back to the hand, and suddenly your opponent is having a 1-drop 1/3 left. So he's having good answers here. He's definitely having the matchup and probably going to win this, but you can never be 100% sure.
Oh, absolutely not. And there's the Hurricane. The dreaded Hurricane.
Here's another confusion.
Oh, interesting.
Not gonna... Okay.
All right. I mean, definitely a worthy line to consider, pushing the number 10 commando or number 1 commando there into the front line, threatening any one of those
Ooh.
planes.
A Monty and a For the Emperor. Lots of damage to face here if you choose to go for that.
I think what Artemisia waiting for is turn 6, at least, to get an attack out of the Hurricane, trade one of his units, and then play the Eurofactory. That's a play he could have not done the last turn when he was only at 5. So I think that is the line that he's going for next turn. Sure, he's getting 6 damage here this turn.
Hui holding on to the For the Emperor. C4th coming out.
Okay. I mean, C4 definitely relieves some pressure there from Artemisia. And he has what he needs to deal with pretty much anything that comes out on the board in hand. But
For the Emperor.
Will we see?
What Hui's plan is here in the early stages of the game to set Artemisia to 10 health.
Is this lethal? Did he find a way to lethal? He found a way to lethal. That's 3 damage, and then he attacks with the Gladiator and the Hurricane, and he kills both, and he turns it. It's done. Hoi.
What in the world?
He pulls it out. Turn 6.
None of us saw it.
Lethal. Hoi. Saw through the Matrix.
I would expect him to have enough credits.
Wow.
So he was very fast with his mass there. Holy moly. Very well played.
Yeah, these British air decks, contrary to what people might think, not so different from the Heinz deck, like strategically. It really is get your units out and just explode in one turn.
Yeah, the Emperor really helped him, and also is helping the fast Heinz to just explode in one turn when you reduce the operation cost of all of your units. And that what really helped him here, giving him additional 1 attack. And yeah, you saw the result there. Lethal with a guard and 12 health on its HQ. Wow.
That was absolutely crazy. I mean, that was some quick maths. God, and I mean, this is what I love. This is what I love about these tournaments, when these players just completely blindside us with some line of play that nobody else saw. And I mean, this is the second time today where we've seen, one was from No in 5 against Bubbles, and now from Hoi, where we've seen that credit efficiency in a way that, like, we practically see from nowhere else. I mean, No in 5, he had 5 units in the front line, spending 1 credit in a turn, just showing that the deck building strategies that are coming into this have really started relying a lot more on, like, eliminating operating costs and really maximizing the tempo that you can push on your opponent early on in the game if you get the right cards. And if you do, there's practically nothing you can do to answer it. It's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket. And there we see the status of the bracket after the first 2 series. No in 5 taking it 2-1 against Bubbles, and Hoi asserting his dominance against the newcomer Artemisia and winning that matchup 2-0. When we return from a quick break, we're going to be back with Ari Big Ben versus Cappuccino, and then after that, hopefully J King versus XY. But man, I am beyond excited, and whenever we see Ari Big Ben in a tournament, he always brings the heat, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break with Ari Big Ben versus Cappuccino. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. My name is Olikrummi, and I'm here with Scout and Spooz. Just before the break, we hyped up Ari Big Ben, who always brings the heat here in the Officer Club Championship. So I'm just expecting a ball of light when he enters the arena, so I just put on my sunglasses. But he's not facing no slouch. Cappuccino has proven himself in OCCs in the past, so I am extremely, extremely excited for this matchup. So let's jump on into the player profiles and get to know these players a little bit better. Starting off with Cappuccino, they have played 11,831 matches of cards, won 7,471 of those, while losing 4,360, a win rate of 63.15%. Finished the season in 6th, meaning that they were just on the line of pre-qualifying here for the top 8. And their most played nation is Britain. So on the other side, we have the Robot Man, the Terminator, Team Ammo member Ari Big Ben, hailing from Norway. And I just want to point out real quick the number of total matches there. And I've checked since I pulled the stats for these infographics. He has surpassed 30,000 games. And I believe he has reached level 250 in all nations. So Ari Big Ben, clearly a veteran of cards here, having won 19,414 of those almost 30,000 games, lost 10,530. It's probably quite a few mice and monitors that are kind of piled up to the side there after frustrating losses in 10,500 times. But his favorite card is Fast Heinz, having been the pioneer of the Fast Heinz deck, finished the season in 3rd, and his most played nation is Germany. 30,000 games, guys.
That's impressive. So he is the real Terminator, I would say. The cards Terminator.
Pretty much. Are you guys curious to know how many games you've played?
Oh yeah.
A little bit.
Let me tell you. Just while I have you here. So Spooz, you've won 6,350 and lost 4,177. So you've played about
So also
10,000. Yeah, 10,400, 10,500 games roughly.
Did not expect that
And-
much.
On the scout side, I love that your player ID scout is in double digits because you've been with us for so long.
Since Alpha.
Yep. And total wins. Yeah, you 6,710. Total lost 6,071. Those meme decks really counting on the loss side.
I mean, 50% with this, not bad.
That's actually true. Over 50% win ratio with basically 80% meme deck plays. So 12,700 games here for you. It's pretty good. But on to our competitors here, starting with the decks for Cappuccino. They are going to be bringing a US-Germany deck here. What are we looking at here? This is similar to the one that Bubbles brought, right? Kind of an infantry 507th PIR based deck.
A deck where you want to control the frontline mid, and Cappuccino is also having a lot of ways to deal with guards. They're playing with 3 patrols, the M16 half track, then there is the 99s. So guards are really having a rough time against this deck, and
Yeah, noticing a lot more bounce in this one.
so they really want to be sure to have ways to remove guards or to deal with guards.
His next deck, or their next deck that they are bringing for us is going to be a Germany-Japan deck here, rocking that Leopold in the 10 credit slot. But apart from that, it is a Fast Heinz deck.
Yeah.
We know him. We love him. He's bringing the Fast Heinz against the Fast Heinz man himself. So let's see how that goes. Final deck here for Cappuccino. It's going to be a Britain and Soviet deck. Only what, 4 cards there from the Soviet side? 3 Bloody Sickles and Aspiring.
This
Sure,
one
it's a commando
looks
deck.
interesting. Yeah, it's a commando deck.
Yeah, Commando with Commonwealth as secondary win condition, and also the Spiring can give you good value if you can reach a step where you can get a good spot out of it. And yeah, Ollie, I think you're taking a closer look at this Commando deck, right? Maybe some ideas you can copy for your decks.
Yes, I am. I mean, there's definitely some things that I like in there, like the Crusader being packed in there. The air power, a single air power can get you out of so many sticky situations as a commando deck. So this is pretty interesting. What I kind of am questioning maybe a little bit is why you would run Royal Research and not just another copy of Spiring, because I feel like, yes, the credits is good, but like you get another kind of order with Spiring, so you might have another proc for your commandos, which I tend to feel like is the big upside of the research with commandos. Just kind of food for thought there. But I don't know, maybe I might be wrong. Let's take a look at what their opponent is bringing in Ari Big Ben. Ari Big Ben, you talked about him bringing some interesting decks right at the start of the show here, starting off with this Japan-Italy deck. Talk to us about this one.
Yeah, when I first looked at it, I was thinking, what might be the win condition on that one? I did not really see one. I think it's just Japan-Italy control, where you just want to outvalue your opponent and in the end win with fatigue. I did not really find out what is the reason to build this deck. Scouted, did you?
Not really sure. It seems kind of similar to the deck we saw Hui Hui bringing, except instead of AoE, it's more of like single target removal and more guard focus.
Yeah.
And of course, instead of the Britain ally for sustain, it's using the Italian ally for their removal and sustain. And I don't know, I'm not sure.
It's also looking kind of anti-aggro, isn't it? I mean, La Decima not really that great against aggro, but the rest. Also Sayun and Pete, I mean, are you definitely having a plan here?
He has a plan. None of us know what that plan is, but he has a plan. The second deck that Ari is bringing for us here is a Soviet Italy deck, really favoring Italy there. And for me, this looks like a very similar kind of to the partisan. No, actually, it's not.
Yeah.
There's no confusion
No, he's
in
not.
there.
That's what I was also very confused of. He's not playing Confusion and Partisans in a Soviet control deck. But what he's playing, what I want to trigger or point out, is that he's playing 4 times Red Dawn. And I think the reason behind this is turn 1 Cuban Cossacks. I mean, for people that are on the Discord and from time to time reading the venting channel, you can very often see Ari in there just ranting about turn 1 Cuban Cossacks and how stupid that RNG based style is. And I think he just put all these Red Dawns in to deal with this.
I find the ISU interesting in this list. I feel like I don't often see someone just running a dry ISU 152.
No,
Like that.
I don't. Definitely. All right. Well, I mean, we'll see how this. There's a plan here as well. I mean, we the rest, us mere mortals, we might not be privy to it, but there is a plan. So, all right.
The plan
Let's
is
do is
to
very
show off
strong
his
with-
elite collection.
Yeah. The good thing about the ISU is when you can play the Mare Nostrum on it and attack into HQ or a tank, it's just double healing, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that might be the reason. But as I agree, usually you don't see it in the deck list. It might be just bragging with elites here.
I mean, I'm really interested to see how this one's going to play out, and I feel like, I mean, we're talking about a person here that has 30,000 games with 60% win rate and plays mostly like, you know, new innovative types of decks most of the season. So I'm sure that Ari knows what he's doing with this one. Let's take a look at the third deck that he's bringing. Is this one going to be familiar? Yes, it is. It is a Fast Heinz deck. Okay. At least there's some semblance of familiarity with what Ari is bringing to the table here.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really surprised that he did not bring a third surprise deck here. I mean, he's having the big advantage that his opponent not really knows how to play against this deck. That's a big advantage. If you're just playing meta decks against players that are playing meta decks, they usually know how to play against them because they face them a ladder. But when you just have complete random feeling crazy decks, I mean, maybe your opponent does not know how to play against it and what to take care of.
Exactly. Well, let's take a look at the bans here as we have them ready. Looking at the bans, it looks like Ari is going to be having his Japan deck banned out and is banning out the Fast Heinz deck here from Cappuccino. I think that's pretty interesting. I wonder if Cappuccino looked over the deck list and he was like, you know what? With this Japan deck, I'm just not sure what he's trying to do, so I'm just going to get rid of it. Like, I don't know what traps I'm stepping into here.
That might be the reason, I agree.
It's actually pretty crazy. But from our end, we are ready, so the players can have a green light to jump on into game number 1 when they are ready. But who do you think is going to take this one, and what decks do you think we're going to see them bringing off the bat here? Starting with you, Spooz.
I think both. I think Ari is starting with his Fast Heinz deck, I guess, and Cappuccino might go with his. I'm not sure. I mean, usually players tend to bring the deck that they named first, so maybe he's bringing his US deck, I guess. But it's hard to tell.
All right,
Also
the players.
matchup with commandos.
All right, quickly before you cheat, Spooz. What are they bringing? Oh no, okay. It's gonna be US versus Germany here. Fast Heinz for
I
Ari.
think I got it right.
This is a US deck with a lot of bounce in it, and in my own experience playing, I find that bounce is not very good against Fast Heinz, just because it's largely blitz tanks, and
yeah, the half track
really
is
rough.
useless. The 99s is useless when you don't have the front line, and the patrol is also not helping against these 3 health units. So you're not looking good here for Cappuccino.
Oh, Cappuccino needs to take the front line here. Did not do it. I think that might have been a mistake that could come back to cost him.
Oh goodness.
Yep.
Pretty
Oh
big board
man.
clear there.
Look at this for the Emperor. Oh,
there should be no way for Cappuccino to really clear the front line here on 3 credits as US, which means that it's going to be a good fast Heinz turn as well next turn for Ari, and he can push a lot of damage to face if he is so inclined.
Yeah, looking pretty scary for Cappuccino. And looking at their deck list, really not a whole lot of options. Like, they have the Flampanzer. They're running 3 copies of Flampanzer, so that may be what keeps them in for a little while, but...
Yeah, I mean, Flampons are probably the best card that he could have asked for at that moment. And I like what Ari's doing here. Just saying, if you want to trade that Flampanzer into that Stug, you go ahead and pay the credits for it.
Cappuccino
Absolutely.
does run a fair bit of blitz units that could be used to clear, like Hellcat, First Marines, Verbal Vins, stuff like that.
But yeah, that was a good punishment example for not trading the Stück into the Flampanzer. Now Cappuccino got the value trade, and suddenly Ari is facing 2 big units there in opponent's support line. Once they go to the front line, but I guess they will never do.
That naval
first.
supply run on that Henkel is insane.
Yeah, look what he's going to discard probably, a Spoils of War, and he got them 3 out of the bomber there.
Ooh.
Ooh, that Hellcat. And he discarded a Spooz.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Heinkel, honestly, kind of a good discard buffer for the self-discard from Naval Supply Run.
Ooh, what is he taking here? The Stück.
Heavy armor is not going to help anything at the moment. I mean, he's going to have to sacrifice the Greif.
Would he sacrifice the Grave? Or
Looks like he's going to do the for the Emperor play.
I find it strange that he put the heavy armor on the unit that was going to die.
Yeah, I also would have put it on the 22nd. Interesting.
I mean, he does, retain the front line. He does manage to get the draw, but he is losing out on that 1 heavy armor on both of those units. Not that it would have mattered against the patrol. That would have been dead anyway, so maybe not the end of the world here for Ari.
Yeah, I think this might be turning around in Cappuccino's favor. Cappuccino certainly has quite a few cards to play with, and is starting to get that front line now. Ooh,
that was important for him.
And moving that to the front
Ari's
line.
getting the Befehlswagen additionally.
Beef Wagon hits the board. Cappuccino can probably find a way to clear this. Certainly a lot more blitz units in their deck that we've yet to see.
It's a good back and forth so far. I like it a lot.
Prepping for the long game.
Just looking for pencil 3. It's always the pick here, right?
Absolutely.
Having 2 units back and left in the hand, that can get blitz.
Give your Stugs blitz later down the road. Give your Flampanzer blitz if you need it. Yeah.
He needs to be aware of how he's going to utilize his credits, though, after deploying this.
Good clear.
Also,
he's...
Oh.
Do we see a face hit?
I think so.
Here we go.
He's setting up a laser with it, so I think it's... And he's having 2 blitz units left now with the Panther 3 sitting there. A lot of pressure here for Cappuccino.
I don't think he could blitz an attack with both next turn. I think the Flampanzer is a little too expensive to operate for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cappuccino has to really sack his entire support line if he wants to get rid of that front line there for Ari. And that's what he does.
I think it's worth it.
Yeah, you had to. Otherwise, he would go to 5 or 6, and then.
Ooh.
This time he's trading. Do not
Yeah.
get punished again from first Marines.
I think that's a great call here from Ari, recognizing that he is in a dominant position. He kind of has the tools that he needs to close this out. If he doesn't get absolutely stonewalled on the top deck.
I mean, what could this top deck be?
Could be another First Marines. Could be another Hellcat.
Oh yeah, first Marines, but first Marines not helping him.
Ooh, the double Sherman.
Ooh.
It's not enough.
Oh, but that is good.
He
It is
has
8.
to attack.
He's going for the. And now both Germans.
I don't know how I feel about that.
You would have gone face with both.
I'm not sure because the Shermans can just clear that, and if there's another Hellcat or something.
Ooh, thank God that's not a Hellcat, but it's close. Naship, not what he needs right now, but 3
Both
HP.
players top decking right now.
Well, guys, we're getting such good games here today. This game is absolute nail biter. What's going to come out of the hat here? It's a whirlwind,
Ooh.
so
Top deck mode activated. Now
wonder what
it's
that-
all relying on the top decks here.
I wonder what that last card from Cappuccino
Oh,
is.
you don't want to do a naval supply run here, because then you have 0 cards next turn.
looking at it, I mean, there's
I
a...
think you can do it next turn, right? So Cappuccino needs to kill the Nashub.
Island
Otherwise-
hopping.
Oh no, island hopping is just naval supplies +2, right? Oh, what? He's 1 off.
I mean, he's fighting some card draw. Is this going to be a Nashib lethal?
If
Is
there were
Nashib?
Cappuccino can pull another Flampon. Oh!
Not yet, not yet.
You're gonna see a Flamponzer come out, maybe? The last one?
He's having 1
The
left, right?
tops of the deck. Oh, whirlwind.
All
this
we
is so
need is
close.
another. Oh, it's so lucky that he did not discard this. Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Answer 3.
that's
That's lethal now.
this not yeah.
Not yet. He's 1
No, not
credit
yet.
short.
Yeah.
Not yet,
1
not
credit
yet.
short.
Oh, he's going for the trade. 1
Yeah, to
HP.
get credits back. Yeah. He got his credits back for the Nashub.
I don't think
Where's
there's
the
an
carpet
answer.
bomb?
Whoa.
All right, close but no cigar. Cappuccino gets sipped in game number 1. Ari Big Ben taking the lead 1-0 with his fast Heinz deck, showing why he is the general. Now, what he has left is that weird Soviet deck, which appears to be like pure Soviet value control, and we haven't seen it pretty much ever. What should Cappuccino be bringing here to have the best shot against that? Is that just
think-
his commandos?
I think Cappuccino, I think they should run the same deck again. I think the bounce and tempo would be a lot stronger versus the Soviet value matchup.
Yeah, also he has Patrol is answer for the commandos. So I also think he should just bring this again.
Yeah. Well, we are waiting for Ari to accept the challenge. Players are good to go for the second match. That was an absolutely crazy match. I'm extremely excited to see how match number 2 goes here. And as always, I am crossing my fingers and praying for a third match, because I like to see as much gameplay as possible. And yep, as is expected, Ari is going to be bringing over his Soviet deck. And let's see what is going to be the answer on the side of Cappuccino.
It's
Cappuccino running it back. I think that's the smart play. Some solid starting cards for Ari there, you know.
Yeah, the Fjord, very good. Also Chaika, not too bad. And Bloody Sickle against exactly these bars.
I'd like to apologize for the lack of hand here for Cappuccino, but while we are using this intermediary solution, while we wrap up and tighten up the spectator mode, getting a signal all the way from China can be pretty difficult. Unfortunately for us, the Chinese are just really good at the game, so there's quite a few of them here. So we make do with what we have.
Already found 2 red Dorns here. I'm pretty excited to see if he's going for the from the people or just slam them for 3 damage to his HQ.
Macy and M16 coming out from Cappuccino. There it is. Sending that aircraft back, getting that tempo swing.
Yeah, that can be really annoying for Ari. But he's only having 2 M16 on his deck as far as I remember.
Yeah, there's only 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quite a board being developed already.
Time to
Mare Nostrum Fiat, the classic.
start healing.
Heal.
These big heals coming out from Mare Nostrum and the Fiats definitely give Ari a lot of room to play these red Dons.
Yeah, and I think that's also the reason why he's running the 5-year plan and stuff. He's definitely looking to, leverage his HP to gain something from it. I wonder if he's
30 health.
wow, turn 5. But he is running he's running the minority recruits, and I'm really excited to see if that comes into play in this game. But what were you gonna say, Scout?
I think Cappuccino's in a pretty good position here. We've only seen one bounce card come out, and not really anything super important they've had to use it on right now.
Patrol is also so strong against the Shiker.
Yeah.
Because you just erase it without getting the Ishak out of it.
Oh,
And for
nice.
day top deck coming out, the super efficient removal that Ari is running. Just gonna have to see if it can keep up with the pressure that Cappuccino's gonna be trying to lay down.
that Red Dawn is such a great tool to alleviate pressure for very, very cheap if you have the HP to spare, like Ari just did.
Kind of hoping we see a patrol here.
Yeah, looks like he's not having it. Ooh.
Catalina's pretty solid though.
Oh, I love the Catalina so much. I think if
the
I
KV1, however,
Oh,
6
yeah,
damage.
that can backfire so hardly. Oh my god.
I didn't notice the KV1 until you said it, but that's definitely not what you want to see if you
I
are
know.
Cappuccino at the moment.
That's a minus
Boom,
6.
boom, boom.
6 damage.
But I mean, he's got some cards, guys.
Definitely has options. Probably gonna want a Hellcat to kind of blitz across and get rid of that KV1 as soon as possible.
So how can he do this? I mean, he can trade it with the Catalina plus. No, he can't. He doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah, you
Oh
need
no,
to
he
have
does.
that.
He does. No, he does. The 109th give him a 5 damage. Flampanzer. If he trades the Chaika with the 109th, then pushes the Flampanzer up and then kills with Catalina,
Yep.
he should have exactly enough credits to do it. Because I'm worried about him if he has to tank another turn. No, it looks like he's going for it. Yeah, there it goes. No,
What?
no, just going for face.
Well,
I mean,
the bomber can't hit the KV1 with that Ishak there.
Oh, that's true. That means he's going to tank another 6 damage at the start of the next turn.
That Yak gonna block another Catalina attack, but Cappuccino probably wants that Catalina dead if that KV1 is gonna be sticking around.
Ouch, 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 ouch!
He's down to 8 without touching the HQ once.
Oh, strap on.
That
That's
was
brutal.
huge. Ooh, wow.
Bail out. And all of a sudden, the tides have turned.
Double feared here. At least keeping the
Those can maybe help.
Catalina away.
I mean, Cappuccino, does he have anything to boost some damage in the front line? He just needs to find...
Could have a blitz
What?
tank.
Yeah, he just needs to find 3 damage.
Just needs a Hellcat. Oh, that's it.
That's it, that's
Same
it!
plus one.
That's it, yeah.
Wow, Cappuccino! Coming from behind after Ari established a pretty dominant presence, but, you know, that Catalina almost killed him. Man, Cappuccino bites back here in game number 2. Ari, Big Ben versus Cappuccino. It is all tied up 1-1. Who's going to take game number 3? That is the question.
Ooh, looks like we're going to see Commandos versus Soviet Value.
Yeah, the good thing about the advantage that's Ari is having here is the Red Dawn. You can kill even the buffed commandos, and he's having 4 of them, and Cappuccino only having 3 commandos in his deck, and probably also the Night Raid, I guess.
That's a great point. Yeah, he's got 2 night raids.
Yeah, 2 Night Raids. So that's only 5 commandos for him, and the number 43 commando. So Ari has answers for his commandos, and then it's getting tough to deal damage, I guess. Pretty
Bloody
excited.
Sickle also good for any unbuffed commandos out there.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I think you don't want to play your commando deck against a deck that has this many answers as Ari does, and especially not when he starts it off with 2 Red Dawns and a Bloody Sickle in hand. That is not what you want to see.
And also La Decima. Oh, am I?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Ari is resting really comfortably right now, knowing exactly what deck he's playing against.
I believe Cappuccino is not running any countermeasures whatsoever either, so they're going to be completely at the mercy of Ari's orders.
I don't agree with going ham on the 85th Pioneers, personally. I would have wanted to see that take out Commandos instead, but some credit pressure being put on here. Would Ari have overdrawn? Yeah, he would have overdrawn if he didn't do that, so kind of makes sense. Advanced research coming out here. Expanded Reich R&D.
Okay. The secondary win con for Cappuccino is the Commonwealth too, so if Ari is hurting himself too much, that could come back to bite him.
But he's also having a lot of potential healing in his deck. I think he can afford to spend a little bit of his health earlier and then get all these fears and 845th and the 845th to just heal him back over 20.
Synthetic oil, that's plus 10 credits next turn. He's going to be 17 credits Cappuccino next turn if he decides to play it now.
Ramp, that temporary ramp is really good with commandos because it lets you drop your commandos and just get a ton of value out of them right away without having to worry about anything your opponent might throw. I've noticed this Italian tank a lot in Ari's decks, and I'm wondering why he runs it. Wonder what he sees in it.
Yeah, no, I also realized this. He's really in love with this one.
Oh my god, here we go.
Oh,
Commando.
there he goes.
Commando Crusader.
The snowball begins.
If enough cups of tea come out, Cappuccino can just straight up escape the range of the removal.
He really needs more cups of teas, though. If
One
he's not
more
finding them,
needed.
It doesn't look like he has them. He would have played them by now. He keeps searching. Now, Naval Powers and Desert Rats, you can't proc them anymore. Oh, gets the draw from the Majesty's Chosen. That's going to finish off his turn. And now both commandos are gone.
Yeah.
Immediately. And that's a problem. That's a problem. He only has 3 commandos left in his deck. 2 Night Raids and a commando.
Crusader and
Oh.
Honey can still deal some damage though. Keep him in Commonwealth range.
That's the big thing that Cappuccino is going for him right now. He's sitting on 34 HP, and he's managing to buff this up. Is he running Rule Britannia?
Nope. I don't think so.
I like what he's doing here. He's recognizing that he needs to push more damage than he's just purely able to with his orders. And all of a sudden, Ari is in a wildly difficult position.
So Cappuccino is having the air power in his deck to deal with. I think it's basically in the deck to deal with KV1, because usually that is the biggest threat when you have a commando stack and suddenly your opponent is dropping a KV1 and you don't have.
Oh,
There it is.
There it is.
he found it. And he gets the buff off.
Another cup of tea. Oh my goodness. This is
Decimo
looking
rolling
really
in
tough
here.
for Ari.
And down to 2.
No, he's down to
commando
1.
instead.
He's down to 1. He discarded 1. He only has 1 commando left. So if Ari is able to shore up his HQ right now, there should not be more kind of indirect damage in the deck for Cappuccino. So
But he's also having the number 43. Don't forget that one.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, then 2 commandos. That's true. That's true.
Ooh, nice that Cappuccino got to steal that sickle.
And I mean, he's rapidly approaching Commonwealth range as well. I mean, he's only 2 turns off, and he's at 40 HP. More. 41.
I think there's not much that Ari can do here. Probably also having a Monty in his hand now when he's
Another cup of tea.
almost gone through his deck. I mean,
That synthetic oil, him drawing the German research off that Spyring was what absolutely finished this game. And the La Decima is the only thing that he can play here that has any impact.
Ari just unable to actually get hits in with the Mare Nostrum. Just can't heal up.
So 2 damage needs to be found here. Oh, he discarded! This could be it. He has no blitz units.
I mean, he can just Commonwealth next turn, so it does not really matter.
Ari just surrenders, and that's
And
it.
there's the synthetic. Nice.
Yeah.
Wow. Really, I did not expect this match to go this way, but as you said, I think synthetic oil just won the game there.
I mean, for me, like, seeing the impact of synthetic oil in that situation just brings up the question of should we be running Spyrings instead of Royal Research, right? Because I feel like you can just get way more out of the German research. If you
Yeah, but
manage
it's
to get
random
one-
based. It's random based, and with the Brit research, you have guaranteed healing if you need it to bring in the
True.
Commonwealth, and you have guaranteed synthetic rubber if you have a situation like this. So there are arguments for both sides, I guess. So I think there are reasons to just play your Royal Research over another Spyring.
I think the
Yeah.
Royal Research there is also kind of covering the role that Rule Britannia maybe would have covered.
Yeah.
Because perhaps Rule Britannia would maybe be a little too overkill, a little too pricey to get in there.
Yeah, and the research
makes
is way
sense.
more flexible. If you need the health, you just take step 1. If you need synthetic, you take step 2. With Rule Britannia, you only have one
Mm-hmm.
option there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, let's take a look at the bracket and how that stands after that series. We'll do that in 1 second. We're currently getting that updated right now. As we use this opportunity to remind you to type in Twitch chat, give me stuff if you want to enter the giveaways. I am drawing out packs and random stuff here and there throughout the broadcast. Thank you everyone for tuning in today. We love seeing you. We just hit 124 viewers on Twitch, which I believe is the highest concurrent viewers for any OCC that we've had on Twitch. So thank you so much for tuning in and telling your friends and participating in all of this with us. Super happy to have Spooz and Scout with us here again today. Now the bracket is ready. Let's take a look. And there we see it. After 3 out of the 4 quarterfinals matches have been played, No5 has pushed himself forward to face the winner between J King and XY. And then you have Hoi Hoi, who is going to be facing off against Cappuccino. Currently, we've had to say goodbye to Artemisia, Ari, Big Ben, and Bubbles. May they qualify again next time, because we like all of them. But we had to say goodbye today. All right, now before we head on into the next match, we're going to be jumping into a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. I'm Ole, and with me are Spooz and Scout. And we are so excited to be back from this break because we found J King. We found him. His alarm was being a little bit of a nuisance. You know, do you guys remember there was a story back in the early days of esports where somebody went to somebody's house and like unplugged the power so that they wouldn't be able to connect? Like that actually happened. So who knows? You know, maybe competitiveness has reached new highs in the OCC, but at least we are here. We have our final quarter finals matchup ready, and it's going to be J King versus XY. And you guys are looking forward to this one, right?
Oh yeah. Always nice to see J King. I mean, he's probably the best player in the game, and he's also bringing some interesting decks. But let's first of all take a look at the player profiles here.
Absolutely. Jumping right into it. J King 7 hailing from Canada, the winner of by far the most seasons in KARDS. Actually, funny story, when I was counting together like the people that are pre-qualified for the World Championship through winning seasons and OCCs, and J King is about like 70% of that pool. So it's like there's going to be a bunch of extra seats up for grabs in the in-client qualifiers for y'all, because J King has swept all the pre-qualified spots under himself. So total matches 13,035, 8,749 wins, 4,286 losses, whopping 67.12% win rate. Finished the season as first, of course, as is normal for J King. And when he puts his mind to it, he's a member of Team Ammo, and his most played are the Soviets. His opponent on the other side, hailing from China, XY. He is he's more than 10,000 games behind J King in terms of total matches played. 10,200 away, having played 2,858 games, meaning that he's relatively new to the game, but already qualifying for an OCC and being at this level shows us we have an excellent player here to contend with. He's won 1,938 of those, lost 920, and entering a game and in the first 3,000 matches securing a 67.81% win rate is absolutely phenomenal. He finished the season in 36th, meaning that he was on the absolute limit of qualifying for the play-ins, managed to win his way through the play-ins, and is now going to be facing off against J King here for his spot in the semifinals. Now on to the decks, starting off with J King, Germany, Italy. What are we looking at here, Spooz and Scout?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking myself. A very weird deck I did not expect from J King. It is having Gathering Storm in it and 88mm flak. I don't know what this deck was built against. Probably Brit Air counter maybe? Or it's maybe also good against fast Heinz. So I'm not really sure what is the reason for that deck. But it's looking interesting, and I really like that Gathering Storm in it.
Yeah, I mean, I always, it's the same thing with Ari's decks, right? It's like, I love it when we see these kind of slightly new takes on things, and sometimes they work perfectly, sometimes they don't. The second deck that J King is going to be bringing for us here, that's going to be a Britain-Italy deck as well, really favoring the Italy ally for its control. We all know J King is a really control-heavy player that doesn't like to leave things up to chance, so really vibing with Italy, it looks like.
Yeah, he's having Italy for all of his ally nations. And yeah, this is just a Brit-Italy control deck with Commonwealth in it. Just out-heal your opponent and then kill him with Commonwealth. I think that's the game plan in that one.
All right, and the final deck being brought here is, again, Italy on the ally and Soviet on the main. And this is a version of the deck that we saw earlier with the 272nd guards. Does he have the confusions as well? Is he rocking that, or is he just?
He's playing triple confusion and double partisans.
Yeah. All right. Well, we know this one, so let's not spend too much time on it. Jumping over to XY. This one, it looks familiar. Has another ally, but is the same kind of core concept on the Soviet side. Is anything I'm missing here?
Not really.
Just bringing the honeys for some healing, the Seaforth Highlanders for some protection, the Roth Lightning for some balance, and that Carpet Bomb on the British side. Second deck XY is bringing for us. That is a German-Japan deck, and you guessed it, it's a Fast Heinz one. Again,
Absolutely.
there's nothing new here, right? I mean, it seems like a staple. If you were watching this, look at these decks and start building towards them, because they really, really work. And the final deck being brought here from XY is going to be Britain and Japan, Brit Air. Very popular from our Chinese competitors. Did anyone that was from outside of China bring Brit Air? I don't think so, right?
I mean, I don't think so.
I think. Okay.
It was Fast Heinz that also non-Chinese players brought, but I think none of them brought Brit Air.
Yeah.
What is really surprising me, or what was really surprising for me, because I think it's, besides Fast Heinz, one of the best decks in the game at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, and it's been a staple in the Chinese scene for so long, and I'm starting to think World Championship, we're about to see these kind of metas clash between regions a lot more. So something for the Western players to start thinking about is how they're going to deal with that Brit Air from the Chinese community. But let's take a look at the bans and give the players the green light to start jumping on into the match so we can get this fourth quarterfinals underway. XY getting his Brit Air deck banned out, and J King getting his Britain Italy deck banned out. So who do you guys think is going to take this one, and what's the matchup you think we're going to see at the start?
I mean, experience-wise, J King is the big favorite here, not just in played ladder games, but also in played tournaments. It's the first big tournaments appearance for XY, as far as I remember. So there might also be a little bit of excitement on his side that might play a role here. And J King, I think he knows his decks, he knows how to play against opponents' decks, because they're all known. And I'm on J King's side. I mean, you can do not a lot wrong to just put your bet on J King here.
What about you, Scout? Scout?
I think he's having issues. Oh, no.
Oh, here we go. Hello?
I think
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Re-established contact with Scout.
Sorry, a few internet issues. I can't hear what you guys are saying half the time. Sorry about that.
All right. Well, All right. I'm gonna go with my prediction here. I mean, I'm looking at this, and what I'm most excited about is I really want to see the Soviet versus Soviet mirror. Because these are two like highly control-oriented decks, and I think getting two players of these players' caliber to duke it out in a control versus control matchup that pretty much goes the distance is like the ultimate show of skill. And that's what I really want, both for us as fans, but I also want that for XY in his first kind of broadcast game. Is I really want to have him put through the ringer, because I really think we have a future tournament talent here.
Yeah, a player with that low on games and already being in an OCC top 8 is really impressive, and also his win rate with almost 70% there in the first 3,000 games is also something you have to take an eye on, and I think we might see him in future tournaments. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a look real quick to see how many games I've played, just to see. Yeah, I've played more games than he has, but I've never been in an Officer Club Championship, right? I don't have that good a win
You've been
rate.
in everyone so far, didn't you?
Well, that's true. But it's super funny to, like, when we get a look at these stats to really see kind of how insane some of these players are. Let me look at my win rate here. I don't know if I want to reveal it, but I will for science. All right, I've played 2,920 games on my main account, probably another 1,000 on other accounts. So, wins. I have a 57% win rate, 57.7.
That's not bad at all.
I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it. But that also shows you just like how insane XY is, right? Because we all know that I'm a fantastic player who can count to 7 in most situations.
Yeah, you also have to take into consideration that his collection might not be complete. So
That's absolutely true.
even more impressive to be here today.
Absolutely true. Well, we are into the game. Finally, our final quarterfinals are underway. It's between JKing7 and XY, and we have a Soviet versus Germany game here in match number 1, and it looks like a fantastic starting hand here for JKing. He has a great turn 2, great turn 3, and the Mare Nostrum to follow up even on that Bologna regiment, which can give you a lot of healing early on in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Fear turn 2, then the Bologna, and on turn 4 you can buff your feared and bring in the double healing. Can be very annoying for XY.
Fortunately, we do not have the hand here for XY. There's some stability issues through the internet wall of China at the moment. Henkel coming out. It's okay. JKing has a fighter to block it.
So do you always drop the fighter here and maybe risk that it dies so you cannot play Bologna next turn, or what do you guys think?
Personally, yes. I'd probably do that. Yes, there are cards that he can definitely play that can deal with it, but I think most of the time your opponent's just going to want to develop his board, and you getting the fiat out there this early is just a very powerful tool to have on board. That's how I would play it, at least.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you also get, like, even if they trade the fiat, you still get the healing, right? Like, you still get +2 healing, so it's not a waste.
Yep, good argument. Yeah.
All right, Bologna Regiment.
For 3k. So
And
XY
I
is
think
preparing something here. He's probably having for the Emperor or naval supply run. Yeah.
again,
With the Michael, huh?
you're not that worried about that naval supply run with the confusions, and he's about to hit turn 4 as well, so I wouldn't be that worried if I was JKing. Tough spot now though, because he's kind of forced to draw with a Bloody Sickle. Other thing would be you could Mare Nostrum the Bologna regiment and just push it into the front line. That means that your opponent has to chew through 8 HP, which would mean attacking with all of his units, and it's going to give you +8 on your HQ. So,
but XY, isn't he playing Sender in this deck?
he is, I believe.
Let me check. Yeah, he's playing Sendai, so I think you don't want to waste your.
Ooh.
But he did.
Oh, the
Ooh.
Jagged Bomber.
Also, yeah, bomber. Yeah, I'm not sure if I agree with that. With that early.
Ooh, I like this from JKing.
Nostrum there.
I mean, to be honest, like, he's got 2 more Mare Nostrums in the deck. He's also got the Engineer Battalion. You do have plenty of healing options available, so I'm still all right with it. This is probably the play that I would have done instead of just passing turn 4 or, hoping to draw into something with a Bloody Sickle and then Bloody Sickle pass. I think those are probably weaker turns.
Yeah, I mean, also it covers his Stuk there, which was at 4 health. So yeah, I see the point why you would maybe still do it. Oh, let's hope he's not having fast hinds.
Ooh, that would have been so rough.
Too nasty.
But we're still a tough spot here for JKing. Confusion is going to help him out a lot here. No bloody sickle though to
I think
take.
he could Confusion in Mare Nostrum, maybe.
Ooh, I actually like that.
Or
Do
Pastor 2, right? Yeah.
yeah.
And then trade into the Stug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So both die.
And keep in mind, XY discarded an Enigma. So one of
Ooh.
probably 2 Enigmas are gone. So him refilling his hand can be extremely difficult. So J King battling for control here, if he's able to have XY run out of steam, that could just be game.
J King getting very close to winter offensive range as well. Ooh, he may not have the health to play it though.
Oh, yeah. Really?
I mean,
Looking really not great for J King.
he's got the Bologna Regiment. That's 7 HP that needs to be chewed through.
I think he
So-
should play the spoils here.
Yeah, there might be better options out of Spooz than out of
Oh.
Heroes of Soviet Union.
Oh.
Man, if you only had a little bit more, a few more credits.
If XY doesn't have anything to buff the attack here, he would have to use all of his units to trade into that.
He's looking for something. Sendai, maybe?
Oh my god. But no, Winter Offensive.
That's not cutting
that-
everything.
that-
He's just
yeah.
dead then.
Winter offensive wouldn't cut it.
He's left with 11 HP. 11 attack there on board. Has to be partisans, I guess.
Okay, wait.
Oh, that's so tough.
I mean, he also has a Ledesma. That's not going to be enough. Partisans
Nice.
trades 2.
I don't think he has
Man,
an answer
maybe
here.
it's
I think he
better
just
to-
loses.
Is it
Partisans.
maybe better to do the naval? Which will also eat 2 units. You're left with the. I mean, this is not bringing you.
I think
There can be nothing that buffs anything. And he finds the Enigma!
The second one.
Wow!
What a top deck.
Wow, that
There it
is
One out
such
of
an
25. Ow! I feel the pain. Oh my god.
That is such a rough top deck for J King to face there. The Enigma, absolutely the best card that XY could have pulled off the top there. It drew him, what, 8 cards? I mean,
Yeah.
it just completely refilled the hand. And J King putting up such a valiant fight there, but the Fast Heinz deck just a little bit too fast. I mean, give it 2 more turns. If he's able to last 2 more turns, I think he wins that match. But man, forced to use 2 Mare Nostrums really early. Tough game for J King.
Yeah, the question is, I think we might saw the Soviet mirror now. That you've been looking forward, Ollie.
Yeah, I'll give the edge in the Soviet mirror to J King because of the stuff you talked about earlier, Spooz. The fact that XY is playing in his first broadcast tournament, he might have some jitters. He's playing up against a veteran in J King, and he has to play it perfectly because, J King, he knows the British version of this deck as well, like the back of his hand. I guarantee it.
Yeah, and I also think that the Italian version might have a slight, might be the slight favor here because of La Decima, which is really good removal additionally, that the British version is not having. It's just having a few more guards. Sure, you have the rough lightning in it and the carpet bombing, but I think Italy might just have more value.
Yeah, I mean, let's say you do the Raft Lightnings, right? What's a good Raft Lightning target on the side of J King? There's not a whole lot, right? I mean, you don't want to push La Decima back into hand. You don't want to push
Josef Stalin back into hand.
You know, right? Like most of the stuff you don't want to push back into hand. So, I mean, that's not going to be like a late game play to push a 10 credit unit back into hand, completely negating a turn. It's going to be a mid game play.
Yeah, I agree. So match up wise, I think also J King is a favor here, but we've learned today everything can happen, even when you have a good matchup against someone. One good
Yeah,
top deck
absolutely.
can turn things around.
Burning Sky, rah, that's a really, really powerful card there for. I wonder if that's just teched in there because Brit Air is so popular in China.
Yeah, I also thought about that. Because usually, I mean, players in lower ranks, I think that might be a popular card. But in the last time, I saw it a lot in ladder also. Oh,
Ooh.
There you go.
Ooh.
Nice. And there's something interesting here that I think like this doesn't exist in pretty much any other mirror matchup is for J King, he needs to do exactly that on turn 4, because if he starts extending it a lot further into the game, Partisans becomes an option, right? Partisans plus plus Urals. So you can kind of have this bounce back and forth sometimes.
Yeah, you really have to take care of your opponent's partisans and confusions to know when you can drop several units, so you don't risk that they get stolen by your opponent.
Also, you know, an important note, healing for XY here is bound to the honeys, whereas healing for J King is mostly bound to those Marinostrums. So, you know, J King using a Marinostrum early onto that T34, trying to set up a trade with that honey so that he can kill the healing for XY while still delivering 12 HP back to his HQ.
So, very unfortunate that we are not able to see XY's hand here. Would be really cool to see that one too. But J King is not just having, or he had the Confusion Confusion Red Banner combo. He's also having Partisans Ural combo in his hand. So far, he did not find a unit on board that it would be worse to do it on. But man, that can be a game changer, that combo.
I wonder if he's gonna parade, move up the 285th, and attack face.
Ooh, that's 2 more T34 for him.
Yeah. And surely you go face here and you just trade. Yeah. I'll take 6 away from you and put 6 on me.
I think it's a tough decision, as you can see when he's thinking. He can also protect his 845th, but I mean, every sickle will just kill your T34 without getting additional healing out of it. And
That's true.
setting XY to 16 is also not really doing a lot for you, because he's running a lot of healing. So yeah, J King going for the trade here. That's some beefy units there. That Lion 4-day, just on point.
I mean, this is not bad for J King, to be honest, right? He can get 6 HP if he wants to attack into that 6th airborne. He can Lion for a day. He has the Ledechima coming up next turn, so
I'm thinking it's a very early Partisans here, and there might be more fighting stuff coming from XY.
I almost want to see them pass a unit back and forth with Partisan, just going up and building it up slowly, and
that's what happened to me yesterday.
To keep it wins.
We started off with a 4 credit unit, and it went like Partisans, Urals, Partisans, Red Banner, Partisans, Urals. Right? It was great.
So he's keeping his line for a day for the 6/6, I guess. Let your opponent spend 2 credits to operate it, and then kill it next turn.
So the KV2 there, it's not a super popular card. Why don't you tell people at home a little bit about it that might not know what it does?
the KV2 is a pretty sizable tank, pretty expensive. It cannot be pinned, and it cannot be attacked by artillery or air units. So, in the right situations, it can be a very powerful like tech card. But most of the time, you don't see it too often because it is really slow. It does have that super high operation cost, but it can shine in the right scenarios.
Yeah, I definitely agree. When you don't have answers and you're playing an artillery deck, and suddenly this thing pops out of your refractories or red banner, and yeah, how do you deal with it? But there it goes.
So many
Okay.
answers here in hand for J King. He can clear the board if he wants to. Almost.
I think going for the 83rd play is good. Saving that lion for a day for like that really critical moment where you need like a super cheap hard removal.
Yeah, the problem with the naval is you always have to deal 1 damage first. So if you don't have a unit on board or don't have a sickle, the naval is mostly useless. So good idea here to keep the lion and save it for a bigger threat.
So I noticed that J King had a chance to move that tank up into the front line, but didn't. The T60, I believe. Is he doing that just so that he leaves more space on the table that needs to be covered by XY? It's like, I want you to spend credits to march across the field right now because I'm happy in my support line. Or is there something else that I'm missing?
Good question, honestly. You probably did not want to give him the value trade on the naval brigade there, because it does not really matter for him if it's at 4 health or at 2 health. So there was no advantage for him to get it to 2 health, I guess. I think that's why he did it. Ooh.
Oh, the rough lightning comes back and it just pushes back the naval brigade. It's interesting.
Gonna see the trade and then a T-34 get dropped maybe?
Yeah, probably trading up with the naval brigade and
This plus sickle additionally. Oh, he's going for that, okay.
Alright.
oh, this is exactly what I wanted, guys. You can feel the pressure building in this game, right? Both players have 6 cards in hand. They have all this stuff to work with, but they just keep making these chess moves. Who is going to control it better? Who is setting up for the late game? Oh, I love these games. I absolutely love them.
Yeah, this might also be the longest match for today. That one match is probably longer than all the matches we saw before. And as you said, it's really like a game of chess. You have to keep in mind, what did your opponent play so far? What can he have left for the late game? And what removal am I having left for that? And maybe do a weird move now and trade inefficient just to have way better options for his late game answers, or for his late game threat there.
Ooh.
There it goes. So both are having the 272nd left in their decks. Or are they even having both? Yeah. XY is having it. And
Ooh, partisans could be really nice on their first rifles.
J King is also having it. So I think the key in this match will be who's getting more value out of his 272nd. Who's getting maybe the double Joseph Stalin. And J King is having the way better answers against double Joseph Stalin than XY is having.
I wonder if we might see something like Heroes of the Soviet Union give somebody another 272nd, and that's the make or break moment of this game.
Oh,
Ooh.
Zytomir, that is really good.
Really good.
Okay.
That's
That
a-
makes that La Decima basically a 4-4 ambush now.
The enemy is at the gate. The Cider Mirror, that's a great card there for J King.
especially with the second La Decima in hand. So how is XY getting rid of these ambush units in the front line? Sidomir not even can be removed with the T-34.
Nope.
What is he having against it? Only partisans, huh? Partisans? There is no other answer. Carpet
I
is
think
not
you'd have
good
to have the
enough.
partisans.
Yeah, well,
Having all of his early game units here. That's what you don't want to have. 2 drops on turn 12.
now the question becomes, if you're J King, do you just let Decima that engineering battalion, or do you leave that up and deal with the 845th instead?
So that's an error that a lot of new players do that don't have that much experience. Care about these 0-4s, especially in Soviet mirror matchups. I mean, it's not doing anything than healing him, and he's already sitting at 26. I think it's not mattering that much if he's sitting at 26 or 36 or whatever, if you don't can threat lethal in the next 2 turns. So you really want to have Vilodeshimov for his late game cards like 222nd, Joseph Stalin. So you don't waste it on a 1 credit 0-4. Not yet, at least. I mean, if you can have lethal next turn with the double ambush, how much is he having? 6, 10,
Might see a winner
13?
offensive.
Oh,
Well,
confusion.
maybe not.
That's not gonna work because it deals 4 damage. Miscalculation there, or was it?
No, that was intentional.
No.
He wanted the big heals.
Yeah.
You want also the ambush out with one of J King's unit and then trade the two attack units into it.
It was super interesting. I mean, J King floated, what was that, 9 credits last turn, and floating credits is something that is kind of recently in the meta, and I think it's such an important skill to have when you're playing these control mirror matchups, is to not overextend, and that's kind of what J King did. He was like, you know what? I don't need to push all this stuff out right now. My La Decima is going to be much better if I take something else other than that 0-4 out. There's nothing that I really want to play confusion on at the moment. So well done to recognize that situation and not overextend and dump his hand too early.
Yeah, what I also find interesting, floating credits, okay, that he did not play the T60. I mean, I think I would have been the player that would have dropped the T60 there, and then maybe it gets partisan, traded to my units, and suddenly my opponent gets the T34. So that's really, really well played by J King. He knows that the opponent has the partisans left, and so he's waiting with his value cards until they're out, and then he's going white here, I guess.
Oh, I forget that that second rifles does bonus damage against blitz units. I feel like I don't see that actually come into effect too often.
No, you actually don't, and really working out there for J King.
You only remember when you trade a blitz unit into it, and suddenly it dies, and you're sitting there, huh? Why did it die? And then you check the card, and read the text again.
All right. Well, I mean, looking at the state of the hands for both players, it looks like at the moment J King is in the driver's seat. But keep in mind, these are very, very, very teched decks that, you could very much see a swing in tempo still.
Wow, how bad was that one? That is an.
Is that the only option, or no? You can get a guard unit, can't you?
I think you can get a whole host of better
That
units than
Alpine
that.
guy, right? Was it at 4K? So you can get an
Yeah.
Alpine guy?
Not a whole lot of 4K options for Italy, I'm pretty sure.
Well, just free trade there on the bomber, having that T-34 in hand from the T-60. So that's also not good. The fact that you got a bomber in the front line, an effectively free trade there for J King. Pushing the Bologna Regiment back, but like you said, we were talking about the HP of the HQ, Spooz. J King has so much HP, he doesn't care if that honey is poking 2 damage through every now and then, like, it just doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, Jaking is in such unfavorable position here, card-wise and value-wise, that I think it will be hard. Look, XY is only having 8 cards left in his deck.
Wow.
That's why also Jaking, when he was down to 4 cards, I guess, did not play the 5-year plan, because he knew this game would go maybe onto the last card, and then he's in a very good position when he's not fatiguing early on.
Exactly. And it looks like that's going to work out well for him here. Jaking controlling his way to victory at the moment. But keep in mind, we haven't seen, have we seen a carpet bomb? I think one, right? Maybe one.
No, I think we did not, no? I cannot remember, but I think we did not.
Then both carpet bombs are in the bottom 6 cards of the deck. That's pretty unlucky.
I think.
Oh, we lost Scout.
Oh, we lost Scout. No, Scout.
He was catched by the partisans.
And the surrender just comes out.
Yeah, there was just too much for Jaking left there, and too little for XY. And Jaking in his comfort zone here with Soviet control. I mean, it's hard to beat him in a mirror matchup with Soviets, honestly.
That's true. That's true. I mean, that's how he made his name. He made his name as a Soviet player, but since then has flexed into pretty much every deck that we know of. But now we're gonna see.
Oh, now is the moment. We see the Gathering Storm deck, man. I've been
Yeah.
really looking forward to this the whole time, and now I'm pretty excited to see what this deck is trying to do with. I want to see a flak on board. 88 millimeter. I want to see it.
Oh my god! I want to share. I want to share with everybody that the deck name for Jaking for this deck is probably bad.
Probably bad.
So this is definitely an
find
experiment.
out.
This is definitely something that he is theory crafting at the moment. The enemy surrendered. I guess what? What happened?
Oh, looks like a bug he's having. There's still a victory sign, but he's already in the mulligan.
No, I mean, it's just the game ended. The opponent immediately surrendered.
Ah, okay, he surrendered immediately. But it's saying enemy is still selecting starting hand, so looked like some kind of bug
Probably
there.
picked the wrong Soviet deck.
Oh yeah, he said wrong. Okay, another try. Oh man.
It's always frustrating when that happens, but nothing to be done with it.
Yeah, I mean nothing happened there. Jaking did not even go for the mulligan, so we can just nullify that mention.
Yeah, I mean, I think once the mulligans are over, and if you've played a turn, at that point, like, it's a forfeit. But was able to get out quick enough, so let's hope that this won't affect things too much. And I want to say that was just not a bad starting hand here for Jaking. So remake worked out for him. It looks like that as well. And finding a Bologna regiment off the mulligan as well.
Jaking holding on to the tiger is kind of surprising to me.
What is surprising me is that he's holding on to the Nachschub. I mean, I'm even wondering what this is in the deck for.
Is it like removal bait or something?
Oh, look, he already knew that this was come and waiting there with a sudden strike. This strike is really sudden. Blick. Okay.
All right, 1 honey down here for XY. And see, this is fun for us as casters as well, because I have no idea what I'm supposed to be looking out for on Jaking's deck right now. He passes.
Yeah. This is on Bologna.
I think if he drops Bologna, it just gets Confusion Euro.
Yeah. Good point. But how many turns will he continue with this? Is he just passing until turn 8 now?
I don't know. I
Probably
am.
waiting for another unit from XY and dropping his arrow then he at least has a play.
Because those Soviet Valley Confusion decks, they're very reactionary to what your opponent's doing. There's not a whole lot they can really like pump out on their own without first kind of stealing your own things first.
So at this point, I'm just watching. I don't even want to talk because I can't explain what's going on. I'm just watching and learning. And there it goes. Confusion. Urals. He knows that it's coming in. He can even push it up into the front line if he wants to.
He got a bomber last time, so maybe he's leaving it there so...
Ooh.
Oh, yes, he got it again.
It's not in the front line again.
But Sky burns.
Yeah, J-King is having a lot of answers against airplanes. This really looks like an anti-airplane deck. With Aradu and then you have Sky Barons, 88 millimeters. I can't believe this. We see this card in an OCC and also Gathering Storm.
Yeah, J-King drawing that Panzer 3L really changed his hand for me. I was a little bit worried for his situation, but getting that Blitz unit was pretty big.
Leaving it in the support line so it cannot be attacked by the bomber. Because the Aradu is protecting it. Oh, but there's the Burning Sky.
I feel like at the same time, I mean, you saw the Burning Sky last time come out of XY, so maybe you should have just played around it. But it looks like, I don't know, it looks like J-King's deck really revolves around, kind of responding to what the opponent is doing, trading it out. If that Naship gets to live, now the Ledechima can start spitting out some credits.
I mean, I see that 88 in the deck. But isn't it even worse when you have Leopold? Because now you don't have guaranteed draw on the Leopold with Gathering Storm. I thought about making your Gathering Storm better, but since it's also in artillery,
I mean, I wonder. Like, one thing that J-King might be looking at here is just, if he managed to get something like the Tiger out, get a Mare Nostrum on it, that's potentially like 10 healing per turn. 1 credit off from being able to utilize that Jagd Bomber.
Look at the value that J-King's having in his hand there. 4 8 credits card.
But at the same time, I'm more scared of the hidden hand of XY right now because Partisans Ural combos. Partisans Ural combo means you can deal with anything your opponent plays. That is insane.
Not with the Tiger 1. So J-King has to wait until the Naval Brigade is maybe gone, and then he can get a lot of value out of the Tiger 1. Because this thing cannot be stolen by partisans.
That's true.
So I think this is his main win condition at the moment. I don't see what else he can do to... there's also the Comet. But XY is also having a lot of guards in his deck. Not just... I think both players can win this.
What is that? That's 2, that's 4, that's 5. I mean, he can Mare Nostrum the Fiat. He can hit face with it for the double healing and then Jagd Bomber the first rifles back in if he wanted to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sounds like
one
an option.
line. I don't know what to look for in J-King's hand. I don't know what opportunities I'm looking for or what plays I'm trying to make here.
I think he might be correct with his deck description. I'm not sure how well formed this deck is. Maybe he's just trying something out here. but also that luck can be such an annoying card.
I mean, I think we're about to see his deck come online, and this might be like something which will blow everybody's minds that are watching right now, and everybody's like, "I'm gonna go make this deck right now," or this might be something else.
Oh, the value out of this. And the
Ooh.
tiger. Oh my god. But
But
there's
he has a legit
Ladeshima waiting. So one partisan's out already. That is, I think J King would have preferred to see a naval brigade there, so he could drop his tiger. But have the partisans out is also not too bad.
All right, interesting. He's going for the flying bomb just to clear the board absolutely right now. I like that. I really like that.
Yeah, I think there, from the German research, there would have not been that many good other choices there.
I don't feel like he has. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have time to get the synthetic oil out.
Yeah, and synthetic oil is also not doing that much for him. I mean, what can he do? Drop a tiger and a Flammpanzer or a Jagdbomber, and then his tiger is getting removed from naval, and Jagdbomber is getting partisan. Maybe Urine Project would have been a way to clear the board later in the game, but I think he just wants to have no option for XY to get damage onto that tiger until J King gets value out of it.
Yeah. And now the question is, what does XY have to answer that tiger? Because that tiger can really quickly start becoming a problem.
Oh, you can just play Rough Lightning. Wait for it. There it comes.
Oh.
He's having 2 in his deck. I mean, it's very likely that he has at least 1.
But I don't think that's the end of the world either for J King, because he just let that Shima that. I think you kind of expect it to get bounced at least once.
I'm not sure if you want to let Ladeshima this.
No, he probably wants to save it for a future Joseph Stalin.
Oh, nice top deck there. That's so guaranteed a Leopold here. Is he waiting? Can he wait here? Not really, huh? I mean, he's risking that we just play ping pong now here with Leopold and then Rough Lightning again. But so XY needs a winter offensive now. And there it is. Yeah. Oh, the value. What did he destroy there? 18?
Yeah.
21, 22 credits on J King's side.
Ooh, Hipper? I mean, the
Hipper. Go Tiger first. There.
Yeah, agreed. It feels like the Hipper's also arriving a little bit late. He probably wanted the Hipper, at least 5 or 6 turns earlier.
Still good enough, I think. You can just remove the guard and always go face now. Oh, but there's the second lightning.
That's the same one that got bounced from the Leopold.
Oh, yeah. You're right. I'm stupid.
Now J King's finding himself in a tough spot. Now XY is slowly taking over.
Yeah, absolutely not the best position here for J King. Also, the Gathering Storm is, what is it drawing him? He already played, or he already had 2 Ladeshimas, so he's not even getting that out of that. Leopold is gone. He's probably just drawing 188mm and a random tank, because also the Jagdbomber is in his hand.
Ooh.
There's the 3rd lightning. How is he having 3 lightnings in his deck?
All right, but now J King back up against the wall.
Yeah, that's the thing you don't really want to do. Play Ladeshima just on a lightning, but I think he's forced to do it now.
Yeah.
Just to don't lose the board completely.
I mean, at this point, he really needs to get the Tiger IE out. He needs to get a Marin Ostrom on it, and he needs it to survive a turn. And those are big, big prerequisites for the situation he's in right now.
Ooh.
Not getting the healing out of the field. Yeah, these burning skies have been really, really worthy today. In all situations we saw them.
Yeah, I feel like, either bringing a burning sky or bringing a couple of critical hits is really good in these Soviet decks. You kind of tend to struggle sometimes with removal, and there might be the naval brigade coming out, or they're setting up for a carpet bomb. Could be as well.
Yeah, I think it's none of both options here. He's just trading this and go face.
Problem is just like Jaking's hand is just so expensive. I mean, he can only play 2 cards maybe. Ooh.
Oh, I don't think that's gonna do a whole lot though.
It's doing absolutely nothing. He needs both of them.
Maybe
buys him a turn.
I am a little time, but
yeah, it buys him a turn.
So does J-King have to also play the Hipper here on one of maybe the Honey, for example? To not risk to be at 1 health? Or does he have to take the risk here? So he's probably bouncing C4, trading the Flampanzer into the...
I'm wondering, like... Yeah, I think you do need to bounce.
Is he bouncing that one? Okay. So we will see a Force Lightning. Rough Lightning standard card now.
Oh, and that's it. That's game.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
The Soviet deck was just too well formed, and J-King's deck probably a very new deck, and he wanted to try something out that did not really work against the Soviet value deck.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really interested in kind of what the strategy is there, what the win con is, what kind of board you're looking to develop with J-King's deck, because it didn't feel like, he got there at any point. He was always so close, and maybe it was those Wrath Lightnings pushing that Tiger back again and again. The Winter Offensive being in hand when the Leopold dropped. Who knows? Maybe those are like the 1 in 10, 1 in 20 situations that are the absolute kryptonite of this deck. We just don't know. But unfortunate there for J-King, but he won't be moving on into the next round. But what a showing here from XY in his first ever top 8 OCC. I mean, looks like he maybe got a little bit over the nerves after that second Soviet mirror matchup, and got the deck advantage into game number 3.
Yeah, he proved us all wrong and played really well in all matches. I mean, in the second match, he could not really do a lot in the Soviet mirror matchup there. But yeah, well played and well deserved semi-finalist here.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket now before we jump on to a quick break before the semifinals matches. So it's going to be XY versus No in 5, and then Hoi Hoi versus Cappuccino. So we have an all-Chinese quarterfinals. 4 out of the 5 Chinese players making it out of the quarters and into the semis. So great showing here for the Chinese community. And I would say, yeah, Gauntlet is being thrown down for the World Championship. So Spooz and Scout, you better get into it with the Team West and start theory crafting with everybody on how to beat these guys. They're coming up and they're crushing you guys. Come on, where's the answer?
We're trying our best.
I'm not.
Completely honest, I'm not.
Well, in any case, It has been a great quarterfinals so far. We can't wait for the semifinals. I will remind everybody that we are working with a temporary solution after some last-minute technical issues. Blocked spectator mode for being ready for us this weekend. So going into this semifinals, we have all Chinese competitors. There might be a little bit of a lag, but we apologize in advance. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. You might have noticed that there were 5 minutes left on the countdown timer, but all three of us just could not wait to start talking about the upcoming semi-final matches, so we just had to get right on into it. We apologize for the slight additional delay. We had to work out some technical issues and technical logistics of getting the signals out from China and all the way to your home for your viewing pleasure. But let's take a quick look at the brackets to see what is in store for us. We're going to be starting it off with No in 5 versus XY. That's going to be our next match up. And then we're going to be moving over to Hoi Hoi versus Cappuccino. Now, I am extremely excited about this first match that we have here, XY versus No in 5, because these guys are both here for the first time. One of them is going to advance into the grand finals. The other one is going to be playing for the third place match. So which one of the newcomers is going to be making it to the finals? That's the question. This second match, kind of again, like two veterans more on the bottom half. So this is going to be a newcomer versus veteran finals. What do you guys think of these semifinals?
Well, so far, Hui Hui hasn't let me down. I came in rooting for him. He's really proved his worth so far, and I think he's gonna come here and really show all these newbies what's up, and have them looking forward to the next one.
All right, so Scout's just like picking Hoi Hoi for the win. What about you, Spooz? Who do you think is going to take these semis?
I think it's 9 versus Hui Hui in the finals. 9 bringing some really interesting decks here. I like it a lot, and it might be hard against XY because he's playing 3 very good meta decks. But maybe he can get a good start into his matches with his aggro decks and then take the win here in the semifinals.
All right, well, before we jump on into the action, let's take a quick refresh on what decks these guys are bringing to the battlefield here, starting with No in 5. This is his insanely aggressive Fury Japanese deck that finished Bubbles on turn number 3 or 4, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, on turn 4.
Yeah. The next one up for him is going to be, I believe, wait, he came in with... He came in with that one, then he came in with, this Brit deck, this Brit Air deck. And then lastly, he came in with a Fast Heinz deck as well. Let's take a look at that. Just as a reminder, we've seen these decks before. If you're interested in these decks, you can go to kards.com/decks as soon as the tournament is over, and they are going to be available there in case you want to emulate these players on ladder yourself. His opponent, XY. He is going to be bringing his own set of 3 decks, starting with the deck we just recently saw, Soviet Britain. And this deck is extremely good against aggressive decks. So I wonder if this one's going to get banned out for XY here.
Probably.
Then he is bringing a very familiar deck in Germany and Japan. It is a Fast Heinz deck. And then finally, another very familiar deck from the Chinese, Brit Air. So it feels like we kind of have relatively known decks for all these players going into this.
Yeah, I think we might see the Fast Heinz deck getting banned because they've proven to be extremely dominant so far in the tournament.
Well, we're about to find out, and indeed you are absolutely correct, Scout. The Fast Heinz deck has been banned out on both sides. Neither of them want to deal with the fastest of the Heinz, so it's going to be the Soviet deck and the British deck. We might see a Brit Air mirror here. I mean, so, okay, let's talk about strategy in picking decks here. If you're XY, if you're No in 5, what are you thinking? You're thinking, all right, I'm going to just start off with Brit Air. If it's going to do good against both his decks. You probably, if you're No in, you want to get that Soviet deck out of the way before you bring your aggressive Japanese deck? Or how are you thinking about it?
I'm thinking...
just go.
I'm thinking XY is going to want to bring his Soviet value first, because I think that's going to stand the best chance against both No in's kind of aggressive options there, with the confusions and Soviet value control we've kind of seen has a lot of those tools for that anti-aggro. So
Yeah, if I would have been XY, I would go with Bird Air first. I think it's a very good matchup against the Japan deck because you have the bombers that can pin the early aggression bombers, and then you have the, how is that thing called? That 1K order that deals 3 damage. So a lot of answers, and looked like he did go for Britain there. And then if you face the mirror, you just have a mirror, so it's a 50-50 basically. And that's why I would have also chosen that Brit Air deck. I mean, you can completely backfire when he discarded the supply shipment. I thought he drew it. That would have been very, very good for him.
Or prosperity there. He has a Fury unit, Rising Sun as well. Try and get some more units on the board.
Ooh.
Ooh, that type 93.
Lots of buff cards in this deck and no one's deck here. I kind of like it. The 4 prosperity, the unities, the supply shipments. That's kind of spooky.
It is almost veering into meme deck territory. So Scout's ears are pricked up. It's like, oh, how many buff cards?
Scott's very excited here. Yeah.
20 buff cards sounds like a deck I would like to make work. Oh.
20 buff cards, 1 unit. That's a deck I would play. Yeah, I mean,
don't think XY has a super solid answer for respond. Okay, just kidding.
oh, look at this. He just cleared the board.
Yeah, pretty strong clear. All right, there you go.
Yeah, I think, okay,
Ooh.
that key might change things a little bit. Because Brit Air deck these days are not playing precision bombing. What would be a very good answer against that one?
Yeah, it's a little too slow these days.
So what is he having here on 4? Nothing. Not even close air support is good enough.
I'm sure, as many of you know, that Key 83 will draw XY some cards for him if he can't remove it. So.
Yeah, and you might think that it feels really good to get a bunch of extra cards. Sometimes it can really suck. I had a Key 83 stick on the board for so long, it discarded like half my deck the other day. So, sometimes it can be a real blessing. Sometimes it can be a real curse.
So is he going for the Kitty Hawk here and deploying the infantry, the Fury guy? Or is he killing the bombers?
He could also move to the front line, supply shipment, and draw cards.
But then his HQ is open. I think that's a little bit too risky against two bombers
agree.
there.
I think his best play is to drop the Fury and just trade into a bomber.
I need to go for Kitty Hawk, yeah.
Okay.
Protect his Fury guy. If he's finding Lightning Conquest after this turn, for example. I mean, he really wants to go to the front line and get the 2 Rising Suns to work.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, actually, if XY finds a way to stop him from doing that, that could be a huge blow here for No. 5. He's going to need to find a unit that can blitz into the front line if he wants to make that work.
Sexton, okay. Looks like XY has secured himself a nice draw engine.
Oh my god. Look at that turn now. The Lightning Conquest. Lightning Conquest can be so OP.
Could this be lethal?
No, it's not.
No.
Lethal.
It's just a 4 attack.
USA's plus supply shipment.
No.
That's 5. That's gonna be 10, 12. Oh, it's only 12.
Not enough
credits.
credits.
Too ambitious.
I've been shocked before this stream, guys, by somebody pulling out a random lethal, so I wouldn't put it past me.
I think he should go Sexton, Albacore, and usage on the other one to kill the swordfish, maybe?
He doesn't.
Oh, you don't even need the usage, yeah.
Yeah.
You can just do it this way. Keep the usage.
Absolutely nasty turn.
Yeah.
However, XY sitting on a lot of cards right now. Getting close to carpet bomb range.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
really
think-
needed the
I don't think
Empire
he's running
Strike.
Carpet Bomb though. Yeah.
No, these days you run Empire Strikes in
Yeah.
Brit Air. And he really needed that one. Is he even having it?
Ooh,
Finest
Monty.
hour? Yeah.
Gonna need to dump some units out so he doesn't overdraw here.
Yeah, very unlucky that he did not find an Empire Strikes when he already has to the deck.
Ooh.
Oh, air superiority can be so strong. 1k, 3 damage to any unit.
Yeah.
He needs to find answers for this Fury guy.
He could
Look, he
trade
can-
into it and then make it killable next turn. He has 5 hit points on that Gladiator. However, we know, of course, that no one can just send it back. Draw, get plenty of options.
Unity is strength. He has 2 of them. And a bounce. I mean, surely we get a Unity played on the Fury guy this turn, right? To get him further out of kill range.
Ooh.
Probably, yeah.
+4/+4. Ooh.
Ooh.
Man, this deck from No and 5 is dirty. I mean, it's
I like that he buffed
Ooh.
that guy there. Because if XY drops like another Albacore or something, that saves up a Unity to be put on the Bicycle Regiment and just slap him just as hard, you know?
you play the US Ace on the Bicycle Regiment here to put it out of range for
Ooh.
like a ping?
What? I don't think so.
I wonder if he's playing the US.
Shelling.
That's painful.
XY having the correct cards here so far.
Ooh.
There comes.
Oh, he can put the Fury on that guy, and then that'll give it the ambush and blitz, won't it?
Yep.
He's still.
The Yamagata will get blitz and ambush when the hand is empty, so
So knowing that he's not having carpet bombing, I think he can risk to leave this at 3 and just do it on the other one.
my god, look at that Fury unit in the front line, 13-7. If that's not a ticking time bomb in your face, then I don't know what it is. It's like every single turn is like, you got to deal with this or you're dead.
I think XY might be running out of pen options. He's already used Monty, he's used Shelling, used one Albacore.
He's only having one
Use the
Albacore
Sexton?
and Rough Lightning,
Yeah.
maybe. Rough Lightning to bounce it. It's not really solving the problem, but delaying it. Oh, wow, he has it. That key earlier might have helped XY more than it helped 9.
Ooh, Calm Before the Storm. No one kind of running low on cards here, except that might be really good for him.
Not what he needed, though.
Mm,
That means that with the Calm Before the Storm, he's going to be able to trade out that Fury unit next turn if he opts for it. So, oh my god, that 14-6 Fury is just going to be destroyed. It's gone.
ooh,
Oh,
bouncing it back.
oh, that is even worse. Oh.
Wow, what a play. And no in 5, I mean, maybe he should have just skipped playing that Type 93 to leave some space in his support line. But, man, is there any way for you to actually play around that?
I'm not sure no one comes back from this. I don't believe he's running like a feint
Nah.
retreat or anything.
He's already on the surrender button.
Yeah, his deck is like if he's not getting it all pushed out and smashed in the first few turns, it just kind of loses all of its momentum, and there's not really an easy way for him to get it back.
Yeah, because his units usually don't have Blitz, and his Lightning Conquest was already gone. Very hard for him to come back
Yeah.
once the opponent established a big front line full of support line full of airplanes. Yeah, it's GG.
I wonder if him splitting up his buffs there would have made a big difference, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, who knows? Yes. So it's XY1, no in 0, and XY currently in the lead here, now facing off against no in 5's Brit Air deck. But he does not have a hyper aggressive deck to go against that. He has a very, very control heavy deck, and he has a deck that has a lot of partisans and a lot of confusions, right? Which is an extremely, extremely powerful card against Brit Air.
Ooh, looking to throw away the Monty and the close air support. Interesting.
Yeah, I think he's just looking for units that he can early deploy on here. Could have really thought about keeping one close air support, but I think you really don't need a Monty here in that matchup.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think a Monty is not super impactful in this.
So this is a very tough match for knowing now, knowing that your opponent has 3 confusions in his deck. So usually when you play Brit Air, you want to go wide, then play an Empire or the Emperor, things like that. But when your opponent is having confusion, you cannot go that wide. You always have to look what can your opponent make with his confusion, and sometimes you also don't want to buff your units to not give him the double trade chance and then Euro factories for the Omega value there. So not the easiest matchup here for 9. He can win it. I saw people win with Brit Air against Soviet control, but yeah, it's very tough.
You're looking to really thread the needle there, and kind of you have to get your buffs out at the correct moment on the correct target. You have to be very aware that you're not setting yourself up and buffing a target, ending your turn only to have it, bounced or stolen or whatever it is. So a lot of brain power needs to go into the game here for no and 5. Whereas I feel like on XY's side, the deck just kind of plays itself, right? I mean, most of the decisions seem pretty obvious most of the time to him.
Yeah, also that 845th is doing a lot here for XY. Will give him a lot of healing over time, and known maybe not able to bring the damage in fast enough. Also that honey giving him additional healing here, healing each turn.
If no one does end up winning this, however, then he has to use his Japanese deck against a confusion deck, which I think could be really scary.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, that is already so tough. That guard, what is he having against that guard? Only a rough lightning in his deck.
Maybe he Monty's, drops a gladiator, calm before the storm, perhaps?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Here you go. And next turn he can kind of explode.
Yeah, that's also a spot where Calm Before the Storm is very strong. Your opponent is having a guard. You cannot attack because you don't want to trade into a guard, and then
Obviously,
you just drop an additional. Yeah, that's what I
Confusion
was
really
hoping.
strong versus Calm Before the Storm in particular.
Look at this. Who had the idea of that card, huh? 3K. Get rid of
Drops
2 opponents' unit.
both Hurricanes, maybe? Or goes for the draw. Okay.
Yeah, then he's just risking to run into another confusion. Because I think XY mulliganed hard for his confusions. So it's not that unlikely that he maybe has 2 in hand. So I think you don't want to go double Hurricane here.
Oh no, I don't think you definitely don't want to do that. I mean, yeah.
I think he's gonna want to drop one this turn. Maybe. It's rough because if he's sitting on a confusion, he's just.
Yeah, it's already very tough for Noin to come back from this one.
It's a matter of does he want to take the risk or. Moment of truth. Is there another confusion?
Confusion Ural, maybe?
There is.
Oh. I can feel the pain. Oh, man. And the Euro Factory is just.
Oh, and a buffalo coming from it. Not a bad pick. And sitting on these 2 empires with no bombers. Just an absolute brick of a hand right now for Noen.
Yeah, these double confusions are just. I mean, what are you doing against this? There's the C-Fort sitting in his support line. Then there are 2 confusions. There's not much you can do as a Britair player.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he drops the hurricane here and passes.
Not
He
even
kills
that.
the buffalo. Yeah, not even that. Yeah. Because
So,
XY isn't really threatening a lot of damage on his end, so no one can maybe just sit and play the long game, wait it out, get a really nice hand.
yeah, but how would a nice hand look for him?
Maybe a few bombers to empower these Empire Strikes. But,
Is he playing the HMS Illustrious?
let
I
me
expect
check.
so.
I mean, right now
He
he's got a
does,
kitty.
yes.
So that
Yeah.
would probably be the best top deck here, clearing
Mhm.
almost the whole board. But not even finding a single bomber here.
I mean, he definitely needs a bomber to get those Empire Strikes activated. I mean, I guess air superiority could bail him out a little bit here if he plays a Kitty Hawk, takes care of one of those honeys, air superiority on the other one.
Yeah.
At least gives him a target on board for XY to trade into and deals with the honeys.
Drops the Hurricane too.
So I was really hoping he's not having confusion or partisans.
Yeah, the 3rd confusion, but yeah, Partisans would also be really good. Well,
If he would
with the
fit
operation cost, it would be difficult for him to get a lot of value out of Parsons at this moment, unless he just takes it and carpet buff. That works too. That works too.
Oh, this match is pain to watch.
Ooh,
Oh, these top decks. Oh.
he's got to get the HMS like right now.
Yeah, HMS or
He could, if he had the HMS, he could HMS Empire, and oh my goodness, all the buff cards, none of the cards above.
not a single bomber.
Luckily, his XY's deck does give him a lot of time.
Ooh, there's a
If he
bomber.
were up against like aggro or something, he would have been
waiting
already dead.
I think
Hey,
he's just
guys.
waiting for another one.
I'm gonna throw out a prediction here. If he plays that bomber, it's gonna get stolen. It's a wild prediction, I know, but
I think he waits it out.
Yeah, he's waiting for another one. No, it makes no sense to play it here. Oh.
Oh,
I mean, he had
what?
Yeah, I just wanted to say he had some units early, but this confusion just ruined his whole game. I mean, he's basically just having buffering orders in his left deck, and
ooh, I think that calm is dangerous.
That is dangerous. Because I mean, what? 2 confusions are out. There's still 2 partisans and a confusion left.
Yeah, bounce will do it.
this,
Bounce.
wow, no chance for
Another-
Noin the whole
That's-
match.
Rest in peace, Noen.
I mean, it's almost like somebody went through his deck and went like, oh, I'm gonna group this into orders and units, and I'm gonna put the units at the bottom.
He didn't shuffle his deck.
You gotta shuffle the deck.
I mean, he had 2 gladiators, 2 hurricanes, a swordfish. I mean, you cannot complain, but yeah, they've just been double taken out by the confusions.
I mean, I honestly think that this Brit Air deck, I don't see how it wins against this confusion thing unless you just hit it perfectly where, you know, when you play your buffs and you're pushing your damage, the opponent doesn't have the combo in hand. But I don't know, when about a quarter of your deck is cards that steal units, you tend to get them quite a lot. So
And there it is.
There's
Yeah.
Weevil.
And that's going to be it. So XY, just around 3,000 games into KARDS, secures himself a spot in the OCC finals. Absolutely massive for him. Congratulations to XY.
Yeah, really well picked decks for his top 8 appearance here, and really paying out so far.
Great job. Well, I mean, with that, we now know at least one of our finalists. Maybe we can take a look at the bracket in a second. But talking about that performance, I mean, 0-5, just really nothing he could do in that last game.
No, it was really hard and frustrating to watch for someone who maybe roots a little bit for the Brit Air player there. But I can feel the pain. I played a lot of Brit Air, but I've never faced such a bad situation like in this match. And I think there was absolutely nothing he did wrong. He just lost because of the absolute hard counter.
It was a hard matchup going into it for sure, but I think those poor draws definitely just a nail in the coffin. Really, not much he could do there at all.
Absolutely, and as we see in the bracket, that means XY has secured himself a spot in the grand finals, the best out of 5 finals, for the chance to become the Officer Club champion and to take home $500. Now, we're going to be moving over into the lower half of the bracket there with a matchup between Hoi Hoi and Cappuccino. Before we jump into that matchup, however, we're going to take a quick break while we get everything situated and set up. Do not go anywhere. I talked about it earlier. We broke the concurrent viewership record for OCC on Twitch. I am beyond grateful for all you guys showing up here. It's pretty clear that we put Scout on camera and people just flock to the stream. There are queues out in the street. You know, people are climbing walls to get to a computer monitor. So, I mean... We're happy with it. We're happy with it. So don't go anywhere. In fact, call your friends. Tell them to join us here for the second semifinals and the grand finals. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. I'm Ole. This is Spooz. No, this is Spooz, and this is Scout. It's mirrored, right? So I did it wrong. But all right, we're back here, and we are ready to jump on into the second semifinals here for this month's Officer Club Championship. We just watched an exciting series between XY and No in 5. XY coming out on top there, 2-0, securing himself a spot in the finals. And I believe that's the first time that he's ever in the Officer Club Championship, and he's making it all the way to the finals. What an absolute fantastic result there from them. And now we get to see who's going to be facing them in the finals. Is it going to be Hoi Hoi or is it going to be Cappuccino? Two veterans that have been here in the semifinals or finals before. So let's take a look at their decks before we head on into the matches. As a reminder, starting with Hoi Hoi's decks here, Germany, Japan. This is just a fast Heinz one. Nothing to add. No, let's do the next one. It is a Japan Brit deck. This one was a fairly interesting one. The heavy AoE deck that we saw earlier. We've seen him play this one and win with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it will be interesting to see if he can continue the success with this heavy AoE deck in this semifinals. And then finally, flipping the nations for some Brit Air action, bringing a Brit Japan deck list. His opponent is going to be Cappuccino there, bringing his own 3 decks, starting off with a USA Germany deck. And this one is the infantry frontline deck, right? Focused really much on keeping the front line, pushing everything back, and buffing those units with the 507th PIR.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Lots of bounce.
I'm wondering, like, can we find a good nickname? Because I feel like this deck we'll see it more. So let's start thinking about it. It's like the Bouncer or something. You know, I'm running the Bouncer.
The Bouncer. It sounds good. Bouncer
Next
deck.
Next deck up here from Cappuccino, fast Heinz deck. We've come to know and love it. And finally, Brit Commando deck, rocking that Soviet ally with some bloody sickles and aspiring. The deck that we saw Synthetic Oil absolutely unlock the entire deck pretty much in 2 turns there against Ari Big Ben earlier. Now looking at the bans for these players, we have them in, and it's going to be Hoi Hoi is not allowed to bring his Japan AoE deck.
Oh no.
Won't see the innovation this time around, and Cappuccino not allowed to bring the German fast Heinz deck. So
We're
Fast
getting
Heinz.
to keep a fast Heinz deck though, which is. Have we seen one of those lose yet?
No.
Outside of like a mirror, maybe.
No.
Hmm.
So fast Heinz really powerful there for Hoi Hoi into the matchup, and a Brit Air mirror there as well. So it's kind of that fast Heinz versus frontline bounce pressure on the US side, and we talked about that earlier. You know, fast Heinz plays really well against that because units tend to be in the front line, so they can't be bounced back into hand. So should be an interesting matchup here.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
Cappuccino is going to want to get their US deck facing the Hoi Hoi's British Air deck, and then have Cappuccino's British Air deck facing the Fast Heinz deck.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the players can get a green light to go into game whenever they are ready. We are ready for them. I do want to remind everybody that because we were unable to get the spectator mode deployed into the game, we had to scramble for a tech solution. So we reverted back to the way things were in the old and golden days when I was operating things solo, getting signals from all over the world. Now we only have Chinese players left in the tournament. That means we're getting the signal all the way from China, all the way over to the US, and then being sent from the US out into the rest of the world. So we apologize for any lag or technical difficulties that we might encounter. All right, now the players are getting ready to move on into the game. We are just waiting for them to issue the challenge, accept it, and jump on in. I'm really sad we don't get to see that Japan deck there from Hoi Hoi. And I think maybe him playing it earlier in the tournament plays a role in that, because you must have looked at it and be like, oh, I don't want to deal with that.
Yep.
All right, we're into
but-
the action.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm also really sad that I did not see that deck again, because it's looking interesting. It's on the first view, it's not looking good. It's just looking like randomly stuff picked together. But yeah, it really worked out in that one match we saw it. But yeah, let's focus on this one. We see US versus Brit Air.
I think this is a slightly favored matchup for Cappuccino here.
Because of all of his bounce.
The bounce, and it's either going up against this or Fast Heinz. So
And he's also having a Flampanzer here. Hey, look at that quality here. What did he even say, man? There's no issue at this point. 22nd. Was this a good 22nd? I'm not sure if I agree with that. Maybe he wants to... No, doesn't also not make sense. Because any unbuffed gladiator would have killed it. That was a strange play. I think this turn is 100% Flampanzer and kill one of the gladiators.
I think it might be better to save the Flampanzer for a buff, but I guess the buff isn't as strong. Because I think
He's also having a
buff
half strike left, so if Cappuccino's going to no, if who is going to buff now, he can just... Wow, look at this!
Oh,
Ooh.
Frontline movement of Gladiator.
not the play I was expecting.
I mean, it blocks him from playing the 99th.
Yeah, that was really 200 IQ move.
That's that was 200 IQ. What do you do now? Like you don't have enough credits to play anything in attack. You can't trade the gladiator unless you just give it a free trade. Oh yeah, you got the Hellcat. I didn't see it. Okay. All right, fixed.
No, it's Albacore. It's just straight into Flampanzer on way. But next turn, okay. Cappuccino's having the bounce with the Panzer 35T. But he's just going to... 35T 99s gives you 2 units. And maybe later in the game you don't have the chance to get onto the front line. So maybe that is the better play here, 35T into 99s. Would be really cool if he would have found the 109s. That would have been the nuts here. But
I really like 35T into 99th. I think that's a super interesting play. Because like you don't have anything to play with the half track, right? If you half track, then what? You're gonna play the 22nd naked beside it? No, I think that's the best play you can do right now.
and you really, I think you really have to get that Hurricane out of the board. Hurricane is such a frightening card. If your opponent is having for the Emperor and 1 buff card, it's almost 16 damage here. So you really have to get that off.
I believe in the Hurricane.
I don't know if you like. Okay, I guess it kind of makes sense. Now we're gonna get to see the 99th come into play. Gonna bounce that Hurricane.
I like it.
I'm just wondering because like he could have attacked twice with the Hurricane and kept the close air support and dealt 1 more damage to the HQ, and then he wouldn't have lost the close air support if he did get bounced. Just wondering if that's a better line, but I'm no Brit Air expert.
I think it's a big investment for Hui to go for the Lend-Lease here.
Yeah, is he really doing that?
Yeah.
I think he's looking for a bomber. Because he has the Empire Strikes, and that is a very good possibility to clear the board later. But
I think
Cappuccino having double, we can do it here.
I think we can do it is kind of vital to get off.
Yeah, he's definitely doing this. Yeah.
Oh, and massive board all of a sudden here for Cappuccino.
There might come a shelling next turn, but then there's just waiting another, we can do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of AoE that needs to be found here. Oh, maybe he could Shelling Ultra. Shelling Ultra would be insane, but he's not expecting the second we can do it right in the turn after.
And he's also setting up lethal with this way, isn't he? Swordfish plus this is +2, it's 5, 6, 12 damage. 12 plus Kitty Hawk is 14 damage. Oh no, he's having lethal. Kitty Hawk,
Yeah.
Swordfish,
For the
close air
Emperor.
support, Empire Strikes. Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
all the Emperor.
Cappuccino has to deal with that hurricane.
He really has to bounce it, otherwise he's losing. Is he having anything that can bounce?
Nope.
Would the weekend do
We
it?
can do it. He
Pull
can heal.
pull them out of range. Yeah.
But still not the best situation there.
Could also move the first Marines to the front line and give the HQ smoke screen.
Ah, yeah.
Yep.
See?
But I mean, this is definitely a situation where we are seeing Hui target like a lethal that we didn't see just when we were talking about it. So, but now that plan has been thwarted, and oh my god, what a beefy board here for Cappuccino.
Opting for the
Depending on the
heal.
top deck now. What is this top deck from Hui Hui? If that is a good card, any British card or another for the Emperor? Oh, it's another bomber. Look at this, going face. Doing this, and Hurricane, absolutely OP here. This is lethal, right? It's +4,
no.
7, 8, 16. Wait, what?
That's
16. He's one off.
but the Empire Strikes can finish it off.
Yeah, and Cappuccino's out of healing now, right? He's only having 2. We can do it. Yeah, he's only having 2. So Hui Hui knowing that he's not having any chance to regain health here, just setting him to 1, knowing that he is never ever killing him next turn, and can just finish it off next turn with the Empire Strikes.
Cappuccino would have to win now.
Yeah, he has to win now, otherwise he's losing. And I don't see how he's ever doing this.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I think that's it. I think Hui takes this first one.
Only one? Nah, he's only having 1 tank. And another 35T. Maybe he can do something with 109s, but that is never enough.
Yeah, Cappuccino, honestly, probably looking for a way to clear.
Oh, we lost Scout. He was waiting for him to clear. Oh, and the first Marine smoke screen, but
this is not helping.
Empire. No, the Empire Strikes. Yeah.
Still killing him.
I cannot believe that Hui somehow found the victory here. Wow.
Really massive turn there with the Hurricane.
Have you ever seen someone win against the board that full? Like, I think I've never seen like 9 units on board for the opponent and somebody wins. That's just absolutely insane.
I mean, we know better now because we saw the hands, but
I think
Cappuccino really
probably was
he should have
going
gone
for the heal instead of the first Marines.
He should have gone for the first Marines there. But we know better. We saw the hand. You never expect such a sick combo there. I mean.
Yeah, but I feel like if you're against Brit Air and there's already a Hurricane on the board, you just have to prepare for the worst.
Yeah, Hurricane is such a scary card that can explode so much as we saw. Okay, now we see Commandos versus Fast Hinds.
Keeping the Crusader, but not the Pioneers. Interesting.
Maybe because is going first, probably looking for some more orders to activate the Crusader or draw cards.
Mm. Or maybe just looking for those honeys. Get some bodies. Ooh. Hui Hui's next turn is going to be absolutely brutal. That's going to be a beef wagon with...
For the Emperor, and then...
And the Cappuccino is getting such a tempting offering here, right? Like a great turn 3 is to play your commando plus cup of tea. You have a 2/3 commando. You have a 2/5 honey. You're feeling pretty good, but he has all the other stuff that he wants and needs as well. So now you're kind of thinking like, oh, can I hold my cup of tea? Can I play a dry honey here and pass? And can I go for something like a Crusader plus cup of tea next turn? Like,
I think what Hui does here now is drop the Nash up, that play for the Emperor, move everything up, clear the honeys, and then have enough credits to buff it up with a supply run.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely correct. And that I think is just game. Like, wow.
Not really. There's a chance that honorable death will just getting discarded, or the other one that he's drawing.
Not
oh,
what
he's
you want
waiting for next turn.
there.
I mean, he's waiting. He's trying to. Oh, another. Oh, it was a Leopold.
Oh,
it was a desync between the two signals.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, he's having 2 chances here, but he needs to hit really well. 2 units have to die.
He might look for depth charges here.
Yeah.
With Aspiring.
I think depth charges is probably the only thing that will actually save him in a way that he can get back into the game.
Like it's gonna be a gamble either way for Cappuccino. They could drop the commandos and go for pings, or go for the depth charges. Didn't get it.
Not terrible though. He cycles through, gets some extra health, keeps getting those pings out, but the Naship just keeps eating them.
Very bad hit.
Brutal. I think honestly, the V1 would have been a good option too, just because that guarantees a kill on one of the tanks.
Yeah. But I mean, he's in such a tough spot now, and I mean, this is the difficulty, right? If you can't establish those commandos, I mean, he's not getting that synthetic oil turn.
Oh, the surrender already.
Oh, what? There was no zero, right? It was at 14 attack, and he was at 15 health.
But
it was a little bit early.
Cappuccino said, "You know what? My coffee's getting cold. I'm just leaving. I'm not gonna let this cappuccino go to waste. Just leaving now."
Yeah, I mean, it's already 1 o'clock, something like that in China, Central Eastern.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't say that often enough, but I mean, a huge shout out to our Chinese community for always sticking with us and participating in this game, mostly on the Western time zones, because that is where the company's located and you know, most of the community where we speak the language. So a huge shout out to those players, and thank you so much for your dedication to cards. Congratulations to Cappuccino for making it this far, but unfortunately, he's not going to be moving on into the finals to face off against XY. We'll see him next in the in the third place match here against No Win 5. So congratulations to him on the results, but won't be making it into the finals now. Can still walk away with some money if he wins the third place match. He can secure himself $200. So a lot to play for here in the next match for Cappuccino. All right. Well, before we head on into that match, let's take a look at the bracket. We'll look at the bracket. We'll see how it looks like. And there we go. Here it is. This is how your bracket looks like. It's going to be XY versus Hoi Hoi in the finals. And in third place are going to be the losers of the 2 semifinal matchups, No Win 5 and Cappuccino, neither of which were able to bring a game home in the semifinals. So they're both probably itching to redeem themselves here in front of all the audience watching us on Twitch. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes with the third place match, and then we'll jump on into the grand finals. We cannot wait. And remember, give me stuff in chat if you want to enter the giveaway. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. It is time to jump on into the third place matchup. We've seen these guys play all day. They didn't quite make it to the finals, but now is their chance to earn some money. So we're going to be jumping into the third place matchup here between Cappuccino and No in 5. The winner of this securing themselves third place and $200. So a lot is on the line for these players moving into this match. Before we quickly run over the decks, we've kind of, I'm just going to run through the decks, but before we do that, guys, who do you think is going to take this one? Who do you think is going to make it into the third place? And who's going to walk home empty-handed?
So I'm out for predictions today. I think every prediction I made so far was wrong today.
So you're cursing everybody. Okay, I got it. Okay.
I'm just waiting what you're choosing, and I'm choosing the same.
All right, we'll start with Scout then. Yeah, we'll start with Scout.
Honestly, I think No in 5 might have a better chance just because we saw in that last game, it seemed like Cappuccino was kind of giving up a little bit there. Like the game wasn't quite over, but I feel like that surrender came out a little too early, and maybe there's some jitters, maybe there's some nerves.
Who knows?
And
Who knows?
I don't know. I feel like no one might be in that better mindset there, and that might help him secure that money.
All right, so No in 5. Spooz, are you going to agree?
Yeah, I'm going to agree.
All right, then I'm going to disagree. Of course. So I'm going to go with Cappuccino. Let's take a quick refresher of the decks here. I'll just run through them one by one, starting off with No in 5. He's bringing a Japan-US hyper-aggressive Fury buff deck that we've seen absolutely decimate some things and lose. Then he's bringing Brit Air deck, Britain and Japan, and then finally a fast Heinz deck here for No in 5. His opponent Cappuccino bringing a frontline bounce deck with the U.S. Germany, the bouncer. He's bringing the bouncer. He's also bringing another German deck, or another deck that features Germany. This time's Germany-Japan, being a fast Heinz deck. And then finally bringing his Britain-Soviet Commando deck, making me an instant fan, by the way. So Cappuccino, you have my vote here for the third place match. Now, as a reminder to everybody, there are no bans in the third place match, because if you want to win money, you got to win with all your decks. That's pretty much how it goes. So this is a best of 5 series, both in the third place match and in the grand finals. So we'll give the players the green light to go ahead and jump on into the match, and we'll bring you the action as soon as they are ready. But I'm looking at this, no bans, no nothing. What am I bringing into game number 1 here?
I think we might see double fast Heinz.
Yeah,
for the
I
first
agree.
game.
That's what I wanted to say too. It's probably just both bringing fast Heinz, probably the strongest deck, and yeah, leading 1-0, already increasing the pressure for your opponent, and always a good start. Leading 1-0, then being 1 behind.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's not looking good what we are seeing here.
a little bit of a jumbled signal there.
Looks like it's fixed now. Yeah, so I also expect Japan fast Heinz from both players.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely make sense. We'll see. It looks like the challenge has been issued and players are getting ready to load on into the match. So we are, holding our breath here on the caster desk. Coming back to us real quick while we wait for the players to load in. Just want to really check this out. Oh, there we go. All right. They had a problem connecting, so there we go. All right, everything is working. Woo. Excited. Challenge has been issued. Both players have picked decks. Now we're just waiting for enemy found.
No enemy found.
The queue is empty. No, so as a reminder to everybody, type give me stuff in Twitch chat if you do want to enter the giveaways. At the end of this stream, I'm going to be doing a giveaway for 3 officer packs as a celebration for us breaking the Twitch concurrent record, viewership record here today. Looks like they're still running into some issues with getting this challenge underway. We'll hope that gets fixed soon. Looks like third time might be the charm here. Yes.
Yes, we got it.
Haha. All right, and we are into the action here with the third place match between Cappuccino and No in 5. Who's going to walk away with $200? Who's going to walk away with nothing but empty hands? And
He's
you
starting
guys,
with the Japan deck here.
yeah.
I think he has an edge over Fast Heinz. I'm not really sure.
Maybe gonna have to secure that front line ASAP.
But he's going second, so things like a bicycle regiment frontline supply shipment will probably not work when there is a Panzer II on board, for example.
I think you might be right.
So I
think,
think Norn really gambled to go first here, because then it would have been insane.
I think the best mulligan for no one might be to look for 34th Infantry. That way, with a buff, could trade into any Panzers pretty easily.
Yeah. We kept one.
Ooh.
What if on the raiding brigade? At least
Yeah.
something.
Ooh, there you go.
4 prosperity gone.
So
Yeah, he's going to the front line. Beast wagon, and next turn, calm before the storm. Wait, did he just
looks like yeah.
He just wants to deploy it out of his hand?
Maybe didn't want it to get traded. Huh.
I think it would not be the war. I mean, there's the Type 93, so they one can get a double trade. It's a tricky situation here for Cappuccino. Wow,
Dropping
he's
the
deploying it.
dry beef wagon. Oh. I think Cappuccino really should have went for the front line there. Knowing this deck and how supercharged it gets once it hits the front line, that's rough.
Yeah, he has to face a 3-5 now. 4-5.
Is that a Sendai regiment I see, however?
Yes, it is.
Ooh.
No. Yeah. I think it is one. So maybe that's why he's not that afraid of a buff unit in the front line. So Cappuccino not having Flampanzer, right? Oh, they have 2 in it. So Noin can also not go too wide with his buffs here.
Ooh, might drop the Fury unit. Look for a
Yeah, I think he's afraid
Unity.
of Flampanzer.
Huh.
Interesting play here at the beginning from both players.
That is a reasonable thing to be afraid of.
Ooh, look at the top deck. There's the Flampanzer.
The calm before the storm coming out.
So Noin probably waiting for Lightning Conquest again.
Maybe.
Oh.
What do you want to do if you're him here? Do you want to push stuff up into the front line and play the Type 93 and the first signal?
I think maybe it's rough because Cappuccino just has really good answers for anything that might get buffed.
I think you go frontline supply shipment maybe. So both units have to trade into a unit, and your opponent can also not Flampanzer this one.
Yeah, but there's also that Sendai there, which makes it awkward. And then the Flampanzer can just get rid of the other guy.
And there's the Sendai.
Brutal.
It will be really tough now. Front line is lost.
Key 83 could be a really nice just plop right here on curve, turn 4. But
It's probably just dying to
Cappuccino,
the beef wagon, huh?
yeah.
Not looking good for 9. This deck looks like a win or lose, like flipping
Oh,
a coin. What?
never mind. I was thinking, yeah, the Sendai can be removed.
But is it really helping?
Could take the front line and then maybe.
I mean, you can block the front line and punish back if and really punish back if Cappuccino doesn't trade everything out. That's probably the toughest situation that he can put Cappuccino in right now, is to push both guys
Passing.
up.
He's passing.
Okay. Ooh, for the Emperor.
What are we seeing here?
And that Enigma, not going to get a whole lot of value.
I think he just wants to stack units so he can play his Unity. Unity is strengths next turn on the Fury guy and clear the front line maybe. So don't want to risk that he's losing 2 of his infantry units here.
Yeah.
But man, very interesting place here so far.
Maybe we see the Flampanzer come out.
Yeah, we definitely see this coming out, I guess.
I feel like the thing that's the biggest unanswered question for me is I don't know how good No in 5's deck is if it falls behind at all, right? I mean, we've seen him crush with it, but we don't know what else it can do. Like, what happens now? Is it good in this situation? Is it bad in this situation? Can it get back? I don't know.
I think that was a really good play for Cappuccino there.
I think what Noan's deck is really or heavily relying on is, first of all, have early pressure and buff your Fury units or your 1-drops. And then you really, really need your Lightning Conquest. When you fall behind and don't have Lightning Conquest, I think it's almost impossible to come back.
Key 83. Not sure how I feel about that one, but
Feels like it doesn't have a whole lot else to do.
yeah. But it can just be traded away on board. It's tough.
Losing out, I mean, also, is that terrible if that beef wagon just goes and trades with that Key 83 instead of going face? Because I mean, it's gonna be harder and harder for Cappuccino to refill his hand if he's running primarily Enigmas. Now No in 5 is running Rising Sun, so I mean, it's gonna be hard for him to refill his hand as well.
Ooh, another Sendai.
Like, I wonder if he's just on purpose, trying to bait the damage to the HQ.
Going for face. Not killing the Key 83.
It's gonna draw him cards. It's gonna draw him cards. It's gonna help him.
Yeah.
But it's also helping 9 here. Phew. Can double trade front line. And go with the raiding brigade into beef wagon with type 93. Clear Flampanzer. That was very interesting going face there.
I mean, I feel like you have to play the Dina, right? Where I mean, he's running type 94 TKs in his deck, right? So the Dina could draw him a couple of those. Maybe he wants to wait with it, do it later. Is he gonna push that damage to face?
Oh. Huh. All right.
What is going on here?
I kind of dig it. I don't know. Getting rid of that grief kind of slows down a lot of future blitzing. Key 83 still chilling on the board. Kind of doing Cappuccino a lot of favors, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's filled his hand up again. There we go with the
Two very
Dina.
good units. He got all of that.
I bet he wish he had the Signal Regiment still.
Ooh, this is spicy.
And
I
now,
like it.
Oh, that's risky. That is risky.
I think you should have killed the Panzer there.
Yeah,
Agreed.
you don't want to let German tanks on board when you face fast Heinz.
There's the Sendai. That is scary.
That will be an insane next turn for the Emperor.
Ooh.
and there's nothing really that No in 5 can do here.
No one can buff the Dina up with a for prosperity, but and trade it into the Panzer. But I don't think going face that turn before was the play. Just because, like, what are you going to follow up on that with? Like, you gotta control the board first.
Yeah, I agree.
You don't want to play Unity as strength either. You can't play supply shipment. Another Rising Sun discarded off the top. I believe he's thrown away 2 at least so far and played 1. So only 1 Rising Sun left in the deck here for No in 5.
Is it a Stuck on the most right side? Yeah, it's not a Panzer III, right?
No,
He would have
yeah,
instantly played this, I guess.
absolutely. That would have been a game-winning play, pretty much. But now, massive damage and massive maneuverability coming out with the 4, the Emperor in the backline. Heavy armor being added as well to make sure that the trade doesn't stick.
Oh,
Cappuccino going for the trade here. I think he's afraid of lightning conquers, maybe. But look
But
at that
even
front
then-
line.
that's it for knowing.
Yeah, he knows it.
Is there no
He knows
desperate
it.
measures? Oh, yes.
No desperate measures, and with that, No in 5 drops the first game here in the match for 3rd place. Cappuccino 1-0 up, having secured victory with his fast Heinz deck. The players can just jump on into the next game as soon as they are ready, and we are so ready to cast them.
Absolutely.
I feel like this was even in this game where we are seeing these hyper aggressive plays, hyper aggressive decks, we still went fairly deep into this game. We went to the point where No in 5 had just run out of steam, and Cappuccino had managed to deal with everything he'd thrown at him. And that's what I really love about these late stage matches in a tournament, is I feel like everything just gets a little bit more serious, right? Everybody thinks a little bit more, makes those slightly kind of deeper plays, and you get great matches from that.
I agree, but yeah, we also saw a lot of questionable plays this match, so I'm not sure. Maybe players were thinking of something that we did not see, but some of these moves and trades did not make too much sense, honestly. But yeah, it might first of all be the time that these players are at the moment, and also maybe a little bit nervousness, because you're playing for real money here, right? This is not just like your usual ladder match.
Exactly.
No one running it back. Looking like a
Really
pretty
love
nasty
this
start
deck
thing
now.
in there.
Yeah. 3 1 drops.
Oh, on the flip side, though, 2 35 Ts and the Chocolate Boys.
And island hopping, additionally. I mean, it's not going to do that much here in the early stages. So this will be a
Interesting.
very, very... Yeah, go ahead.
I just thought it was interesting that Bicycle Regiment doesn't go first, like in case you top deck a buff or something. Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Bicycle Regiment first, especially if you've got 2 in hand. But I mean, surely at this point, like, if you're no in 5, do you trade here? Push up a bicycle regiment and Rising Sun because you know that there's the chance of a 35T.
Mm,
I think I would go
Sure.
Type 93, bicycles frontline, go face.
yeah.
Because then you cover 35T play. You cannot value trade that. And then next turn you can go in with the Rising Sun. Because there's no real need to do it now.
Ooh, the double bicycle.
Ooh.
Okay.
He's really pushing that Fury.
We're gonna see the 35T come out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Trade into a bicycle.
Next turn he has a second one and can clear the board. I mean, whee.
Ooh.
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 Yeah,
That's
you're playing
nasty.
that for sure.
Lots of damage coming out there.
It's a lot of damage, yeah.
And he goes first in this game, so I mean he's even footing on credits now with Cappuccino, so he's not crippling himself too much.
See what no one pulls with these Rising Sun.
Ooh,
Double 99.
Yeah.
that's a nice little thing up off the top.
Yeah,
First
next
Marines
turn,
now.
threatening lethal.
There's a first Marines gonna
Okay.
bail him out there.
That's a thing you
Ooh.
don't want to bounce.
Oh, supply shipment, that puts it into like threatening range, right? It's +2/+3, right? So it means that he can't trade it with the first rifles either.
Yeah. I
Hmm.
think he should go for it. Or just move the 99s to the front line.
Yeah.
To have 2 potential buff targets for next turn.
And gets a little face damage off too.
1 damage, I mean, can make the difference here.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, he's going for a
Yeah.
trade.
That's also an option.
Oh.
Wow.
Top deck first rifles.
Top deck of the century.
Cappuccino definitely happy to see those first rifles,
Oh.
those first Marines, sorry, off the top there. And Rising Sun, not going to do it.
Oh, and
A
there comes
lightning
the
conquest
strategic
here.
moment.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh.
But are we now seeing No in 5's deck running out of steam?
I feel like
Yeah,
we've been
again.
seeing that a lot with this deck.
Why? I'm not sure
Oh.
why he did not switch too fast, Heinz. I mean, I think he is really in love with this deck.
Really wants to make it work, yeah.
Yeah,
mean,
sometimes you have an idea of a deck, right? And you just want to make it work, and you're really convinced that it is good, but I think he just won 1 game with it so far, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So far, it's been letting him down. After that,
I think it's a little bit too much of make it or break it.
mm-hmm.
It's like coin flipping. When you have an insane start, it can just go really, really well. But once you are behind, there's almost no chance you come back here.
And that we can do it really, really hurts him. Has to use the Type 93, the 16th Cav, and the Dina if he wants to get rid of it. Oh, Unity of Strength. Is that going to be enough? Oh, has to use that plus the USA's just to get the trade. That's painful.
Oh.
But I will say this. The good news is that there's nothing in the front line that can activate the Sherman, activate the 99th Infantry. I think the big question is, yeah, that's that tank, the Panzer IV. That's going to be good. That's going to bounce the Type 93, I'm assuming.
Yeah, you don't want to bounce the Dino.
Yeah, you don't want to give him extra units there.
The question is if he's playing it here.
Yeah. Saw a lot of buffs come out from knowing, so maybe a little confident.
See, I think this is game at this point. I don't see how no one is ever going to retake the front line.
Could move the Dina up, buff it with a supply shipment for prosperity, type 93.
Only out I see there's hidden, but he's not having it in the deck. So I think there's nothing in the deck left in his deck that he can use here to come back. Especially once this Pensive 4 is in the front line. He has to go to the front line for himself here. Just to keep the Pensive 4 away from it.
Yeah, I think no one is pretty doomed here.
Yeah. Getting bounced again. And Sherman, huh? Yeah. Sherman founds another patrol.
Key 3, not gonna cut it.
Especially with another 99s in hand from Cappuccino.
Yeah, this is rough.
Also double patrol. And the half track.
Island hopping.
Let's go hop some islands here.
Ooh,
It's
big
a
Sherman.
6-6 Sherman now. Yeah, that's it. He's going to surrender.
Yeah, the hover over the surrender already coming in. And I think you guys are correct. This is very much a make it or break it type of deck here for No and 5. Looks like he wants to give it the old, what is it called? The old college try or something.
There you
I
go.
don't Yeah. That's the old college try. Yeah. That's the phrase I was looking for. So not surrendering quite yet. But with that KDV being balanced, I mean, that would be me surrendering. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
Just not fast enough. I mean, he had him down to 6, right?
Yeah. But the bouncers, they took him. They took him at the door and they were like, "You are not welcome here. I'm going to bounce you right out of here." And just like that, Cappuccino establishes a 2-0 lead here in this third place match. Only one more game for Cappuccino to sweep this one 3-0 and secure himself $200. Will he be able to do it, or will No and 5 finally swap strategies, bring something else to the table, and try and whack him out with either his Brit Air or his Fast Heinz deck, which I feel like are two extremely strong decks. So, hoping to see No and 5 do something different this time around.
Yeah, especially
nice
against
Commandos. Looks like no. I mean, no one has to win with the Japan deck regardless at the end of the day. So
at this point, you're correct. Yeah, there's no way to not play. No reason to not play it now, because in the end he has to play it. But this will be tough against Commandos. I mean, what answers is he having against Commandos? Only Desperate Measures?
And I believe there's a lot of pen in this deck. Lots of what is it? Naval supports? What am I thinking of the right power? Naval power. Naval power. And desert rats and stuff like that.
Desert
like
rats there.
It's gonna be real rough.
Yeah, desert rats.
Oh, but look at this. I mean,
yeah, it's
next
pretty
turn.
Good bicycle start.
8
Ooh,
damage.
the long range recon in hand too, or not? Sorry, long range desert group.
Okay, wait. But the bicycle regiment, it does a lot of damage, guys. It does a whole lot of damage.
It does.
That was 8 damage. We're on turn 2. That was 8 damage. That is a lot of damage. He cannot tank that for a whole lot longer. And
going for the radar.
Really?
Yeah, that is bold.
It's 10 damage next turn.
Why not pin it? What?
It's what? 14 damage next turn or something. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's 12 damage.
12 damage, yeah.
593 for prosperity. Oh, you really should have pinned this. Oh my god.
Next turn, at least, Cappuccino can pin and draw with Convoy.
He's a 6. I mean, make it or break it. It's making it this time.
Cappuccino is packing healing. Not completely over, however. There's that lightning conquest that might just
Oh,
end it.
yeah, that's game.
Wow.
Lightning Conquest, double face hit, 6 damage, GG.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really should have pinned it on turn. What was it? 3, 2? Wow.
Yes.
All right. Well, there. Shoot.
Wow. Another turn 4 victory here for No in 5's Japan aggro deck, saying, Cappuccino, there's not going to be any clean sweeps here. I'm going to put up a fight, and you're going to have to work for it. Still a long way to go here for No in 5. He has to win 2 games in a row. Cannot drop anything to that Brit Air here from Cappuccino. So, or Commando.
that-
I mean, yeah.
That usage or usage was really, really important for knowing to find there, because otherwise there would have just been the desert rats, clear the bicycle, and the pressure would have been over. But finding that one, whoa, impressive.
I want to point one thing out here. That gives Cappuccino, in my mind, the clear edge. He has the commando knife. He's running commandos. He has the commando knife table prop. It's clear. Skins equals wins, guys. That's how it is. So I'm not worried. My boy
How good is that
Cappuccino,
matchup here for commandos? I mean,
not terrible.
Yeah.
Actually, not terrible. Your naval supports do a lot in terms of slowing down any type of aggression. So I think if Cappuccino is able to find his Monty, he's able to find his shelling at the right times, then this shouldn't be an issue. But apart from that, could be a tough one.
could also argue to buff the gladiator, because Cappuccino is not having any guards in his deck, and this way the honey dies when it trades into the bomber or into the fighter then. But knowing going for swordfish buff here,
Ooh. Maybe a trade into the honey?
I think so.
Maybe
Yeah.
not.
I think he is. I think you have to get rid of the honeys.
Okay.
The problem for Cappuccino is here that he's not having that many cards, and Neun already developed a decent board.
We see a honey and a sickle and a pin.
Oh, he got a sickle on that
Ooh.
one. He's not going for the pin.
Maybe saving it for something a little more scary. I think going for the heal is good, just because Empire Strikes does exist. Okay, that bomber's getting a little big. We do have the long range desert group.
I think we are seeing it.
Oh, let's see what it hits here.
Face!
Face. Oh, unlucky.
What else?
Might get really scary now, though.
Yeah, if he cannot get rid of this commando, it's just ripping his whole board away. He cannot even deploy a new unit without risking to just lose it to the commando.
Yeah, the sickle on the gladiator, the pin on whatever survives. Ooh.
Yeah, not the best situation. He needs one more bomber to get rid of that commando. But also he's having him down to 10 now. But he played both finest hours already, huh? So Hurricane.
Face again. Oh.
How unlucky can you be? Not again.
Okay.
That was the correct one this time.
Oh, is that? No, that's game.
What in the world? Oh, so unlucky with these commando hits.
Yeah,
and now
that
he
was
loses.
really unlucky.
And No in 5, in less than 5 minutes, evens things up. I mean, we were pretty much getting ready to call it, and all of a sudden it's 2-2, and we are heading into game number 5 here, the absolute final game here in this third place matchup. It's clear that neither of these players are leaving anything on the table, and both are fighting tooth and nail for those $200 awaiting the winner.
Fast Heinz versus Commandos. I
think Commandos is not in a good spot at the moment.
I agree. I think no one came in and started with the weak decks first, and it's gonna finish it off with something strong.
See, go ahead.
No.
Okay, I was gonna say, like Commandos right now, I feel like there's a reason why German Commandos became popular, and it was the Reichsbank, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same situation that we saw Cappuccino have when he got that synthetic oil. Is that if you get that early turn to establish your board and then play your 1-cost and low-cost orders on, you're absolutely unstoppable. If you don't, you lose. And I feel like that's kind of the situation Commandos are in at the moment.
Yeah, I think the Pioneer nerf also made Commandos way weaker than they were in the past. Because you first of all you have to establish a decent commando board before you get value out of your cheap orders. And when your opponent is just faster than you and a fast heist, they can develop a decent board at turn 3, 4. And yeah, then all your commando shots for one will not do that much. Starting with the Greif here.
Not a lot of great options.
Yeah, not the best. And there we have that situation where you're sitting on 4 pursuits or 2 pursuits here. Second double phase. Next turn is. I think
Maybe
you
we
want to have
see
more units on board, right? More
a
tanks.
Commando and a Monty come out, right?
I think so, yeah.
Well, it's a pretty good start for Commandos here.
Yep, and now he has what he needs. Like, in the only other way that you win with Commandos is if you find all your pins, right? So he found the Monty, he pinned. He has the shelling ready to go. He's got a naval support. He's got that extra commando in there. Now all he needs to find a couple of cup of teas, and Cappuccino's going to be sitting pretty. I guess, I mean, well, apart from knowing 5 having 4 pursuits in his deck, which I totally forgot about.
Yeah, but they're way too expensive at this point. 2 commandos on the board.
All right, found the cup of tea.
That will be hard to win for Norwin, I guess, at this point.
Maybe we see the 22nd Infantry with a Calm Before the Storm. But then the shelling comes out and
Yeah, I mean, this is the commando knife difference, right? Cappuccino wouldn't have shelling in hand if he didn't have that commando knife, right? So.
Oh, now that is not doing that much. He's not going for the Calm Before the Storm. He wants to get more value out of it. Oh, and there's the third commando. And the cup of tea. Okay, yeah, this game is over.
And a sickle.
So when you're staring down this board and the enemy plays a long-range desert group, that's the point where you know the game's over.
Absolutely, like, especially without an AOE in your deck.
Yeah, you will never establish a board again. So,
pretty surprised 2 units survives here.
I don't know what no one does here. I don't know if no one can do anything here. Those commandos are
you can
firmly established.
2, that bomber, and then Calm Before the Storm too. But yeah, that situation is so terrible for him here. looking into triple commandos and the Crusader.
Gosh darn.
Like honestly, it would not be half bad for him to just pursue the Crusader back into hand. And I'm saying that because I know Cappuccino's hand, right? If Cappuccino's hand is filled with orders, then it is filled with units and stuff, then it makes less sense. But Cappuccino really gets a lot of value having that Crusader on board than not having to pay 3 credits for it again. So
He goes that line, but it's just a shelling coming out, and over 2 turns the commandos are just wiping the whole board here.
Oh Lord, I can't look. Tell me when it's over.
You really need a rally or something like that. A rally instead of the pursuits would be the nuts here.
That's actually insane. That's such a good call. Rally is such an underrated card. And wow, he finds another cup of tea as well. I mean,
The third pursuit.
Oh,
I mean, no in 5, he can follow you until the end of the earth with those 4 pursuits, right? But doesn't have anything to follow you with at the moment.
What is he choosing here? I mean, that situation, I don't know. Terrible. Watching this is like watching a massacre. Oh man, that really hurts. I can feel the pain from knowing there's nothing he can do here.
No, I mean, this is like watching a slow motion train wreck, right? You can't stop it. There's nothing we can say or do that changes anything. It's just gonna have to suck for a little bit. I'm sorry. That's you got 3 entrenched commandos against you right now and no way to deal with them. That's just a feels bad, man. I don't care who you are. You can't end your turn without attacking with that whirlwind, right? Like he knows the game's over, but like you have to try and at least chip away at that Crusader because this is gonna happen now. Oh, and the 43rd comes out.
Oh my god.
That's 5 damage. Randomly at every order. 5 damage.
oh Lord.
Ah. And that's going to be it. Dare I say that this is going to be it? No in 5. Looks like he is not going any further. And the Commandos, 3rd time's the charm. Finally, they come up clutch and they secure Cappuccino, the 3rd place of this month's Officer Club Championship, and a prize of $200. Congratulations to Cappuccino.
Congratulations, sir.
Unfortunate for no in 5, but a fantastic showing from him, given the fact that, he's coming into this, his first tournament ever, making it up all the way to 4th place, taking out a hard competitor in Bubbles, but then not finding the same success throughout the tournament, almost making it a reverse sweep here against Cappuccino, but not quite there. All right. Well, with that, we're going to go on to a quick break. When we come back, it is time for the absolute grand finals. It is time for XY versus Hoi Hoi. And who is going to take it all? Who is going to be this month's Officer Club champion? Who is going to take home the $500? And who's going to be just that close, but not quite enough? Find out after this short break. We are back with the grand finals off the Officer Club Championship. It is time for the best of 5 that will determine all between Hoi Hoi and his opponent, XY. Yes. Both players have played amazingly. Hoi Hoi has been here. He's done that. He's won OCCs in the past. He's been top 8 in Opens in the past as well. XY, he's played 3,000 games. He's here for the first time. He's making a massive run. A quick look at the bracket before we take a refresher of their decks, and then just start jumping into the action. This is what the bracket looks like. We can see the journeys that these guys have taken to get there. And XY, I mean, he didn't get an easy journey, having to face J King in the first round, just barely eking that one out. I had a good conversation with J King after that match about his German deck, and he said the idea with that deck is just value, just pure value. And he felt really sad that he didn't draw some of his earlier game units there, because he really felt like he could swing that around. But no, that's not what happened. XY won, moved on over, and then took out No in 5. No in 5, who we saw just put up an absolute slugger of a fight against Cappuccino in the 3rd place match. And now he is about to face off against the other veteran, probably the other most tournament appearances here after J King in the finals, in Hoi Hoi. Hoi Hoi, he had to face off against another Chinese opponent, Artemisia, in the first round, then went over and took out Cappuccino, who we just saw took 3rd place, and he 2-0'd him and is now facing off in the finals. So extremely successful tournaments for both players so far, and we can't wait to see what comes on next. So before we jump on into the quick overview of the decks and we give the players the green light to go on into the game, let me just get your takes on this finals here, starting with you, Spooz.
Yeah, so this will be a very... Both players having 2 similar decks, both have Brit Air and both have Fast Heinz. So the deck that is making the difference is whether Soviet-Brit Confusion Partisans deck or the Japan-Britain Last Rights AoE deck. And I think there is a slight advantage on XY, I guess, but it's very close. I mean, Hui is having the experience advantage here, but I think XY might have the deck advantage.
All right, what about you, Scout? How's this one looking for you?
Pretty much the same as last time. I think my money is still on Hui. I think it's gonna show these newbies what's up and really stick it to them. So,
well, we'll soon find out if you are correct. Let's quickly review the decks here, starting with Hoi Hoi's decks. First off, that's gonna be his Germany-Japan deck. Fast Heinz, we know this deck. We've seen it quite a bit here today. His second deck, that is what I believe is the interesting one. It is the AoE Japan-Britain deck, pulling in a lot of AoEs, running the Empire Strikes, running Carpet Bombings, To the Last Man, and many more. So a difficult one to establish any type of board presence against. Then finally, he is bringing a deck where you flip the nations, and it is Brit Japan, and this is the standard Japan Brit Air deck with Japan as an ally. His opponent XY, he is going to be bringing his own 3 decks, starting with a Soviet Britain deck here. This is 272nd Guards Ural Factory Confusion deck. Confused the hell out of us earlier here today, but has been really delivering results in this tournament. Then he follows that up with a German-Japan deck here, a Fast Heinz one. And then finally, we all know it, we all love it, it is Brit Air, Britain-Japan here. Now, as always in the finals, it is a best out of 5, so there are no bans. So we are ready to cast these players once they are ready to go into the game. I just do want to give you guys a heads up. It seems that the best players today also have the worst computers and internet connections. So out of like all the signals that we're getting, we're left with 2 of the weakest signals. So unfortunately, it is expected there will be some lag during this finals. We do apologize for that, and we cannot wait for next month's OCC, where we'll have spectator mode enabled. All right, well, we're gonna have to wait a couple minutes to get into the game, I think, working out some technical difficulties. But until then, so far, guys, what has it been that's kind of stuck out from you in this tournament? Is it just aggro meta is king, and then if you want to do anything that's not aggro, you run Soviet partisans and confusion?
Yeah, that's basically a good summary of today's OCC. A lot of aggressive decks, and then we have Soviets to try to fight against that. Pretty excited for the next balance patch. Do you have any further information when that might arrive?
A lot of people keep asking about that, and I think it's probably sooner than you might think. But we are also, without spoiling too much, we are also kind of slowly approaching the time of another mini set similar to Catalyst. So we should be seeing a shakeup of the meta and some new stuff jumping into the pool or being dropped into the pool for you all to play with in the coming weeks. I'm extremely excited about it. But as I said, we're kind of ramping everything up after post vacations. Everybody worked as much as they could during the summer vacations to try and keep things moving. But we're also, in a situation where we're probably nearing like a 5-year crunch where like the entire team has been working just nonstop for almost 5 years. And then everybody that's joining the team just jumps on that train. So it was a really good period for the company and for the team to get a little bit of break over the summer. Thank you everyone for sticking with us. We do really appreciate it. Now everybody just can't wait to get back to work. So we are extremely excited about what's coming next. There's other stuff that I can't talk about that's going to impact the size of the game, the distribution of the game. There's so much stuff in the pipeline that I'm beyond excited for the future, and you should be too.
I am, for sure.
So what are you playing? What are you guys playing on ladder these days while we wait?
So me personally, a lot of Brit-Air. And yeah, I'm trying out a lot of stuff in the past, because there's the KARDS Open top 16 next week, I guess. So trying out a little bit of stuff to shake up and be faced up against the current meta. But yeah, also playing a lot of meme decks, so not too serious stuff at the moment.
What about you, Scout?
I've actually been really enjoying a unitless burn deck that I cooked up a little while ago. It's a German-French deck that pretty much uses all the super cheap new burn cards that came with the latest mini expansion, or with the latest full expansion, like things like Cross of Lorraine, that propaganda card, and it's been really fun, and not a single unit in the deck.
So for anyone interested in finding out information on this deck, it doesn't exist. You should not create this deck. It sounds so hard to play against. It sounds like everybody that queues up against you are just like waiting for a unit to drop, but then they just keep getting killed. That's pretty crazy. I've seen a few of these unitless decks floating around recently. What's the card called that deals 2 discard all active countermeasures and deal 2 damage to the enemy HQ?
Imperial Strength.
Yes, I've seen that one quite a bit.
Don't play that after you've activated your own countermeasures. Don't do that. Never. I just did it, and it's not feeling too great to fly to your own countermeasures fly away.
I've been running into that. A deck like Germany and Japan deck that runs a lot of the German countermeasures. That has actually crushed me a couple of times. I think that's a pretty interesting deck.
Yeah, I think it's a really underrated card. I mean, since Doubting System got nerfed, countermeasures are no longer that present. But before that, it was a really, really strong card, Imperial Strength.
You know that infantry unit that gets +2/+2 when you activate a countermeasure? I think I had like a 24 one against me like the other day. I ran into every single countermeasure in the guy's deck, and he just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and there was nothing that I could do about it. It was so sad. All right, guys, the challenge has been issued, so we are moving one step closer to being in the match. It looks like both players have accepted it. Once more, we do apologize for any hiccups in the broadcast or in the signal from the game. But yes, we are in, and we see the battlefield. We can read the cards. It might be a little bit of a slideshow, but we'll make it do. We'll make it work. So now let's get it underway. The grand finals of this month's Officer Club Championship. Who's going to take it? Is it going to be XY, the newcomer? Is it going to be the tournament veteran, Hui Hui? It is Japan versus the Soviet Union here in match number 1. Let's see who takes it.
Ooh, that's not a good matchup here for XY. With all his, I think we saw a similar matchup earlier where
Yeah, we saw.
just played against the Soviet control with confusion, and these confusion is just absolutely useless against this deck.
I think this is really good for Hui Hui here.
If he can get rid of all these healing cards, then there might be a chance to win this. Oh, he just found 2 more. Is he only having these 1-drops in his deck?
Yeah, I think
So
that's a funky
that
little
is
combo, guaranteeing those pin cards.
nice. That is cool.
Yeah, I think it's what, turn 7 or something. You can play the full combo. It's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah.
What is the full combo?
You play the Dina, you play 2 Type 94s, and then you play 2
Yeah, I see.
surprise attacks, and then pin, deal anything. And like I say, you know, when you have those 2 0 op cost tanks on the board, you can really explode with those. If you find a Type 93, if you find 2, all of a sudden these are doing like 2, 4, 6 damage. So
Yeah, what is not really going well for Hui Hui here is all these massive healing units. I'm not sure how. I think he knows how much damage his deck can do in total on optimal part. So he really has to make sure that XY is not out healing that amount. Because then he might have a problem.
yeah, and it's gonna be, I think it might actually be pretty important how many times he's able to hit face with the Key 83. Right. And yeah, now he gets 1 hit in there, using the 2 surprise attacks to take care of the Seaforth Highlanders. And I mean, pushing that 6 damage to the HQ is actually a significant win here for Hui Hui, because he's trying to burn down the HQ, and he effectively just negated those 2 285th ones in the back line if they both healed for 3. So but look at that carpet bomb value.
I mean, it's also giving XY a lot of healing. I'm not sure if he.
This was 6, 10, it's 12 healing, I think.
He gets rid of it with Imperial Decree. He gets rid first. That's a smart play.
That is such a smart play. And he hits face as well, pushing more damage, really utilizing the range of the Dina and Key 83 there. And all of a sudden, Hui Hui is in a pretty envious position. XY has to trade into that Seaforth Highlanders just to heal for 4 HP, I would expect.
Yeah, it's the Seaforth Highlanders protecting that key is really, really frustrating for XY here. Because he really has to get rid of it.
So, I mean, the only thing that I can think of in XY's hand right now that would get rid of it is if he has a Bloody Sickle, a Naval Brigade, or if he has a Partisans plus Urals.
It looks like it's... Ah! That is also a way. Bloody Sickle into... What is that thing called?
Like Fusion, trading that out. Still, I mean, carpet bomb value.
Yeah, I mean, it's healing him for 6. Not sure if he wants that. Can kill one with the raiding brigade.
Think
But he's going for it. I mean, the value is just too good to not do it.
yeah. I mean, that's what I was thinking.
Holy moly.
You're also removing that honey, so you're also halting some healing, right? So
Yeah, I think that was the reason why he did it. Oh, more healing. And the KV1. Ooh. What is he having against that? Oh, Sendai.
Huh, that'll work.
Getting rid of the C fort. 1 more damage to face. And we saw earlier how much damage this deck can do. And he did not even play all of his kamikazes yet and sirens. Stuff like that. Oh. There's the KV1. He needs a naval operation now. To pin it and destroy it with the surprise attack. Heroes of Soviet Union. What is the top deck? Shiden. Ooh. That's
continuing to just draw with that KV1 out there. He ain't scared. I wonder if you just shuffle the kamikaze cards in now.
that is risky with the KV1 on board.
Yeah. Do you want to clog your deck with 8 extra cards right now that all draw when you play them? It's a good question. Is he running any, like he's just running those surprise attacks for pins, right?
He's also having naval operation, I guess, which also pins ground unit. Let me check. Yeah, he's running 2 naval operations. Oh, how much is this? 5 damage, right? Gavanishi, Empire Strikes is 2 plus 3 or 2 plus 2? How much is Gavanishi? Plus 2, right? Yeah, then it's 4.
And then he just needs to pin either one of those and hope that XY is not able to find 4 damage within his deck.
This KV1 is just destroying Hui's whole game plan.
Yeah.
He's having an answer for it.
At least now he can clear board with Carpet Bomb next turn. What kind of direct damage or rapid damage is there in XY's deck? There isn't a whole lot. It's only if it's really only if Hui has units on board that he's able to partisan them and really kind of utilize them against him.
Yeah, XY is not having, he's only having Winter Offensive that can kill Hui here.
Yeah, Winter Offensive, that's true.
I think there's no other. Did we see what he got out of the Heroes of the Soviet Union? Maybe there is something. Is there a Blitz elite unit? Yeah, they're airborne, right? Giving you that 5/5 tank. But yeah, it's not looking very good here.
Oh, and there it is.
There it is. He found it.
Winter Warfare will seal the deal here in game number 1. XY going 1-0 up against the veteran Hui. It's actually just excellent play here. XY, if you remember, he has the fewest games played out of anyone in the tournament. And XY, they came in 36th on the ladder, right? If they win this tournament, they have won themselves from the absolute last spot that you could go and qualify for the tournament in, all the way to taking home the championship and $500. They've already secured themselves $300. So what an amazing and absolutely insane run here for XY, and shows that absolutely anybody that wants to put effort into pushing the ladder and really pushing their decks and collections to the absolute limit are able to make it here. So for me, that's an absolute inspiration here, watching XY take game number 1 in this grand finals.
Yeah, really impressive. And I think for his Japan Brit deck, that was the hardest matchup for Hui Hui. I think he expected XY to place his Fast Heinz or Brit Air deck. That would have been a way better matchup. With all this healing, he had really trouble to bring in all of that burn damage that he need. Now he's going with Fast Heinz into XY's Fast Heinz deck. And yeah, we're going to see which one is the better Fast Heinz player now.
Yeah, this is the mirror. This is the mirror that we've talked about. We wanted to see this one. We wanted to see how they handle the pressure. And I want to say one thing, though. It's very clear to me that XY is a really big fan of Germany, because he only has 3,000 games, but he has reached level 250 on Germany. So,
Oh,
What? So he's basically just playing Germany.
yeah, pretty much.
I mean,
I was
I'm
gonna
not
look
even
that up.
close to 250 for any nation. So,
I'm gonna see if I can look that up.
oh, Sendai the Sendai. That is like Inception. So what are the differences in both players' decks? Who is playing Leopold? I think that's the biggest difference. But
Yeah.
besides that, they look very, very similar.
I think you're absolutely correct. That is the biggest difference. Yeah. So his Germany is at level 250, and his next highest is Soviets at 212. So he's focused pretty much only on Germany and Soviets, and then everything else is like in the 50s.
But still impressive.
And so he started playing after we introduced the new leveling system, national leveling system. And I think this also just shows how quickly you can actually go through that leveling system with like a dedicated grind. So. But back to the action. We know that XY here is a seasoned Germany player. Probably has more German games than Hoi Hoi at this point.
Yeah, so far nobody can really establish a board here for his side, and
yes, it's looking pretty stale right now.
really pretty stale at the moment. Yeah. There comes the naval supply run.
Right.
Get rid of Panzer III, very important. And suddenly it's looking good for Hui Hui again. Let's see what answers XY is having for that board. So Hui Hui is having a Sendai left and an Enigma, 38T, and the Spoils of War. And he will draw a card, and because he played the naval supply run last turn, he will discard one of these cards at the beginning of his next turn. But I think the value he got out of this was really, really worth it. Especially with Enigma and Spoils of War being left. So only one of these can get discarded. And there is the calm before the storm for XY. So is it like 90% that you always discard the cards you draw, or is it just?
No, it's been that way quite a few times here tonight. Normally, that's not. I mean, there's nothing in the code that would make you discard that more often than not. So.
Okay. Sometimes it feels like.
Yeah, the Sendai being Sendai and then not being Sendite.
But it regained its smoke screen. So we could not really kill it here.
I guess it never really lost it, you know?
That's
Oh,
true.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Just got absorbed with its smoke screen. Naval supply
there's-
run coming out.
And-
Oh,
Oh my god.
wow, that was. Man, these combos are so insane. Return
Absolutely. I
8.
think that really has to be changed something about for the Emperor, honestly. I think it's just too much value for too little cost. Because you see it
Yeah.
in Brit Air, you see it in Fast Heinz, and two very popular and strong decks at the moment. So I think that is a good way to nerf these decks a little bit, just with one card making it a little bit more expensive. Maybe it's enough to
Ooh,
Oh,
pot in the world.
the silver bullet coming in.
found the Leopold. I mean, he might have to take some damage first, unless XY decides to go for the trades instead of pushing damage to face. And the Greif as well. I mean, if he decides to push the damage to face instead of trading, then that Greif could come into play as well.
Oh.
Yeah, surely he's pushing face now. No.
Oh,
Yeah, he knows that there might be a Leopold, so he's trading units first. But I'm not sure how good this Leopold is. I mean, he's getting Sendai back, he's getting Panzer 3 back. That is giving all of his tanks Blitz. So it might just delay the problem a little bit. Can just play Sendai on Leopold now. Bring Panzer 3 back on board. And just continue with the pressure. And if we look at Hui's hand here. Phew. I mean, he can go to get Enigma next turn. But what to find there that is helping him getting out of this situation?
I mean, I think the big thing is like he just has to, and then perfectly played by XY, taking that front line away. I think that's actually super important because if he's, I feel like if Hoi can, if he can delay the damage to his face until he can refill his hand with the Enigma, I think he's not in a terrible spot. And it looks like he's getting most of that done now. He'll play both of those. Because I think he has answers. He just has to draw them. Right?
Yeah, but I think it might be too late once he draws them. There's still Panzer 3 sitting in XY's hand.
Yeah.
And that card can give you so much damage for one turn, especially that late in the game. And he has a Spoils of War too, looking for maybe for an Emperor. For the Emperor.
For the Emperor would definitely be huge.
Or Fast Heinz would also be very good here. Let's see.
All right. Trades out the front line. Now, what is he going to do? How is he going to fill the board? He only has 7 credits to work with. The Panzer 3 is what, 3 credits?
Yeah. Going for the Flampanzer here.
Okay. Taking out the Greif, then playing the Panzer 3 and getting a lot of buffs out. Good turn there by XY. Now, what is the response here? Not a whole lot of response being found here off the top here for Hoi.
that could work pretty good, maybe.
It's going to help him trade and take the front line again, at least.
Yeah, you can go with Sendai, 22nd, into that Panzer 2. Deploy the other Panzer 2 on his side.
Oh, wait.
He's-
Look at that
he's
as well.
doing it this way first, okay.
If he trades that Sendai, then whatever he took doesn't return to the board, right? Because the support line is full. So he actually got a decent trade there.
Yeah, but now Sender is not dying. Oh.
Oh, and he gets his Leo back.
Oh. Oh. No, Leopold feels like something that XY has to deal with now. He's drawing
Yeah.
more.
Definitely. But he can easily.
I
But,
wonder if like by doing so, if he puts himself in a situation where Hoi Hoi can deal with his board, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And that's probably what Hoi Hoi is kind of hoping for and praying for at this time, is just, please go make some valuable trades in your eyes so that I can. Oh, and there's another Sendai. Never mind. He just
How
deals with
many
it with the-
Sendais are there this game? Okay, one got bounced. I remember this time.
Yeah. We've
Not
seen
unbelievable.
like 5. Oh no, that's not what he wanted to lose.
Wow.
-1, -3 on the Panzer 38 in the front line if he wants, or the Panzer 3 in the back line. He can deal with this board.
So many good targets here. Getting his Leopold back. I think there's nothing inside that Sendai, isn't?
Not sure. I honestly am not sure. Okay.
All right, I dig that. That's pretty strong.
Okay. I mean, he would really want to have an Enigma in hand right now. That would be amazing, but still established a good board. Well done here by Hoi Hoi. Now let's see what XY does to deal with this board state here from that Hoi Hoi has pushed over. There's a lot of threats there. The Jag Panther, the Leopold, and of course the buffed front line there.
Ah, the Panzer 3 was under this.
Nashub.
Shoop.
That could unlock that could unlock the turn that XY actually needs to deal with this board. Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh. I mean, that's an easy redrop of Leopold and go face for 5
Yeah.
or even more.
He goes face for 11.
Ooh, wow.
Wait. The Jag Bomber can deal with the Leopold, right? So that can remove 6 damage off the field. What else is there? The Heinkel can deal 1 damage with the Blitz. He plays the Naship. Okay. 6 credits. I'm Jag Bomber, Leo.
This game
yeah,
is
that's
done.
It's done.
Yep.
They played tennis until Hoi Hoi came back.
Very
It's
intense
like-
match. That was very tactical. That was, I don't know, such a back and forth. Wow.
That was an
nice to
insane
watch.
game.
Yeah,
And
really.
just an exceptionally well played game by Hoi Hoi. I mean, he kept putting up problems on the board, tossing it over to XY and being like, you need to deal with this, right? Even though he had fewer cards, even though he was kind of on the back foot, it still felt like he was pushing the tempo. Like, it felt like he was in the controlling seat. It felt, in my mind, it always felt like XY was dealing with the board state for Hoi Hoi, not the other way around.
And I think in the end, Leopold made the difference. It was such a
Yep.
big threat for XY to deal with that he could not manage to keep the board presence and then suddenly loses. So we're going into match number 3 here with an equal score. What are we seeing now? Brit Air versus Fast Heinz. So important for XY here is to find his Flampanzers.
Ooh,
Oh, what is this?
really strong opening hand from Hui Hui, it looks like.
Yeah, could be worse, I would say. Both finding their 1-drops here.
Oh, nothing on turn 2 from the Fast Heinz. Oh my
And
goodness.
facing triple gladiator here. Are
I
you
feel
serious?
gross.
But I think, do you think Huyu has to wait with the buffing here because of Flampanzer being around?
I think that's a lot of damage to pass up.
Oh,
Oh,
honorable.
come on.
Pen. Oh yeah, that's a good
Ooh.
idea.
Yeah.
To buff the 2-drop here, so it cannot be killed by the Flampanzer. So with that being pinned, there's not much that XY is having as answers for this albacore.
Getting a lot of value out of that smoke screen right now.
Yeah, really annoying for that these both have smoke screen. See, moving both.
Ooh,
Yeah, smart
I
play.
dig it.
Try to protect his albacore.
Setting up really well for an Empire Strikes as well if those bombers stay alive.
Yeah. Even if only one of them dies, he's having it.
Mm-hmm.
Not really. The one has 4 health.
Well, 3 bombers on the board would make Empire Strikes do 4 damage, right?
Yeah, that's
swordfish in
what
hand.
it's going to do. Wow.
Brutal.
Also down to 12 health on HQ health now.
Yeah, and he's still sitting on that for the Emperor too. Probably likely to pull another close air support.
Oh, you can still not get rid of that albacore. Oh,
Oh,
is that lethal? For the Emperor? No, what? Oh, he had 11 damage. No. 9? Yeah, he had 12.
he miss
He
lethal?
missed 3.
Yeah, that would have been lethal. Crap,
9 plus 3 is 12.
Is it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Quick maths. quick maths.
Hey, for me, that's an achievement here to do the math correctly. Yeah?
I think that's the first Miss Lethal we've seen, at least the ones we've noticed. And let's see if this comes back to bite him in the butt.
I mean,
the Enigma coming out.
it'd still be a miracle if he would
Goodbye, Albacore. Oh.
lose this one, but yeah. Okay, now he's in.
Oh.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it's 3 damage. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's done. Oh, okay. Hoi Hoi makes it 2
I
to
thought he
1.
wants to deploy the albacore, the mosquito. Oh, taking the lead now.
Yeah, Hoi Hoi really bouncing back after that first loss, saying, I shall not be defeated this easily, and now is leading 2-1. And looking at the decks that they have left, the deck that's left for Hoi Hoi is his Japanese AoE, order damage deck that is just designed to deal with your board over and over again. So which deck do you bring into that if you're XY?
I think they're both equally against this.
I think air would stand a little bit of a better chance versus AoE, but
Yeah, because the naval operations are not affecting
Mhm.
the airplanes. I think that's what can make the difference there. But
Well, we'll see.
XY is going with fast lines here.
Again, has to win with it at the end of the day, anyways. So
I agree.
That's true. That's true. And to the last man, C4 Highlanders, Empire Strike, surprise attack, all already in the hand there for Hoi Hoi. Another Type 94 TK means that he has another surprise attack to work with. Did he just pass? He just passed. He did not move his tank at all, even with the 0 op cost.
Yeah, I think he wants XY to spend the credits there, but it's also very risky to give fast lines the front line without any competition. Oh, is he playing Tora?
He
Yes.
is, so he doesn't have
be
it.
scary.
You really needed that one.
Next turn,
Fast
however,
lines?
he can boost an Empire if they aren't buffed. There's
Fast
only
lines?
2 cards there.
Fast lines? I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
No. That's the only thing that is working for Hoi Hoi here, that XY is only having 2 cards left in his hand. Now only 1. And yeah, we're having the clear here next turn. Oh, now he's not.
What's the play?
He'll discard either card, either the one he just drew or the one he is about to draw when the next turn starts.
Maybe we see the C4th come out. Ooh, Sendai also good.
I don't hate this. I really don't hate this if you're Hoi Hoi. Like, why go for the big AoE at the moment when you're still pretty healthy?
Yeah, he's still shilling out
Yeah.
20 here, and only 1 tank on the board and 1 card left in XY's hand. So I think he has a little bit more time to just wait what XY is finding there. If he finds an Enigma, that would be really insane. And I think it's C4 time now. Diner. It's on.
Not sure he makes that trade. That seems dangerous.
Getting rid of the 22nd. Can he risk to just deploy guard here?
Oh, no, because he can kill the beef wagon with the... Wait, no, that didn't have a beef wagon. I'm silly. Okay, it's a little scary.
Still not that great, yeah. I agree.
I think C4th may have been the better play there.
Yeah, especially because there would have been chances to find a bomber and then deal 3 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not a lot of bounce or anything in XY's deck, so
Yeah, only a
shouldn't
Sendai
have to-
regiment.
yeah, shouldn't have to be too worried about it. Using those surprise attacks well. Like, I swear to God, that Type 94 TK tank, it adds such a new dynamic to Japan aggro. Like if you add it into the relatively kind of same type of deck.
Did he find it with the T38 or
I think so.
8038T?
Yeah, I think so. He wouldn't have played it either. He would have played the Sendai and then attacked, I think. If he didn't.
Ooh, next turn, Siren Naval Operation.
It's bold.
It's a bold
Then
strategy,
then he can even kill a unit with this, which is a prize attack. Get a Seafort Highlanders back. Also that fortification, very good for him here. And look what is waiting there on turn 10. To the last man. Let's see if we ever get to this. He's not having pencil.
Fast science, okay.
So there has to be a naval operation next turn.
Yeah, I think it'll be pretty darn powerful.
I wish he's hoping to have his Imperial Decree back. Oh, what? What? Stop
Carpet
it.
bomb!
Oh,
Just
goodness.
carpet! Just
Oh, he was so close to putting this in there. Oh my god.
What a tough
7 units gone and Seaford Highlanders back.
That was a swing. I think
That,
aim.
I think that was
XY
it.
needs an enigma.
Yeah, like really.
There it is.
There it is.
This game's not over, guys. We thought it was, but no, it's not. He just refilled
We're-
his hand.
We are approaching to the last man territory now, however.
Yep.
Let's see.
Not bad. Pretty solid pick. I like
keeping
it.
himself healthy. I mean, he's only running one of those fortifications, so now is as good a time as any to play it. Keep himself within range of that 20 HP.
Second Sendai.
This could be really good for to the last man, just because it won't kill the C4. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And what are the
think he can
chances he
wait
gets
one
another
turn.
enigma ready?
I think
Whoa.
he should be waiting there. Just play naval operation this turn.
Is he gonna trade? Yeah, he trades.
Okay, then I think you can also go to the last man. Because the risk would have been that a Seaford would not guard you.
Or you could just
Wow.
not.
Siren and desperate
Oh,
measures.
He just did this, okay. Why not?
Wow, now we're really seeing the AoE effect of Hui's deck or Hoi's deck taking effect. It's really taking over this game, and it's making it practically impossible for XY to move a muscle without getting his board absolutely decimated. He needs another Enigma. He finds it. There we
but
go.
only 3 cards.
I mean, that's still 4 credits for 3 draws. Not awful.
Both of his
Posing-
for the Emperors are gone. His Greif is gone.
And there we
Not
go.
looking too hot
Kamikaze.
for him.
Kamikaze.
And there's a naval operation, and there's the
Oh,
Tora.
in the
Tora.
Tora.
Yeah.
So
Ripped
much
XY.
AoE.
Can hit face and move C4th up. Oh, this is
That's it.
I think we're seeing the beginning of the end here. It looks like Hoi is once again gonna put himself at the top of the player base and become an OCC champion unless XY is able to tear something amazing from his deck right now, and it doesn't look like it. It does not look like it. Is this gonna be it? Is this gonna be round where it's all over? Yeah, I think
Oh.
so.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's using it to trade, getting everything off
Yeah,
the board.
There was no lethal,
mean-
so the trade is really good here.
What can XY even do? We've seen all of the big cards from XY
Yeah.
come out already.
Not even Yak Bomber is good enough. It's just delaying. And there we
There
have
it is.
the champion.
What did I tell
for
you guys?
August.
What did I tell you guys? We were gonna take it.
Hoi.
He's up.
Yeah, and that's it. That's gonna be it. Hoi is our officer club champion. Congratulations. If I'm not mistaken, this is his 3rd championship. And he further cements himself as the most successful Chinese tournament player if you count the number of wins. And I am extremely excited to see how he continues to play and continues to fare up until the World Championship. That's the true test. That's the test of every one of these players. But what about XY? Let's not take anything away from him, making it all the way to the finals, bagging $300 in his very first tournament, sub 3,000 games, not a huge collection, absolute beast of a player.
Yeah, congrats to both players from my side.
Really impressive run by XY. Yeah.
All right,
Starting
now-
from 36, they're going to rank 2. So, I mean, I think the qualifiers for the OCC, once you reach top 36, are maybe more difficult than the OCC itself, because there's so many good players competing, and making it to rank 2 at the end, starting at 36, is really impressive.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time before we wrap things up here. Here we see the path that these players took. It wasn't an easy path, but in the end, Hoi Hoi from China stands on the top, stands as the one man left standing, the sole victor, taking home the title of Officer Club champion, as well as $500. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to all our other competitors in the top 8. Making the top 8 is no easy feat. And I can't wait to see what our next top 8 is going to look like next month. If we're going to see some of these players back here, or if it's going to be back to the same old, or if we're going to see new faces. It's such an exciting time for Cards Competitive. I feel like we have amazing players coming up every tournament. What about you guys? Have you felt that as well? Looking at the names, do you feel fewer familiar names in tournaments now than before?
I mean, you very often see the same faces, but every OCC you also see new players arriving in the Officers Club Championship, and that is really nice to see that somebody with just 3,000 games or 5,000 games participates in such a difficult to reach tournament is really cool to see, and just should encourage every player to try to reach it maybe, so you see it is possible.
And seeing all these new faces alongside all these familiar faces is showing that people stick around, but the roster of great players is still growing, and I think the competition is getting a lot more heated here.
Absolutely. Well, before we sign up, any last words from you, Scout?
No, we're good.
We're good?
We're chilling. We're vibing, yeah.
What about you, Spooz? Any last words?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me again. And I thought it was really, really cool in this constellation. Gave me some nostalgic vibes here with the starting of the OCC when there has just been community casters, and yeah, really cool. And this constellation was really funny. And I want to use the time to make a little advertise for the next big event, the Nations Cup that I'm hosting, which is starting probably end of September, start of October. I'm at the moment doing the preparations for that, for the registration for the players, and soon there will be an announcement and a description how to register for it. And so everybody who's interested in that, make sure to follow my social media accounts to get informed about that, and then we hopefully have a nice, cool event again. Really looking forward to that too.
Yeah, and I mean, we can talk about it here. You reached out to me for support for that one, and we've already committed to support you with in-game prizes, including that the winner of the Nations Cup will receive the brand new Cards Champion unique card back that you can only win by winning tournaments, which means that Hoi Hoi is going to be the only player in the game with that card back from next week. So he's going to be flexing that all over the place. So there was an extra amount to win of pride. In
it's
this
even
one.
more worse than the money, huh?
Yeah, I mean, probably. If you want to feel like a king, you bring your thing. It's like, I own this, nobody else. It's not a top 8. It's not a top 16. No, it's a winner's card back. So, yeah, he's probably vibing on that one. Well, for myself, thank you to everyone that tuned in. We broke our concurrent Twitch viewership record. And as a celebration for that, I'm going to be running a giveaway with a brand new pool of competitors, meaning that if you typed like 3 hours ago or something in chat, give me stuff, you're not going to be eligible. So I'm going to wipe the list. You're going to roll it again, and we're going to draw out 3 officer packs for 1 lucky viewer. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for helping us break our concurrent viewer record for the OCC. It is absolutely fantastic to see the new players, new faces, new viewers, and just new members of the Cards community every time we do these events. So thank you from the bottom of my heart to everybody, and we'll see you on the battlefield.